in preparing for the Mehngai Par Halla Bol rally at Ramlila Maidan on September 4th, which will be addressed by Shri Rahul Gandhi ji. 22 press conferences have been scheduled across the country on the 29th of this month. The Bharat Jodo Yatra launch will take place on the 7th of September from Kanyakumari. Finalization of that launch is also underway. And 32 press conferences have been scheduled across the country to project the message of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. So at a time when every congressman and every congresswoman is involved in ensuring that the Mehngai Par Halla Bol rally will be a success, and every congressman and congresswoman wants to be a Bharat Yatri, wants to walk along with Shri Rahul Gandhi ji on this 3,500 kilometer long Bharat Jodo Yatra. It's most unfortunate, most regrettable that at this point of time we have had to read this letter that has been released to the press. That's all we want to say for the moment. Tomorrow Ajay Makanji will address today's scheduled press conference on the liquor policy of the Delhi government. Thank you.
That's the press conference of the Congress party just moments after Ghulam Nabi Azad's exit from the Congress party. A big setback for the Congress. The Congress leaders addressing the media and slamming Ghulam Nabi Azad and questioning his decision. That's the press conference coming in from the Congress party in the first response. Samya Kapoor joins us live. Samya, the Congress party has responded by defending Rahul Gandhi's leadership and slamming Ghulam Nabi Azad for his decision.
Well, you know, there is a lot of confusion amongst the mind of several party functionaries whether it's Sonia Gandhi, who is the Congress president, and the entire decision-making is being taken place at 10 Janpath at her residence, or is Rahul Gandhi calling the shots, because he has not assumed the position of being the Congress top boss as yet, and he remains reluctant to do that. And that has been the primary grouse of several of the Congress party leaders, especially from the G23, where they feel if Rahul Gandhi wants to be the decision maker in the party, and he wants to take the calls, then he must assume the responsibility and the position of the Congress president. It cannot be a divorce between Sonia Gandhi being the Congress president and Rahul Gandhi being the several decision maker when it comes to several issues. Having said that, of course, there is a larger worry that the Congress party leaders have been facing, is that who is going to be the Congress president, because the internal election date is nearing, and come September the entire process will be starting, because 28 August is the Congress working committee, and Ghulam Nabi Azad was the member of the Congress working committee as well, where the decision as far as the procedure for the internal election was set to take place, and the entire procedure was to be charted out. But now Ghulam Nabi Azad has decided that he's going to step down, he's resigned from the party, and the entire procedure of the internal election will be taking place while Rahul Gandhi will be embarking on Bharat Jodo Yatra. Now, my sources within G23 have been maintaining is that in what capacity has Rahul Gandhi been decided to be the face of Bharat Jodo Yatra? He is only an MP from Wayanad, like many other Congress MP. Has there been a unanimous decision to make Rahul Gandhi the face of Bharat Jodo Yatra? Has Sonia Gandhi deputed him to take the charge?
Stay on with us. We have Amin Bhatt, Congress MLA, joining us over the phone line. Mr. Amin Bhatt, thank you for joining us. Ghulam Nabi Azad has decided to quit from the Congress party. Your response to that?
हमने वेलकम किया जो आजाद साहब ने आज रिजाइन दिया है। जिस पार्टी में हमारी इज्जत नहीं रही है उस पार्टी में क्या बैठना है, लिहाजा इसलिए हमने भी रिजाइन किया है बेसिक मेंबरशिप से, और हमने फाउंडर मेंबर से भी रिजाइन दिया है। आजाद साहब के पीछे है हम।
अच्छा, तो आपने भी रेजिग्नेशन दे दिया है, और क्या और भी नेता हैं कांग्रेस में से जो, क्या और कांग्रेस के नेता रेजिग्नेशन देने वाले हैं?
हाँ, मेरे ख्याल से 99% कांग्रेस एक्स एमएलए एक्स मिनिस्टर्स इस्तीफा देंगे। शाम तक सारा आपको पता लग जाएगा।
जी, इनफैक्ट गुलाम नबी आजाद ने जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में इन सेवरल डेकेड्स ही हैज पुट इन अ लॉट ऑफ वर्क. उन्होंने स्ट्रेंथन किया था कांग्रेस पार्टी को जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में एंड अक्रॉस द नेशन ऑल्सो. तो आपको लगा कि उन्होंने जो लेटर लिखा है उसमें उन्होंने लिखा है कि इतना कुछ काम करने के बाद उन्हें आज बहुत दुख हो रहा है कि वो रिजाइन कर रहे हैं?
उसने पूरे हिंदुस्तान में काम किया है. जम्मू कश्मीर में 27 साल के बाद उसने 2002 में हुकूमत लाई है
जी.
लिहाजा उसने फैसला किया है रिजाइन का. मुझे भी दुख है. उसने भी रिजाइन दिया, मैंने भी रिजाइन दिया, और लोग शाम तक रिजाइन देंगे, एक्स मिनिस्टर्स, एक्स एमएलए. जब उसने रिजाइन दिया हमने भी रिजाइन दिया.
अच्छा, तो आप गुलाम नबी आजाद के समर्थन में हैं. उन्होंने जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में भी काफी प्रॉब्लम्स के बारे में बात किया था. उन्होंने ये भी कहा था कि कांग्रेस में कोई चेंज नहीं हो रहा है. क्या आप भी ऐसा ही सिचुएशन फेस कर चुके हैं? क्या आप हमें बता सकते हैं कि क्या उनकी बातचीत हो रही थी कांग्रेस नेताओं के साथ?
नहीं, कांग्रेस नेता जो जम्मू कश्मीर में है 80% गुलाम नबी आजाद के साथ है. मिनिस्टर्स उसके साथ है, एक्स एमएलए, सिटिंग एमएलए, लीडर्स उसके साथ है. जो आजाद साहब उसकी लहर है जम्मू कश्मीर में. जो आजाद साहब करेगा वही तो हुकूमत बना सकता है. आजाद साहब यहाँ का सीएम होगा. यहाँ आजाद साहब को चाहते हैं लोग. उसने जब भी बात की है कश्मीरियों की बात की, जम्मू की बात की, हर एक तबके की बात की. 2.5 साल में सीएम रहा. इतना काम किसी ने आज तक नहीं किया जितना गुलाम नबी आजाद ने किया. यहाँ पर डिस्ट्रिक्ट दिए, मेडिकल कॉलेजेस दिए, एम्स दिए, रोड दिया, नेशनल हाईवे, रेलवे दिया, हर एक चीज दिया.
जी, तो आपको लगता है कि कांग्रेस ने उनको धोखा दिया? इतना कुछ उन्होंने किया लेकिन लास्ट तक पे भी वो बात कर रहे थे कि कांग्रेस में चेंज की जरूरत है और कोई उनकी सुन नहीं रहा था. उन्होंने कहा है कि सिर्फ चमचाज हैं जो कांग्रेस पार्टी में रह सकते हैं.
वही चमचे हैं, वो कांग्रेस को तबाह कर सकता है. चमचे क्या करेंगे वो चमचे? मुझे बताओ, जो अपना इलेक्शन नहीं जीत सकता है वो क्या करेगा राहुल गांधी? आपको खुद नॉलेज है कांग्रेस को कितना खराबी हुई है.
ओके, ऑल राइट. मोहम्मद अमीन जी, आपका धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. सो द कांग्रेस लीडर सेइंग दैट दिस विल लीड टू अ बिग स्प्लिट इन जम्मू एंड कश्मीर कांग्रेस. Several other Congress leaders will also follow suit after Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation. Samia Kapoor continues to be live with us. Samia, this is a big claim coming in from the Congress leader, and of course Ghulam Nabi Azad is someone who enjoys a lot of support in Jammu and Kashmir for the work that he has done in several decades. Are we looking at a bigger setback for the Congress party, one of its tallest leader quitting and now more grassroots level leaders quitting?
Well, absolutely. And, you know, this entire spate of resignations would now follow with several more names joining the list, because it seems that, the entire, ball has been set rolling by Ghulam Nabi Azad when he decided to resign from the campaign committee of the Congress party a few weeks ago, followed by Anand Sharma deciding to resign from the steering committee and J.V. Sherigal resigning. So it's been a season of resignation of the Congress party. It's going to be a mammoth task for the Congress party to be able to surmount this crisis if it's brewing gradually, because as more and more leaders
Stay on with us. We have Ravinder Raina on the phone line with us. How do you look at this resignation? Ghulam Nabi Azad quitting and saying there's only place for chamchas in the Congress.
गांधी खानदान से आने वाले नेताओं की कदर और इज्जत होती है. अन्य नेताओं को कांग्रेस पार्टी में प्रताड़ित किया जाता है. जिन गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब ने अपना खून पसीना लगाकर दशकों तक मेहनत करके न केवल जम्मू कश्मीर बल्कि पूरे भारत में कांग्रेस पार्टी को ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंचाने में अपना योगदान दिया, उन्हीं गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब को मजबूर किया गया कि वो त्याग पत्र दें. गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब लगभग पिछले 2-3 वर्षों से जिस प्रकार से उनको प्रताड़ित किया जा रहा था, बार बार उनको अपमानित किया जा रहा था, बार बार श्री गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब की कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्षों द्वारा जो उनको इंसल्ट किया जा रहा था, उससे दुखी होकर श्री गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब ने कांग्रेस से त्याग पत्र दिया है. और हकीकत है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी के अंदर आम जनमानस की कहीं कोई जगह नहीं है. वहां सिर्फ नेहरू गांधी खानदान में जो पैदा होता है उसी की कांग्रेस पार्टी है. श्री गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब के कद के बड़े नेता का कांग्रेस ने यह हाल किया है तो वहां अन्य जो नेता हैं या छोटे स्तर के जो कार्यकर्ता हैं उनका क्या हाल होता होगा वो तो आप सोच भी नहीं सकते। कांग्रेस पार्टी जो है वो डूबता हुआ जहाज थी और गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब के त्याग पत्र के बाद ये कांग्रेस अब पूरी तरीके से डूब चुका जहाज है।
Congress party is strong enough not because of leaders, it's cadres who gave everything, who keeps giving everything for the party.
You also said he is probably moving to greener pastures. What are you hinting at, sir?
Well, let's see what is there in the future.
So do you feel he's switching over to any other party?
Well, I can't say anything, but when a man who has been the biggest beneficiary of the Congress party, when he takes this kind of stand, I don't know where this political, stands, where it stands.
Okay, last quick question. Multiple elections coming. You have in December multiple elections, then you have Karnataka polls, and of course Lok Sabha after that. When you look at all of this with his resignation now coming to the fore, do you feel that somewhere the faith in the party itself will diminish with senior leaders like this who've been in the party for such a long time?
You see, he was in charge of Telangana. What happened? He was in charge of UP. What happened? We got 5 seats. So let me not dig everything. It doesn't look nice speaking everything in public. And I can only say in 2 words, it's very unfortunate at this point of juncture, man like Ghulam Nabi ji should not have dissed the party. That's all I can say.
Thank you for speaking to them.
Sir, live time, sir.
All right, senior leader of the Congress party from Karnataka, B.K. Hariprasad, saying Ghulam Nabi Azad should not have quit the party. He also said that Ghulam Nabi Azad was in charge of Telangana and Uttar Pradesh. So what happened in these places? While questions are being raised on Ghulam Nabi Azad's letter where he said that the Congress party needs to bring in changes, we have the Congress leaders questioning Ghulam Nabi Azad, saying he was in charge of a few states like Telangana and UP. What happened to Congress's electoral battle there? Pradeep Datta joining us from Jammu and Kashmir, and perhaps the biggest impact is going to be in the valley because of the decades that Ghulam Nabi Azad has put in there. Pradeep, we spoke to one of the Congress leaders who said that the local grassroots leaders are with Ghulam Nabi Azad, so we are going to see a spate of resignations from the Congress.
Yes, already we have seen that Amin Bhatt has resigned from the party. There are many more leaders who are saying that they are also going to submit their resignation. Right now, I am outside the Congress party headquarters where the meeting is going on. And because Ghulam Nabi Azad was the only leader who had got the capacity and capability to keep flock together, because few weeks back when there was a meeting at AICC headquarters, that time Sonia Gandhi had asked different party leaders to bury their hatchets, keep their grievances aside and work together as one unit. And that time there was everybody thought that this is going to give a shot in the arm of the Congress party leader, especially here in Jammu and Kashmir, because they thought that once Ghulam Nabi Azad will be coming over to this place, he'll be keeping the flock together, lobbyism will be over, and once again they'll be working for resurrecting the dwindling future of Congress party. But nothing of that sort has happened because the way the committees were constituted, because Ghulam Nabi Azad felt humiliated, insulted, and that's one of the reasons that many of his people who are considered to be very close to Ghulam Nabi Azad, they are just are in a wait and watch situation. Some of them have already submitted their resignation, and many more resignations are expected. But so far as the Congress party right now is, they are in a huddle, and right now I am outside the Congress party headquarters where the meeting is going on. All the senior leaders are sitting inside. They are discussing what actually should be their move in the coming days, because they will have to answer several questions. A reason being that already there are indication maybe in the coming months there is going to be assembly election also, maybe after 3 or 4 months the assembly elections will be announced, because Ghulam Nabi Azad was the only leader who was very popular as a chief minister, because he had set that development agenda. Because when he was chief minister of here, he tried to bring in development in this region, because he was not following that appeasement politics or politics where separatists were appeased. So he was not following that politics. So he was one person who was not only a secular face, he was a Muslim, he was acceptable to the people in both the regions, because already we have seen that Jammu and Kashmir is a polarized state so far as the regional polarization or the religious polarization is concerned, because he was the one person who was acceptable both in Jammu as well as in Kashmir Valley. He was acceptable to the Muslims in Kashmir Valley. He was acceptable to the Dogra here in Jammu region. So that way he was very charismatic leader. So Ghulam Nabi Azad saying goodbye to the party, bidding adieu. It's going to be a big jolt and a big setback for the Congress party, because if Congress party was thinking with Ghulam Nabi Azad coming over to this place, they are going to once again revive their fortune, because we have seen over the period of time, ever since the BJP has taken over, BJP is spreading its wings. They are spreading their tentacles from one part of the Jammu region to other part of the Jammu region. But had Ghulam Nabi Azad been here, he would have been given the free hand. Had the party leadership been listening to him and his advice, I think the things would have really changed. But now it's going to be really very difficult.
One of the things that he had mentioned, Pradeep, is also Article 370. He had initially criticized it, but after that he had said that it's time for the opposition to look beyond 370. We can get over that. That's a statement that he had made as well about the Bali. But if you look at his letter as well, in the resignation letter, he starts by how he joined the Congress party in Jammu and Kashmir in the 70s, when the Congress party, there was a taboo against it as well. Sanjay Jha is joining us. Do stay on with us. Mr. Sanjay Jha, how do you look at this exit of Ghulam Nabi Azad, one of the tallest leaders? You've also been within the party. You've spoken of the problems there. His letter as well, extremely emotional.
Well, I can tell you that for all the Congress supporters across the country, this is very despondent in terms of the news. Everybody will feel extremely low, depressed, and extremely disappointed with the fact that a veteran and someone who's actually had a very impeccable political career track record to leave the Congress party. I have seen Mr. Gulab Nabi Azad from the times of, Mr. Rajiv Gandhi when he was the Prime Minister. And I'll never forget the image of him returning to the New Delhi railway station when he came to know about Rajiv Gandhi's assassination. So, these are people who have their own history with the Congress. But to answer your question, I'm not very astonished, to be frank. I mean, the timing, of course, is rather extraordinary because the Congress is on a Bharat Jodo Yatra, which I think is a good call, but it's somewhere down the line is symbolic of the fact that the Congress has not been able to keep its house in order. And I'll give you just one example. The fact that a young person like Jaivir Shergill resigns yesterday and Ghulam Nabi Azad does it today, it tells you this is a very serious internal crisis. It is across generations. It's got nothing to do with age. It's basically got to do with the fact that a lot of people who are passionate about the Congress, who want to see it fight back, are finding it becoming dysfunctional. And, frankly, you will have to call a spade here. The buck must always stop at the top. I know many Congress leaders will never admit it, but if the leadership is not going to be alive and kicking and communicating with people, engaging with dissidents, I feel the G23 is a wonderful lot of people who actually cared for a Congress resurrection. Now, if you don't engage with the Shashi Tharoor, you don't engage with the Manish Tiwari, you don't engage with Ghulam Nabi Azad, I mean, this is exactly the kind of embarrassment the party is going to face. And I think the buck stops with the leadership. And if Mr. Rahul Gandhi was the de facto Congress president, I think somewhere down the line, he needs to stand up here and speak to the Congress people. It's, before you go to town and speak to the public, the thumb rule is first you engage with your own people. I can't satisfy a customer if I don't have happy, motivated employees. And I think that is the rule in the corporate world. And I think in the Congress, if we want to really beat the BJP, you want to inspire the public, then you've got to get your own cadres, your own workers, your own office bearers feeling extremely high and motivated to fight another day. I mean, that's my basic comment on the extremely sad news.
If you look at the letter that Ghulam Nabi Azad has written, he has spoken of a coterie within the Congress party. He says inexperienced chamchas are running the show. So he has made a very direct attack. And like you mentioned, he has had a very close association with the Gandhis. So not just the Congress party itself, but with the Gandhis, he has been extremely close. This is not the first time he's revolting. He had previously as well tried to engage with the top leadership, tried to bring in a change in the Congress party. He did not see any change, which is why perhaps in the letter it's so emotional. He has written of his time when he joined to now the big change that has happened in the Congress party.
Well, I can tell you that I know Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad. He's a wonderful man. He's a good man. He's a very passionate man. And someone who is willing to crusade and fight for the party anytime. The fact that he's thrown in his stuff is also an exhibition of the fact that this coterie, caucus or cabal around the leadership is completely responsible for actually internally damaging the Congress. There are many people out there who are political entrepreneurs. There are many people out there who are nothing but self-serving people. They have come to the party because they're looking for a Rajya Sabha nomination. I will not take names, but if you do a little bit of research, you know who they are. And there are people who have just gone ahead and, kind of literally begun to run the party without having any idea of what the people want, or what the people in the Congress party want, what should be its ideology, what should be in the manifesto. So I think there are too many people out there who I would call as nothing but cronies within the system. And I think they have misled Rahul Gandhi. But once again, I mean, it's for the leader not to be misled. It's very easy to say that Rahul Gandhi, people around him are incompetent, or they are selfish, or they are, basically on their own agenda. But a leader must know who to listen to, who not to listen to. And I'll be very honest with you. I mean, I've known Rahul for a very long time, long before many people, he even entered politics. And that was before he fought his election. And the fact that I found Rahul getting gradually so cocooned away, not even engaging in a conversation, whether it was suspended or not didn't matter. I think I was very disappointed. I was very astonished, because all you need to do in any organization is to talk to your people. I'm sure you do that in times now where you have your ups and downs. If your leaders don't talk to you, you will not know what to do. So I think this is the problem the Congress is facing. We have an external communication problem in terms of brand, perception, reaching out to the public. But perhaps the bigger problem is the internal communication collapse.
Okay, another thing he mentioned in the letter, and the timing of it is also very interesting. He speaks about the organization polls, and he says that it's a farce. Anybody who's going to be elected is only going to be a puppet, and this comes just a week ahead of the Congress president polls that's going to take place.
Well, think about it, right? The Congress has lost 2 Lok Sabha elections, knocked out, completely knocked out, 44 and 52 seats. These were unimaginable once upon a time, absolutely unprecedented. And then there's another election coming up in 2 years, and the Congress still hasn't got a formally elected president. And now you have polls coming up, and you're looking at the kind of bickering and internecine feuds that are out in the open. What is it telling you? That somewhere down the line, you got to understand that you're running an organization. It has people. People have emotions. They have feelings. They have expectations. They have dreams. They have aspirations. They have ambitions. And the job of a leader is to try.
Okay. All right, we seem to be having technical difficulties there, but the suspended Congress leader Sanjay Jha as well, a veteran leader in the Congress party who has spoken time and again of the need for a big overhaul in the Congress party, saying it's saddening to see somebody like Ghulam Nabi Azad quit from the Congress party because he has worked for the party for so long. Mr. Sanjay Jha is back with us. So we were having technical difficulties there as you were speaking about the Congress president polls. But I also want to ask you, as we're getting in reactions from the Congress leaders, after the resignation of Ghulam Nabi Azad, we saw several reactions coming in, and most of the Congress leaders seem to be slamming him for his decision. We also had B.K. Hariprasad saying he was in charge of Congress, he was in charge of UP. What is he talking about the change in, the Congress party? What does he know? So, do you think this is where the answer really lies on why veterans are leaving?
Well, I think ultimately remember one thing, that people want to see hope. There is nothing that can perhaps make you feel, in a sense of despair if you don't see hope. Politics is about hope. There is always going to be a crisis, and the job of a party is to create that magic whereby the people within the party are willing to take the bull by the horns. But just think about it for a moment. This is a party that has literally governed India for almost 3/4 of its entire destiny, and it's done a good job. It's had failures, but it's done a good job. And today, there are people who have been in the opposition for so long, they want to say, okay, listen, let's win an election, beat the BJP, and govern the country by our ideology. But if they don't see that happening, what do you want them to do? I mean, Anand Sharma in Himachal, Ghulam Nabi Azad, these are not lightweights, for heaven's sake. There are people who will say, and I'm sure they will say that.
Stay on with us. Let's quickly go across to Mr. Shaugata Roy, also joining us on the phone line. Mr. Roy, what do you really make of this? It's been a series of blows this year itself, if we talk about the Congress party. Now, where do you really see the problem lying at the moment? Because there is clear failure on multiple levels. The fact that they're not being able to retain their very best. Ghulam Nabi Azad's exit is going to be a big blow for the entire party.
I cannot talk about internal affairs of the
Congress people have no knowledge, but Ghulam Nabi Azad leaving the is a big blow to the Congress. That's all I can say. Because he's been a pillar of the Congress for last 40 years or more. President of Congress, General Secretary of the All India Party, cabinet at the center, and leader of the opposition in Rajasthan. His leaving will definitely impact the Congress. And it is a loss for opposition party.
Now, what do you make of this as far as the opposition goes? Because this is certainly ending up weakening the Congress party, given that, you know, a joint opposition has spoken of several plans for 2024, especially given these series of exits from within the Congress. Where does it leave the Congress, and what kind of an overall impact do you see this have on the opposition together?
It will have an impact on the Congress. I can't say what Gulab Nabi Azad will join now, whether that will be part of the opposition or of the ruling party. So at this stage it's difficult to say, but I can say that Ghulam Nabi Azad leaving will have an impact, especially among the minorities, especially among the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
And Mr. Roy, if I may also ask you, what about Ghulam Nabi Azad's recent comments on the Prime Minister? You know, a sense that several have in fact speculated with regards to his growing friendship with some in the BJP, with regards to the BJP top brass. Now, do you see some sort of a development coming on that front as well, in your view?
No. The Prime Minister praised Ghulam Nabi Azad when he retired from Rajya Sabha. But beyond that, I have no knowledge. I cannot speculate.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Saugata Roy, TMC MP with us on Times Now. Let me go back to Sanjay Jha, who also continues to stay on with us. So that's a view coming in from several in the opposition, Mr. Jha. But what do you make of the sensational charges that Ghulam Nabi Azad, a senior Congress leader, you know, who was with the party for almost 50 long years. So in that sense, he's somebody who knows the thick and thin of the party, its functioning, you know, the way it has functioned all through these last 5 decades. Given this setback, given the statements made by him, in particular raising what the problem was, you know, problems within the leadership, problems with regards to Rahul Gandhi, problems of organizational elections as well in that sense. What do you really make of it? And what is it that the Congress needs to look at? A high-time introspection that is the need of the hour.
Well, you know, frankly speaking, the Congress has been somnambulating for a very long time. It's like sleepwalking, not recognizing that you have to be on a very hyperactive mode in Indian politics. You can't afford to be waking up and just kind of strolling around the place, waiting for some wisdom to dawn on you suddenly, or, you know, there's going to be no enlightenment. You got to fight for it. Politics in India is really, you know, it requires a brutal street fighter attitude. It also requires a lot of sharp political acumen. And more important, you got to be a very savvy communicator. But the leader has to be a team builder. And I think the message that is coming out from Mr. Azad's resignation, I'm disappointed, but I'm not so surprised, actually. I can tell you, just is sending a message to everyone in the Congress that, you know, you have sat back there and done nothing about it. And basically, I think the problem is not that the party has lost. You know, I think everybody here is a veteran. Mr. Azad is a veteran. He knows that elections can be won or lost. Sometimes you may be good and you can lose. Sometimes you can be lousy and you can win. But it is about the fight that you give. It's about, are you really putting up your best foot forward? And that is where... And there is a lot of organizational stasis at the moment. There is inertia. For a long time, you know, the party has been in a state of atrophy because of no elections, etc. It's being held now 3 years after we have had no precedent. So these have been, you know, a culmination, I think, of a lot of you know, shall we say, frustration over the several years. I mean, think about it. The Congress has been in opposition since 2014. And even if today people are saying that the Congress is not even ready for a fight, I mean, what do you want people to do? Mr. Azad and Mr. Sharma have seen better days. I mean, they have seen the Congress in power, Congress delivering, Congress doing good governance, Congress being popular. But now you're facing in my opinion, a serious crisis, because even if an election is held, the party will have to work very hard to get its act together. It's a long, hard climb.
Yes, and the crisis hasn't certainly gotten better. The last couple of years, in fact, the series of resignations speaking for themselves. We put out those lists as well. The bigwigs from within the Congress who've quit the party, citing similar reasons in one way or the other. Let me go across to Samya also, who's reporting for us on this big story. Samya, now with regards to this latest setback for the Congress, we're just very, very close to the Gujarat elections, to the Himachal Pradesh elections, for which the Congress is also preparing, just 2 years away from the 2024 elections as well. In that sense, what is the sentiment within the Congress with this big blow coming in?
Well, it's a shock, definitely. It's a colossal figure in Ghulam Nabi Azad that has decided to hang his boots as far as Congress Party's working relation with him is concerned. But he has not given up on politics. And that is exactly what is very interesting. What lies ahead of Ghulam Nabi Azad? That is a larger question, whether he's going to have an offer from the BJP. Of course, we know for a fact that ever since he was the leader of the opposition in the Rajya Sabha, he maintains a very good relationship with political leaders across the party spectrum. But having said that, what it appears from the sources is that he would perhaps come up with an outfit of his own, which is going to be joined by several other Congress MPs and leaders from the valley as well, several of them who are disgruntled, and they all have been talking in one voice because they understand the kind of humiliation veteran leaders like Ghulam Nabi Azad has been facing in the Congress Party, but they feel they were absolutely sidelined ever since, like Ghulam Nabi Azad mentioned in his letter, that ever since Rahul Gandhi and his so-called coterie or cabal of leaders have taken charge, these senior leaders who have dedicated their entire life in the working of the Congress Party have been pushed to the periphery. Having said that, the Bharat Jodo Yatra is set to start from 7th September, and the larger question that begs an answer is that what about Congress Jodo? That is exactly what even echoed in Ghulam Nabi Azad's letter as well, where he said there is a need for the party, and he holds the central leadership responsible as well, that Sonia Gandhi should have looked into it, where she knew for a fact that there are disgruntled leaders and they need their grouse to be voiced, but they haven't been able to get an audience, and that's the reason why the G23 came around. Whether this is going to be joining a lot more names in this particular list of resignations that have already started, there seems to be a steady stream of resignation coming in from the Congress Party leadership, but this is going to hurt the fortunes of the Congress Party in the near future.
Let's before we play out reactions from within the Congress, let's also hear from the former Deputy Chief Minister Kavinder Gupta, who also has opined on this big blow for the Congress.
किसी और की कोई जगह नहीं है और इसलिए जो नेता है, बड़े नेता छोड़ रहे हैं। हालांकि उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि कुछ अपनी महत्वाकांक्षा भी शायद होगी गुलाम नबी आजाद की पार्टी छोड़ने के पीछे। किरण अंकित के साथ अमित कुमार, टाइम्स नौ भारत, दिल्ली।
All right, let's go across to Pradeep Datta joining us once again with this big story that we're tracking on what the sentiment is in J&K. Pradeep, a big blow certainly, a leader who enjoyed a lot of following, not just that, carried with him so much experience, was associated with the party for 50 long years. Certainly a setback for the Congress Party. What is the Congress's plan ahead?
No doubt about that, because Ghulam Nabi Azad had been one leader who had joined the party in 73, its 50 years career, and finally he's bidding adieu to the party because he's not happy the way he was humiliated and insulted. And after Ghulam Nabi Azad bidding adieu to the party, many people here, loyalists, they have already offered their resignation. One such person is Sanjay Manas. He's a Congress leader from Doda. Let me speak to him. कितना बड़ा धचका है ये पार्टी के लिए?
देखिए, अगर हम गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब की बात करें तो गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब एक बहुत बड़ी शख्सियत, भारत की एक बहुत बड़ी शख्सियत, कांग्रेस की एक बहुत बड़ी शख्सियत मैं इसको बोलूँगा, और 5 प्रधानमंत्रियों के साथ में काम किया हुआ गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब, अपने 40 साल का राजनीतिक कैरियर जो है वो आज उनको कांग्रेस से अपने आप को मुक्त करना पड़ा। आज गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब को कांग्रेस से रिजाइन करना जो है वो पड़ गया।
भी रेजिग्नेशन ऑफर कर दिया?
या बिल्कुल।
कितने और लोग हैं जिन्होंने रिजाइन किया?
मुझे लगता है अभी, क्योंकि आज़ाद साहब का कोई आदेश जो है वो अभी हम लोगों तक में नहीं पहुंचा हुआ है, लेकिन क्योंकि आगे के लिए जो है वो हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि राजनीतिक पार्टी का रहा हुआ आदमी है, आगे के लिए आदेश निर्देश जो भी होगा, मुझे लगता है कि पूरे भारतवर्ष से जम्मू कश्मीर ही की बात नहीं है, पूरे भारतवर्ष से जो है वो लोग रिजाइन करेंगे, गुलाम नबी आज़ाद साहब के हक में रिजाइन जो है वो करेंगे।
मुझे एक बात बताइए, क्या वजह लगती है कि आप क्यों सफोकेटेड फील कर रहे थे पार्टी में? क्यों आपको लगता है कि वक्त आ गया कि आपको मुक्ति चाहिए कांग्रेस से? एक तरफ बीजेपी कहती थी कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत, और आज आप कह रहे हैं, कांग्रेस के लोग कह रहे हैं कि आपको मुक्ति चाहिए कांग्रेस से।
नहीं, देखिए, आज़ाद साहब जो हैं वो 40-45 साल का उनका कैरियर रहा हुआ है, और आज़ाद साहब जैसा आदमी जो है वो हिमोलेट अगर हो रहा है कांग्रेस के अंदर, तो आम वर्कर की जो है वो क्या हैसियत जो है वो रह सकती है। क्योंकि कांग्रेस के अंदर काफ़ी समय से जो चाटुकारी राजनीति है उसको ज़्यादा फ्रंट के ऊपर जो है वो लाया जा रहा था। जो पिट्ठू जो थे उनको, जो किचन मेंबर्स थे उनको राजनीति के अंदर जो है वो लाया जा रहा था, और कांग्रेस के अंदर जो लीडर था, जो कम्युनिटी को लीड कर सकता था, जो कांग्रेस को आगे बढ़ा सकता था, उस आदमी को जो है वो पीछे रखा जा रहा था। और यही कारण रहा कि आज़ाद साहब ने आज से तकरीबन 3-4 साल पहले जो है वो बोला हुआ था कि एसी कमरों से कांग्रेस जो है वो नहीं चलती है, कांग्रेस को चाहिए कि वो ग्राउंड लेवल की राजनीति जो है वो जाके करे। और आज कांग्रेस के पास में ये हालत है कि ग्राउंड जो है वो कांग्रेस का है नहीं, सिर्फ मीडिया के द्वारा और एसी कमरों में बंद जो है वो कांग्रेस चला रहे हैं।
क्या कहना चाहेंगे? एक आखिरी सवाल पूछता हूं, राहुल गांधी भारत जोड़ो अभियान और यहाँ कांग्रेस तोड़ो अभियान भी चल रहा है, तो आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे राहुल गांधी से? आपको लगता है कि वो आप लोगों की बात नहीं सुनते हैं, बिल्कुल भी आपको उनका ऑडियंस नहीं देते?
नहीं, अगर राहुल गांधी जी जो हैं वो वाइस प्रेसिडेंट बने, फिर वो प्रेसिडेंट बने कांग्रेस के, तो उनके कार्यकाल में जितने भी चुनाव जो हैं वो
ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट में बीच में आज जो माइक बेंच को भेजा उसमें बोलेगा कुछ?
All right, we'll go across to that reaction in just a bit. But yes, what you do see clearly is a big setback coming in for the Congress party. Congress veteran Ghulam Nabi Azad, a former union minister, quit the party today, calling out Rahul Gandhi for his immaturity and also for demolishing the consultative mechanism in the party. He's in fact penned an explosive letter, and also an emotional one at that, to Sonia Gandhi, the interim party chief, and has spoken of everything that's going wrong within the party, once again calling for massive organizational changes. So we keep up with the contents of the letter, the key highlights as far as Ghulam Nabi Azad's plea to the party high command goes. We've also been picking up a few reactions from within the Congress and those who have left the Congress, citing the very same reasons. Listen in.
Congress needs a major haul. The existing leadership has not delivered. The proof of the pudding is in eating. I think if there is an election within Congress, there is no doubt in my mind Rahul Gandhi will be elected. The point is that, one, he doesn't want lead, and they have not. It's not a proven leadership. He has not been able to win the confidence of the country. That is my problem. He's a very good man.
आज कांग्रेस की हालत देश में क्या हो गया, पार्लियामेंट में पिछले 2 चुनाव से उनकी हालत यह है कि वो नेता प्रतिपक्ष भी नहीं बना पा रहे हैं। सभी राज्यों में धीरे धीरे करके कांग्रेस के राज्य जाते रहे, और कांग्रेस के लोग और कांग्रेस पार्टी, मुझे लगता है कि ऐसे वरिष्ठ लोगों का राय लेना भी उनको उचित नहीं मानते थे। इनके साथ बैठ के बात करना, सिर्फ कुछ लोगों से घिरे रहे राहुल गांधी, और उसकी वजह से ये है कि उसका जो व्यवहार है, तो ये किसी ऐसे व्यक्ति को जिसको अंदर आत्म स्वाभिमान है, वो उनके साथ काम नहीं कर सकता, और ये अंतिम रूप से आज उन्होंने कांग्रेस से विदाई ले ली।
प्रेसिडेंट श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, श्री राहुल गांधी जी, and the entire Congress party organization across the country is engaged in confronting, combating, fighting the BJP. It's most unfortunate, most regrettable that at this point of time we have had to read this letter.
लेकिन ये बड़े अत्यंत दुख की बात है कि एक ऐसे समय में जब कांग्रेस पार्टी राहुल गांधी जी के नेतृत्व में, हमारी अध्यक्षा श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी के नेतृत्व में पूरे की पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता संगठन सड़क के ऊपर महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और ध्रुवीकरण के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब ने ऐसे समय में कांग्रेस को छोड़ने का और इस लड़ाई के अंदर साथ छोड़ने का फैसला किया है। हम ये उम्मीद करते थे कि यह लड़ाई जो जनता के मुद्दों के लिए हम लड़ रहे हैं, महंगाई के मुद्दों के लिए लड़ रहे हैं, बेरोजगारी के मुद्दों के लिए लड़ रहे हैं, ध्रुवीकरण के खिलाफ लड़ रहे हैं, तो ऐसे समय में हम ये उम्मीद करते थे कि गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब जैसे वरिष्ठ नेता कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ मिलकर के विपक्ष की आवाज और जनता की आवाज को अपना बल देते। दुख की बात यह है कि वो इस आवाज के अंदर अपना हिस्सा नहीं बनना चाह रहे।
We have Mr. Saifuddin Soz joining us on the broadcast. Thank you for taking out your time and speaking to us, sir. Now, with regards to this big setback coming in for the Congress party, as someone who knows the politics in Jammu and Kashmir, as someone who knows the politics of Ghulam Nabi Azad, how do you see this big step taken by him? Also, with regards to the kind of fondness that he shared of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the kind of respect that he's received from some of the BJP top brass leaders, how do you see this going forward, sir?
You see, I have certain amount of respect for Azad Sahab. We have been together in Congress party for a long time. And there is no doubt that Ghulam Nabi Azad has contributed quite a lot to the party, and party has accommodated him at various levels. He was minister more than 2, and he was member of parliament for a number of years, but a number of terms. So that way he's a senior person. But at this moment, I have an idea in my mind. This is not the time for Azad Sahab to part company with Azad. It is Congress party. Sonia Ji, Rahul and who are brought this time, this was not the time to part company, issue any statement in the press. I have sympathy and affection for Ghulam Nabi Azad.
Okay.
He is a prominent leader of Congress party, but I cannot agree with him on his party company. If by another situation he gets into the parliament, he can't negate his contribution in the same parliament on behalf of Congress party. That is the difficulty. And at some point of time, one should be ready not at any position, but yet remain steadfast with the party. That is my message.
Okay.
And by age, Ghulam Nabi Azad is younger than me, so I would tell my brother, there is no justification for parting company with the Congress party. And when a group of 23rd was formed, I expressed regrets. I said, why don't the leaders go to Sonia Gandhi, sit with her and sort out things? It is possible to do that. So therefore, Congress party deserves Ghulam Nabi Azad, and my request to him would be, please sort out your difficulties with Sonia Ji, but don't leave the party, because that will not be in your interest also.
Mr. Soz, concerns that he's put out in the letter, a 5-page letter, a scathing letter, but also an emotional one. He's broken down details, he's expressed his heart out, he's spoken of the loopholes, he's spoken of all that's going wrong. And this is not the first time that he's hinted at all of these things, sir. So the Congress party, the party high command pretty much did see this coming. And if they did not, then there's certainly something wrong.
But my view is this Sonia Rahul Gandhi, and the way he has, this is not the will create tensions of future, and maybe it will impair the contribution Ghulam Nabi Azad Sahab already made. This is my. I have been for a long time now. I see a situation that Azad Sahab happens to be a senior leader, and party did for him what it should have. And did for...
That's your point of view, but he's spoken of how after the entry of Rahul Gandhi into politics, especially when he actively started participating in the party affairs, once he took over as the vice president, how it's been a downward slope. That's what he's pointed out. But more news coming in. Sir, stay on with us. Source-based information suggests that Ghulam Nabi Azad is expected to come up with his own outfit, and several Congress party office bearers along with MLAs would be resigning in the next few days as well. He's not going to be joining the BJP, but he's been working the last couple of months to build a support base. More leaders from the G23 as well could be joining hands with him. So this is of course source-based information coming in, but this is going to be indeed big given the political scape of Jammu and Kashmir. And Saifuddin Source continues to stay on with us. Sir, what do you make of this? If he ends up forming his own political outfit, politics in Jammu and Kashmir is at a crucial juncture at this point in time. The kind of following he enjoys, the kind of experience that he carries with himself, if more setback comes in for the Congress party, more resignations follow his resignation, it's indeed going to be a turning point for the Congress. All right, we'll reconnect with Mr. Soz, who is with us on this broadcast. Seemed to have some audio trouble with that line of his, but this is big news coming in, viewers. Ghulam Nabi Azad, in all likelihood, is expected to come up with his own outfit, and several Congress party office bearers, including some of the MLAs, are likely to resign in the coming few days as well. Now, a meeting is already underway, we are being told, and news now coming in that he's not going to be joining the BJP. Now, remember, speculation was rife given the kind of bonhomie that he enjoyed with Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well, with the recent past and the kind of views that he expressed along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. But no, that's not likely to happen. What's likely to happen is that he's going to come up with his own political outfit. Madhav also is with us on this broadcast. Now, Madhav, this could be a turning point for the Congress party in Jammu and Kashmir, especially given the kind of following he enjoys, the kind of political experience that he carries with himself. More MLAs are likely to resign in the coming few days is what we're being told.
Well, not just MLAs, but several leaders of the Congress also, and several members of the G23 is what sources are indicating are likely to join with Azad. There's likely to be a meeting to be held at his residence later this evening, and I think Azad's resignation will be a massive inflection point as far as the Congress is concerned, because perhaps the senior most leader to actually break away from the Congress party in recent days. Now, this is not somebody who has just got limited terms of experience. He's been at the highest level of decision making within the Congress party, whether at the Congress's parliamentary board or the CWC, or as a general secretary, part of the organization responsible for several elections, dozens of assembly elections that he's been associated with, and someone who's really had a very important role to play here at the center, not just as a cabinet minister but also as a leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha for 7 long years. Someone at that level, when he resigns, it is certainly a huge body blow. Someone who's been a former chief minister of Jammu and Kashmir.
All right, stay on with us, Madhav. We have another reaction coming in. Let's quickly play it out.
नहीं है, बीजेपी को तो सूट करता है, हम लोग को तो सूट करता है, ठीक है, लेकिन from Congress point of view, these are issues, and I think if this is going on, then वही गांधी ही कांग्रेस में रह जाएगा और कोई नहीं रहेगा.
बीजेपी के लिए 2024 के लिए फेवर.
देखिए, बीजेपी के लिए तो ये एक वरदान है. राहुल गांधी बीजेपी के लिए एक वरदान है. इसलिए राहुल गांधी का साथ जब भारत का लोग कंपेयर करता है, बीजेपी का लीडर्स लोग माइल्स अहेड हो जाता है. तो इसीलिए वो तो बीजेपी के लिए सूट करता है. लेकिन कांग्रेस में आज जो आजाद साहब जो चिट्ठी लिखा है, वही चिट्ठी में 2015 में लिखा था. तो फिर वो लोग वही बात बोलना शुरू कर देता है. लेकिन बात यही है कि these are issues, that those issues are there, still there, and those issues will be there.
Sir, recently the Assam police carried out a survey in the private madrasas, and it was found that most of the students studying there prefer to be not into regular subjects.
I think there are no official survey. According to me, most of the students wants to be doctor and engineer. Because I have interacted with many students, they even doesn't know where they are studying. I think that is why you will see there are many students who are, after studying madrasa, They are coming back to general medium, general schools. And Assam police has not.
All right, so that's Hemanta Biswa Sarma's reaction coming in at this hour. Let me go across to Pradeep Datta, who's also with us on this broadcast. Pradeep, now, you know, the information that we're picking up with regards to how more netas are likely to quit in the coming few days, some from the G23, some are their MLAs as well, and the news also coming in with regards to how this is a plan that Ghulam Nabi Azad was working on the last couple of months. So, certainly suggesting at an internal rift, a split within the J&K Congress unit.
Yes, one thing is quite clear, that this is a big setback for the Congress party, and you rightly said that that's what we have been told by the sources, that Ghulam Nabi Azad is going to float a different outfit. What the Congress leaders are saying, that he may not be joining the BJP, but yes, by coming out with a different outfit, that's going to be a B team of the BJP. That's what the Congress leaders are saying. But so far as the Congress Ghulam Nabi Azad loyalists are concerned, I had been talking to them since morning. They are saying that we are yet to get a green signal from his side. Yes, we are going to offer resignation, and whatever will be the decision taken by Ghulam Nabi Azad, we are going to follow his footsteps. Short while back I spoke to Sanjay Manas. Already some of the legislators have also resigned from the party. The former legislator Mohammed Amin, but he was also talking to the Times now. He said that the way the Ghulam Nabi Azad is humiliated, if a leader of his stature is humiliated and insulted, so there is no scope for them to be in this party. The problem is that the Congress leadership have cocooned them. There's hardly any dialogue between the Congress leadership and party workers. That's one of the reasons that the party workers feel disillusioned, and many of them are quite angry. And then the second confusion is that who is the real boss, whether it's Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi. If Sonia Gandhi is the boss, then why Rahul Gandhi is taking all the decisions? If Rahul Gandhi is not the boss, why he is just shying away from becoming the president of the party? So that's what actually the Ghulam Nabi Azad has already mentioned in that letter also, that the democracy that party talks about is simply farce. It's basically everything is decided, that who is going to be the president of the party, who has to hold that particular post. So that was the reason that in 2020 they had written a letter that G23 group was formed. On several occasions I got a chance to speak to Ghulam Nabi Azad. He said, I worked with Indira Gandhi, there was a proper democracy. He said, I worked with Rajiv Gandhi also. Whenever they had any kind of grievances, they used to speak about those grievances, they used to openly talk about those issues. But nowadays nobody is allowed to speak. If we are going to speak against anything about the party that will be really benefiting the party in longer run, that was seen as a rebellion against the Parivar. So that was unfortunate. He said that that's why he was feeling suffocated. He said that because since beginning he believed in the principles of Gandhi, he believed in democracy, he believed in that everybody has a right to speak out what actually can be good. Because at the end of the day, they were only trying to strengthen Congress party. But that was not happening, because there was a coterie that was working with the Parivar, and there was a coterie that was working with the dynasty, because they were only for the Gandhis, but nobody else. That's one of the reasons that we have seen over the period of time many people are quitting, saying goodbye to the party, and Ghulam Nabi Azad has also said goodbye to the party. But this is going to be a big jolt, because Ghulam Nabi Azad is not only a secular leader, he was a Muslim face, leader from Jammu and Kashmir, someone who was acceptable not only in Jammu region and Kashmir region, but also in different parts of the country. So Ghulam Nabi Azad hanging boot, so that's going to be a big setback. I think many people will be asking this question to Rahul Gandhi, because on one hand he's out on a yatra that's called Bharat Jodo, but then Congress Todo Abhiyan is also continuing. This is going to be a paradox, because where is the Bharat Jodo when the Congress is breaking at every juncture? We have seen that during the last 24 hours, one junior leader, then a veteran leader like Ghulam Nabi Azad quitting the party, saying that they feel suffocated. It is all the party of chamchas. One leader I was talking to, he said that we have got one Janis Zeb also. Janzeb, how you see Ghulam Nabi Azad quitting and saying goodbye to the party? He says it's the party of chamchas and the coterie is working there. How you react to that?
Sir, before giving such statements, Azad Shah should remember the golden time, the protocol that he has enjoyed during the Congress period. Yes, this is somewhere unfortunate. We are not feeling good after his resignation.
One important point I want to make: Azad has also mentioned in his letter about that his effigy was burnt. You were also part of that protest in which the effigy of the Ghulam Nabi Azad was burnt. So he was your leader. What really prompted you? Did you get any kind of a green signal from Rahul Gandhi that you have to burn the effigy of Azad?
No, sir. There is nothing like that. I have mentioned earlier that there was a democratic system system in the party, and there is a democratic system in the party where you can raise voice, where you can speak against someone. So there was.
Many of the leaders are saying they are not getting audience. Where is the democracy then?
No. Everyone is getting. If even they are comfortable in coming out their cozy rooms.
But protesting against your own leader, burning his effigy. What kind of a democracy is this?
I have told earlier also that I wish him good luck for his future endeavors, nothing else. And yes, we are also disheartened with this step, but his wish, his will.
Is this so? Because some people are saying it is all India chamchagiri con.
No, nothing. There is nothing like this. This is completely false. We all stand firm.
Some of the voices coming in from outside the J&K Congress office, and we're certainly expecting a lot of political developments coming from the J&K Congress unit as well. Let me go across to Tehseen Poonawala, who's also joining us live at the moment. Tehseen, if we go by the 5-page letter that Ghulam Nabi Azad has written to Sonia Gandhi, he's not written something that we've not heard before from some of the other disgruntled Congress leaders, isn't it? Talk about Kapil Sibal, talk about Captain Amrinder Singh, talk about anybody who's with the party, citing, organizational loopholes, citing how the party is now going against the interests of the country. Everyone has opined something similar, something on similar levels, and isn't that something that the party high command saw coming a long time ago and did not act upon, is what has led to this particular exit as well now?
So first, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me on the show. Good afternoon to the two wonderful journalists, and of course to all your guests and all your viewers. Just 2 or 3 very quick points. If Ghulam Nabi Sahab thinks today he's become Azad, I want to wish him all the best. Best wishes to him. But when I read that 5-page letter, honestly, a lot of questions came to my mind. Just don't interrupt me, and I'll ask each of those questions, and I'll be very brief in them. Number one, today Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad Sahab speaks about a process of election in the Congress. Why didn't he speak about a process of election in the Congress when for decades he was in the CWC? Decades in the CWC. No accountability then? Where was Ghulam Nabi Azad Sahab's accountability when as leader of opposition he allowed bill after bill after bill after bill to pass?
दौर आया था उस वक्त में संजय गांधी ये आरोप लगे थे एक्स्ट्रा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अथॉरिटी बन गई है, संजय गांधी बन गए हैं, ये आरोप लगे थे, इंदिरा जी पर लगे थे। ठीक है, उस वक्त की जो प्रोडक्ट है आज जो देख रहे हैं आप देश के अंदर युवाओं को, जो मैं बार बार कहता हूं, मुख्यमंत्री, पीसीसी प्रेसिडेंट, केंद्रीय मंत्री, एआईसीसी महामंत्री, 90% वो बने जो संजय गांधी के वक्त में संघर्ष करते थे, सड़कों पर आए थे। इंदिरा गांधी जी खुद चुनाव हार गई थी, सरकार चली गई हमारी। आज जब आंदोलन होते हैं दिल्ली में तो मुझे वो दिन याद आते हैं, संजय गांधी के वक्त में ऐसे आंदोलन हुआ करते थे। उसी की प्रोडक्ट गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब भी हैं, उसी की प्रोडक्ट और कई नेता भी हैं। ठीक है, तो हर जो नेता आएगा आगे आएगा वो अपने हिसाब से जाने बिछाता है राजनीति करने की। उस वक्त संजय गांधी जब राजनीति कर रहे थे, फैसले कर रहे थे कि उनको पसंद नहीं आते थे, उसमें एक मैं भी था। ठीक है, तब भी मुझे चांस मिल गया बाय द वे। ठीक है, तो मैं उनकी फैसलों को लाइक नहीं करता था, मैं खुद लाइक नहीं करता था, तब भी मुझे चांस मिला। मैं काम करता गया एनएसयू के अंदर, फिर जिला कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष बना राजस्थान, मेरे जोधपुर जिले का, फिर मैं एमपी बन गया। एक लंबी कहानी है। तो गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब टोटली संजय गांधी जी के बहुत करीब रहे हैं, और जो मैं बार बार कहता हूं, उस वक्त में भी कई लोग देश के नौजवान मेरी तरह संजय गांधी के साथ नहीं थे, उनके विचारों का मेल नहीं खाता था, हम खिलाफ थे उनके। ठीक है, ये चलता रहता राजनीति के अंदर। आज राहुल गांधी आए हैं, राहुल गांधी जी अपने हिसाब से किस प्रकार मैं कांग्रेस को आगे ले जाऊं, उनकी अपनी सोच होगी। अगर हमने 40 साल तक संजय गांधी के साथ रह के काम की शुरुआत करी, अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो हमारे बीच नहीं रहे। वो भी एक बहुत उभरते नेता थे, कई लोग आज भी उनको याद करते हैं, उनके कामों को याद करते हैं, उनके फैसलों को याद करते हैं। उस वक्त भी जो टीम थी, 40 साल तक हमने शासन किया, उसमें आज़ाद साहब भी थे, ठीक है। आज़ाद साहब का जो मैंने स्टेटमेंट पढ़ा है, मेरे तो मित्र रहे वो, हम लोग 40 महीने साढ़े साथ में हैं, मुझे बहुत आघात लगा है। मैं शब्दों में व्यक्त नहीं कर सकता किन शब्दों में मैं उनके आज के पत्र को मैं किस रूप में कमेंट करूं, क्योंकि 42 साल के साथ हम लोगों को 42 साल के साथ, और उनको पार्टी ने मौका दिया, चाहे वो इंदिरा जी थी।
Senior Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad has today resigned from Congress, and to speak more on this, I have with me Congress veteran Saifuddin Soz. Sir, thank you for speaking to Times Now. How do you see this decision of Ghulam Nabi Azad?
See, I have lot of sympathy and affection for Azad Sahab. We have been together in politics for a long time. So, but I don't see a situation in my mind to, so to say, support Azad Sahab on this. It appears to be, I cannot say wrong, because he's a so politician, he's a senior man, he must have thought about it. But he wrote a 5-page letter, I saw that. All these things could be sorted out with Sonia Gandhi. I know Sonia Gandhi for a long time now. So, though there were so many differences, I sorted out. She sat with me and she answered those, and I succeeded in telling her that this decision should be taken like this. I had no difficulty in sorting out problems with Sonia Gandhi ji. With Rahul, when he came here for hours, we talked. And but I told him whatever I had to say. There was no difficulty. And therefore I have a feeling, with all the respect for Ghulam Nabi Azad Sahab, I see a situation in my mind where I can't agree with Azad Sahab that he will leave the party. Now I can raise the question, where does he want to go? There is no space for Ghulam Nabi Azad anywhere, except that he will join a wrong party. I wish him well for future. He was, you see, many times Member of Parliament, say 5-6 times. He was twice Cabinet Minister. There is no position that has not been given to Azad Sahab, that Congress refused. And Azad Sahab has also served party very diligently, very honestly. So I have a feeling, and I feel very sad. Sometimes unwittingly people move to wilderness. Azad Sahab should not go to wilderness. To my mind, he can't go to BJP. I don't think there is any situation in India whereby he can land in Parliament. When I finished my years in Delhi, I went in good mood to Sonia ji. I want to return to Kashmir. What is the hurry? I said I have to read and write. Since then I wrote 3 books.
Azad Sahab has said that Rahul Gandhi has been one of the main persons who has led to entire issues within the Congress, that they don't listen to anybody anymore.
Rahul Gandhi's style is like that. I also complained to him, you are not consistent, you are not readily available. You had not adopted your mother's style, your father's style, Indira Gandhi's style, because I had explained what Indira Ji's style was. But everybody has his policies and manners. But Rahul Gandhi is available. Whenever I like to meet him, I went to Delhi, met him. He came here, I met him. There was no difficulty. Azad Sahab is a very senior leader. He can sort out all these things with Sonia Gandhi.
Do you also see that you said that there is no political space for Azad Sahab right now?
No, I said it in his interest. Because I told you I have affection for him. And anywhere we meet, we shall shake hands, we shall embrace each other, because we are friendly. But I feel a lot of remorse for him. It may not be a good decision for him to leave Congress. You have grown in Congress for now decades. You can't leave the Congress for very small, you see, what you call differences of opinion.
We have seen several.
I saw this 5-page letter. I saw what the 23rd people, when they held a meeting, I felt sad. That time I told them, you go all the 23 people to Sonia Gandhi and sort out things. There is no difficulty. And Congress needs support this time. Congress has to fight fascism, growing fascism in India. We are not safe under this dispensation in Delhi. I see a situation as Germany is shaped with Hitler and Goebbels. It can happen in India because democracy is in danger. And Congress...
All right, big breaking news coming in. Times Network Group Editor Navika Kumar spoke to Ghulam Nabi Azad and he's confirmed that he'll not be joining any other political party and has said will float own party, will be the national of new political outfit, and leaders on ground will be running this very party in Jammu and Kashmir. That's Ghulam Nabi Azad confirming to Times Network Group Editor Navika Kumar that he will not be joining any other political party but will be floating his very own party. Let me go across to our Group Editor Navika Kumar joining us on the phone line. Navika, what can you tell us? A big confirmation here on Times Now that Ghulam Nabi Azad will very much be floating his own political outfit.
That's right. I just spoke with Ghulam Nabi Azad, who sounded rather calm and clear about the manner in which he is going to proceed further. I asked him if he was thinking about joining any other political party, and his answer was a categorical no. He was very clear, no political outfit is going to be his destination, but he was also clear that he will begin his new political innings with starting a new outfit in Kashmir. The local leadership in Kashmir, that's where he will be headed, and find a leader for Kashmir from within the local unit there. There are already many speculations about several Congress, former MLAs and leaders joining Ghulam Nabi Azad, as he's a man from Kashmir and has spent nearly 40 years in the politics of Kashmir and Congress party at several levels. So he is a tall leader of Kashmir, and even today the respect that he enjoys across the aisle is something that people of Kashmir do remember. So Ghulam Nabi Azad will not play a role personally in the leadership of that outfit. There will be a local leader who will be made the chief of the Kashmir unit. Ghulam Nabi Azad will set that up first, and then he also has interest in national politics, and he said he would be in the ensuing weeks talk to other national leaders to take a view on how he wants to proceed in participation of national politics. That is just what he wanted to say at this point in time. Wasn't very keen to go forward, just recovering from a surgery and COVID after that. Wasn't really wanting to get into too many details, but very clear he's not going to join any political party, will set up a new outfit in Kashmir, and will play a huge role in national politics after consultation and engagement with other national political leaders.
Navika, from the conversation that you had with Ghulam Nabi Azad, did you also get a sense of the fact that he was perhaps working on this plan for the last couple of months, if not more? Because, if we were to believe that certain MLAs, certain G23 members are going to be by his side, this can't be an overnight political development. There was certainly a plan at play since a while now.
Certainly, he must have thought about it, and many senior Congress leaders who have been part of the G23 have been deliberating on this strategy, basically with an eye on Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi on whether they are in any mood to take forward the party into a decisive level. The fact that in recent times there has been speculation of Ashok Gehlot taking over as the working president of the the Congress party clearly has been a catalyst in the decision making both by Anand Sharma and Ghulam Nabi Azad, because these leaders have been with Ashok Gehlot as colleagues, and in fact maybe Ghulam Nabi Azad even senior and more experienced in terms of the positions that he's held. Working under Ashok Gehlot may not have been, and this is my surmise, that working under Gehlot would have been a problem for them, which is why you're seeing the shake-up in the Congress party as of now. Anand Sharma, Ghulam Nabi Azad, and maybe several more leaders, especially those who are part of the G23, would be looking at the exit door, because working under a colleague or somebody who's been a colleague for several decades may not be palatable to some of these senior leaders. Working under the Gandhis was another story, but certainly not under one of the leaders who's been a colleague with them in the past. So that seems to have been the catalyst, and Ghulam Nabi Azad making it official today, and the bitterness really is reflected in the letter that he has written to the Congress president, and there really is not much that's hidden in terms of the deep anguish and hurt that he's expressed in that. So Ghulam Nabi Azad not joining any political outfit, will start his own in Kashmir, and then will engage with national leaders across the country before deciding his way forward in national politics.
Thank you for that. This is big. First on Times Now. First confirmation coming in after the big exit of Ghulam Nabi Azad from the Congress, wherein he's also spoken of his national ambition after Kashmir. Delhi is going to be on his agenda. But yes, that's the big confirmation coming in, that he's going to very much float his own political party, and we are likely to expect resignations coming up in the coming few days as well. We have a reaction coming from the J&K Congress leader Ashwini Handa as well, who too resigned, saying more Congress leaders will be quitting the party very soon. Also added that there are many who are upset with the party high command's decision. Listen in.
पार्टी को रिवाइव और पार्टी को ठीक करने के लिए अपने सुझाव देते थे, उनको कहीं ना कहीं दरकिनार किया गया। उसी के चलते आज आजाद साहब ने, हमें लगता है कि इस्तीफा दिया है। तो इसके बाद अब परिस्थितियां ऐसी है कि देश में बहुत सारे ऐसे कार्यकर्ता हैं जो आजाद साहब से सीधा जुड़े हुए हैं, और बहुत सारे ऐसे कार्यकर्ता हैं जो पार्टी हाईकमान के गलत डिसीजनों के कारण आहत हैं। वो सब आप देखेंगे कि आने वाले दिनों में पूरी तरह से कांग्रेस छोड़ देंगे। उनमें से मैं भी एक हूं। आज मैं भी अपने पार्टी के हर पद से इस्तीफा दे रहा हूं और आजाद साहब से अपनी सहमति जताता हूं। हम आजाद साहब के साथ खड़े हैं।
So we heard Ashwini Handa there. Let me go across to Pradeep, because it's very, very important, Pradeep, to understand what is the sentiment within the Congress leaders in Jammu and Kashmir, given the big plans that have been already revealed by Ghulam Nabi Azad when he spoke to our group editor Navika Kumar. He made it very, very clear that he's going to float his own political outfit in Jammu and Kashmir.
Yes, in fact, he has told our group editor that he's going to float his own political party. He has confirmed about that, but he's not going to join any particular party. Right now, I've got a senior Congress leader, Shahnawaz Chaudhary, with us. I'll be asking him this question. How do you see this Ghulam Nabi Azad floating his own party? कैसे देखते हैं आप उसे?
देखिए, इट वाज क्लियर अर्लियर, जब G23 बनने के बाद से ही लगातार कांग्रेस पार्टी को नुकसान पहुंचाने की कोशिश की जा रही थी। हमने उस समय भी कहा था, ये कोई नई बात नहीं है, ये कोई सरप्राइज नहीं है कि अचानक से आज का डिसीजन है। ये तभी से तैयारियां चल रही थी और तभी से कांग्रेस पार्टी को नुकसान पहुंचाने की कोशिश की जा रही थी। जो बात हमने उस वक्त भी कही थी, हमने कार्यकर्ताओं के तौर पर अपोज किया था कि कांग्रेस पार्टी को पीठ में छुरा घोंपने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
गुलाम नबी आजाद का कहना है, उन्होंने लेटर में भी मेंशन किया, आप ही ने उनका पुतला जलाया था, वो भी एक वजह रही, ह्यूमिलेट किया जा रहा था, ये चमचाओं की पार्टी बन रही है, कूट रही है, तो इसमें क्या बोलेंगे?
देखिए, सारी उम्र तो गुलाम नबी आजाद साहब के पास पावर रही। अभी भी हमने सब चीजें बुला के, हमने ही तो कैंपेन कमेटी का चेयरमैन बनाया था, उनको कहा था ये जम्मू कश्मीर में आप लीड कीजिए, और जो इस वक्त देश में जो इश्यूज हैं, बेरोजगारी है, महंगाई है, उसके खिलाफ जो कांग्रेस पार्टी लड़ाई लड़ रही है, आप लीड करिए। उनको जम्मू कश्मीर का चेहरा बनाया था। बताइए इससे ऊपर कांग्रेस पार्टी क्या दे सकती है?
कैसे देखते हैं, बहुत सारे लोग जो उनके लॉयलिस्ट हैं वो रिजाइन कर रहे हैं, अमीन भट्ट जो कि फॉर्मर एमएलए हैं, उन्होंने भी रिजाइन किया, बहुत सारे और भी हैं रिजाइन कर रहे हैं और आने वाले दिनों में भी रेजिग्नेशन होगा। कितना बड़ा धचका होगा ये कांग्रेस?
देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी कार्यकर्ताओं की वजह से है, ना कि नेताओं की वजह से। नेता आते हैं जाते हैं, कार्यकर्ता जो है वो आइडियोलॉजी के लिए खड़ा है, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ वैल्यूज के साथ खड़ा है। कार्यकर्ता कांग्रेस पार्टी के लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं, वो आने वाले दिनों में आपको देश में सड़कों पे भी दिखेंगे। किसी के जाने से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। दुख जरूर हुआ है हमें कि जिस शख्स को, जिस व्यक्ति को, बड़ा हम्बली में कह रहा हूं कि सारी जिंदगी उनको कांग्रेस पार्टी ने पावर में रखा, आज क्राइसिस में जब पार्टी के साथ खड़ा होना चाहिए था, लोगों के लिए लड़ाई लड़नी चाहिए थी, तब पार्टी की पीठ पे छोरा घोंपने की कोशिश की गई है और तब जो है पार्टी को धोखा दिया है।
So far as the Congress leadership here is concerned, they are saying that Ghulam Nabi Azad has backstabbed because right now the party was going through the crisis hours, so this was the time when he should have been with the party and fighting against the BJP, but instead of doing that, he has decided to quit, hang boot and formulate his own group. But so far as the Ghulam Nabi Azad and his loyalists are concerned, they are saying that Congress leadership has cocooned themselves. There is no dialogue between the workers and the Congress leadership. So if the Congress is talking about the democracy, where is the democracy? Because the democracy means that there should be a proper dialogue, there should be mingling of thought process. But problem is that Ghulam Nabi Azad himself on several occasions said that earlier, whenever he was during Indira Gandhi period or during Rajiv Gandhi, they used to discuss about the problems within the party. But
that's the point of view of some within the Congress still. Let me quickly, before I go across to Mr. Rajagopalan, bring in Tehseen Poonawala. Now Tehseen, that's someone from within the Congress who says that before Bharat Jodo, the Congress should exercise Congress Jodo. Someone who has very closely seen the internal functioning of the Congress party, someone who has been raising his voice every now and then with regards to all that's going wrong within the Congress party, without, saying it out loud. It is very, very clear that this is the sentiment that has been shared by several others as well, who in the recent past quit the party. What is the party high command doing about it? They're letting one leader after the other just quit the party and go.
Yeah, I just request you for 2 minutes uninterrupted, because then I can just speak in flow. So all your questions I will answer, because I know the questions that are going to come. So just 2 or 3 things. Mr. Azad today waxing eloquence about the elections in the Congress. He continued to be in the CWC, the highest decision-making body of the Congress. For decades, they never asked or demanded for an election then. When Mr. Rahul Gandhi stepped down, taking responsibility for the failure in 2019, neither did Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad step down, neither did he step up to lead the Congress, and he asked Mrs. Gandhi to continue as interim president. 3. When Mr. Rahul Gandhi and the Congress requested Ghulam Nabi Azad to take the fight of the Jammu and Kashmir elections and become the face of Jammu and Kashmir, he stepped down. How many times in the recent past have you seen Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad campaigning, say, in the state of Uttar Pradesh, in the state of Bihar or other places? Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad, as General Secretary of the Congress, and this is not my position today, I've always maintained this position, destroyed the party or was responsible for destroying the party in Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Haryana. What accountability does he own for that, for the organization being destroyed? And one last question. The Prime Minister who cried not for farmers who were martyred, but for his friend Ghulam Nabi Azad, who incidentally under the BJP government would get Best Parliamentarian award. Can I ask him, as leader of opposition, how many important bills did he manage to stop? Or BJP were just passing bills as if it was a goal, without a goalkeeper?
Before that, let me go across to one of our reporters who's being joined by Mr. Pawan Kheda as well. I'll come back to you, Tehseen.
He needs to take responsibility of all the blunders that he committed. Today, suddenly he becomes holier than thou. Today, suddenly he finds everything that was wrong since 2010, 1998, 1999. Why didn't he speak then? Why is he speaking now? So this is the man whose remote control is with Mr. Narendra Modi. We all saw how Mr. Modi shed tears for the first and perhaps the last time in his life for Ghulam Nabi Azad. So we know what this relationship is.
Sir, in his resignation letter, he has also mentioned, he has basically attacked the Congress leadership, saying that before planning for the Bharat Jodo Yatra, the High Command should more be focused on the Congress Jodo. How do you see this?
As I said, this is a man responsible for a lot of ills that plague our organization. Who is he to give us lectures on what should be done? Why didn't he do those things when he was in the decision-making capacity? How he destroyed the organization, don't we all know that? Despite his shortcomings, the party gave him everything. I don't think any other leader got the kind of opportunities Mr. Azad got. And today, this is the kind of letter he writes. 5-page letters. 1.5 pages dedicated to the number of positions he held. Who gave you those positions? Did you deserve all those positions? I'm sorry, I want to ask you that.
So all the leaders who have resigned from the party in the recent times, they have mentioned similar kind of concerns in their resignation letters. Their dissent over the leadership, specifically if they talk about Rahul Gandhi, they have mentioned it once again that all the decisions are being taken by the people who are close to Rahul Gandhi, not by himself.
Yeah, Mika, when these are the people taking decisions, then they call themselves part of the core group. When somebody else takes these decisions, they call them sycophants. Why? Just because you are not part of the decision doesn't mean that decision is wrong, doesn't mean that rest of us are all sycophants, inexperienced sycophants, and you are the only experienced person around. This is a transition, this is a struggle, this is a period of challenges. If you don't have the capacity to fight when we need your experience, go wherever you want to. Nobody will stop you.
Thank you so much, sir. So this was Congress Party senior leader Pawan Khera, who said that this is basically being drafted by someone who is in BJP, because the Congress Party knows the close ties.
हुई है, किस तरह से देखते हैं?
देखिए, ये कभी भी एक इतने बड़े कद के नेता इस स्थिति पे पहुंच जाएं कि मजबूर होकर वो एक 50 साल से बड़ा लंबा रिश्ता उनको तोड़ना पड़ा, जाहिर है वो बहुत आहत हुए होंगे, उनको चोट भी पहुंची। ये स्थिति आने से बचाई जा सकती थी। ये बात समय समय पर कही भी गई, क्योंकि जो भी बातें संगठन के हित में उठाई थी वो कांग्रेस को पुनर्जीवित करने के उद्देश्य से। ये आज की घटना से जुड़ी बात नहीं, ये 2020 में है, जब हम चिंतित थे कि कांग्रेस की सर्वाइवल के लिए, कांग्रेस को एक मजबूत संगठन के रूप में दोबारा जिंदा करने के लिए हमको आत्मचिंतन की आवश्यकता है और कुछ वो सुधार लाने मूलभूत, चाहे वो प्राइमरी यूनिट हो, ब्लॉक कमेटी हो, जिला हो और देश में, जिससे कांग्रेस का एक ऐसा सोच बने अपनी विचारधारा से जुड़े हुए कि आम कांग्रेस का नेतृत्व पूरे राष्ट्र में हर निर्णय में अपने आप को शामिल समझे कि जो भी फैसला किया है इसमें मेरी भी आवाज़ है। इसीलिए हमने सामूहिक सोच और सामूहिक निर्णय की हमेशा बात रखी। कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी से और तमाम राहुल जी पूर्व अध्यक्ष सबसे बैठकर लंबी बातचीत भी हुई, एक बार नहीं कई बार, और ख़ास तौर पे जो रजामंदी बनी, सहमति बनी, हम बड़े आश्वस्त हुए थे 20 दिसंबर 2020 को। उसको तोड़ दिया गया, उसका सम्मान नहीं हुआ। सिर्फ ये कहूँगा, हाल में भी कुछ विषय उठे, शायद गुलाम नबी आज़ाद जी की जो अपेक्षाएं थी कि जो बातें उनके और सोनिया जी के बीच में भी हुई हैं, इस तरह अगर मेरे और सोनिया जी के बीच में कोई बातचीत होती है वो मेरे को और उनको ही पता होता है, तो कहाँ ये बात बिगड़ी, ये भी हमारे लिए समझना जरूरी होगा, जो मुझे अभी जानकारी नहीं। तो जैसे मैंने कहा, ये दुख की बात है, हम निरंतर कमजोर होते जा रहे हैं और देश के लिए अच्छी बात नहीं। हम 2014 से देखें इन 2 लोकसभा तमाम विधानसभाओं में, इसीलिए मैं यहाँ भी, मैं हिमाचल में हूँ, कांग्रेस के लोगों से यही कहा है, इकट्ठे हो जाओ, इकट्ठे मिलकर काम करो, चुनौतियाँ सामने हैं, क्योंकि कांग्रेस को हम सबका यही इच्छा, उद्देश्य, लक्ष्य रहा है कि कहीं जहाँ कमियाँ हैं तो घरों में भी होता है, उसको भी आपस में राय मशवरा करके उसको हम सुधार सकते।
थैंक यू। रोलिंग।
Let me go across to Mr. Rajagopalan, who continues to stay on with us. Now, that's the opinion of some within the Congress, Mr. Rajagopalan, that, you know, this is nothing but backstabbing the party high command. But this just takes me back to the letter written by G23 in 2020. Didn't some of those leaders at that very point in time, including Ghulam Nabi Azad, warn the party high command of the weaknesses of the party? Didn't they go ahead with a certain set of remedies, the suggestions that were given out by the G23? And all through the last 2 years, none of it was heard. heard by the party high command. So why is it that we're coming across these kind of shocking remarks from within the Congress?
Shocking remarks are coming because the Congress has been taking it very leisurely. The Congress was not aggressive. When you want to fight, madam, I tell you, if you are going to take a fight with Narendra Modi, you have to develop yourself. But the Congress, as per the letter of Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad, and also what Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad told your managing editor, Madam Navika Kumar, is also very clear. There are 4 points which I would enumerate. That is, 1, Rahul Gandhi's capacity is being questioned. Will Rahul Gandhi control the party? Will Rahul Gandhi lead the country in 2024 against Narendra Modi? Because 2 times he failed. Second, Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad was provoked by the mock funeral of his dead body. So you can't be doing a mock funeral about your own leader. Third point, what Madam Navika Kumar got from Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad is, he is going to launch a political party. Of course, that political party will be Nationalist Party, and the many members of Jammu Kashmir will join Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad. And on the top of it, when Bharat Jodo Yatra is being organized by Mr. Rahul Gandhi, many Congress are leading Congress. Many Congress leaders are Congress Chodo Yatra. Because now for the last 3 days, if you have noticed, lots of resignations, including 2 spokespersons. One tall leader, Mr. Anand Sharma. Second tall leader, Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad. You wait and watch Chhattisgarh's Deputy Chief Minister Singh, who is disgruntled. In Haryana, you are going to have a major setback. In Punjab, you are going to have a major setback. Mr. Manish Tiwari, who has been exposing the Congress, within the Congress, he is also likely to join Ghulam Nabi Azad. So therefore, in every stage, there are 1 or 2%. It is going to be a big threat to Mr. Rahul Gandhi's leadership in 2024. That is what I am worried about it. And the 5-page letter of Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad very clearly speaks that the Congress is in doldrums. There should be a condolence resolution to Congress because Congress leaders, 3 Gandhis, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi are in USA today, not in India. When this is happening, their presence is needed. As Mamata Banerjee frequently said that Rahul Gandhi is a frequent flyer abroad. 246 times he has gone abroad and he cannot be doing this type of service, this service to the Congress. On the top of it, now Congress people are opposing Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad. Ghulam Nabi Azad's main point of attraction was,
yes.
Madam,
and he's very categorically, Mr. Rajagopalan said in the letter as well, that a repeated attempt has been made by a certain coterie that have time and again humiliated him along with several other G23 leaders. But let's put it in perspective and show the contrast really. Let's talk about the emotional farewell to Ghulam Nabi Azad in Rajya Sabha given by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who wished the best to his true friend for his future endeavours while saying that he will continue to take the advice of the veteran leader. The Prime Minister choked up as he recalled an episode when the two were chief ministers. But in contrast, look at the stark reality here within the Congress. It seems like the Congress party has belittled Ghulam Nabi Azad in every way possible. Let's quickly play out the Prime Minister's response back then.
एक बार गुजरात के यात्री, क्योंकि जम्मू कश्मीर में जाने वाले टूरिस्ट में गुजरात बहुत बड़ा नंबर रहता है, और टेररिस्टों ने पर हमला कर दिया। करीब 8 लोग शायद मारे गए। सबसे पहले गुलाम नबी जी का मुझे फोन आया। और वो फोन सिर्फ सूचना देने का नहीं था, उनके आंसू रुक नहीं रहे थे। अपने परिवार के सदस्य की चिंता करें, वैसी चिंता इसलिए एक मित्र के रूप में गुलाम नबी जी को घटना और अनुभव के आधार पर मैं आदर करता हूं।
Well, that is a very beautiful contrast which really does sum up the plight of Ghulam Nabi Azad, one of the tallest leaders of Congress party, how his loyalty, he says, was repaid with betrayal by the Parivar. Let me go across to Pradeep Datta. Of course, we just heard the Prime Minister give a very teary tribute to Ghulam Nabi Azad on the day when he exited the Rajya Sabha, when he was the LOP. But on the other hand, look at the way that the Congress cadres had treated him in Jammu. There was a mock funeral procession which was carried out for Ghulam Nabi Azad, someone who had dedicated 50 years of his life, half a century, to the party and the Parivar.
No doubt about that. Ghulam Nabi Azad had been the tallest leader of the Congress party. He had been serving the party for the last 50 years because he was the one person who was capable and had the capacity to resurrect the dwindling future of the party here in Jammu and Kashmir. But it's a big jolt. Right now I'm joined by the working president of the party, Raman Balla. Let me speak to him and find out what he has to say. Ghulam Nabi Azad कहते हैं कि वो अपनी जमात बनाएंगे, अपनी पार्टी फ्लोट करेंगे. कितना बड़ा झटका आप लोगों के लिए होगा?
नहीं, निराशाजनक तो बात यहाँ पे है। जब हम भारत जोड़ने की बात यहाँ पे कर रहे हैं, पद यात्राएं कर रहे हैं, आज़ादी की गौरव यात्राएं, पद यात्रा भी यहाँ पे की, महंगाई की मार से लोग परेशान हैं, उनकी बात यहाँ पे बुलंद करने के लिए दिल्ली में हल्ला बोल रैली करने के लिए यहाँ पे जा रहे हैं। बेरोजगारी है और 25 लाख की एंट्री जिसने जम्मू कश्मीर के आम वोटर्स को हिला कर रख दिया, उस वक्त ऐसी चीज़ का होना ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है। और मैं समझता हूँ उस वक्त जब
गुलाम नबी आजाद ने जो चिट्ठी लिखा है उसमें पूरा संक्षेप से लिखा हुआ है कि कांग्रेस में एक चमचागिरी का कल्चर है, कोटरी है, जिसकी वजह से ह्यूमिलेट फील कर रहे थे, इंसल्टेड फील कर रहे थे, और उनका पुतला भी आपकी पार्टी ने जलाया।
निजी बयान क्या है, उनके मन की बात क्या है यहाँ पे, किस ढंग से क्या है, वो सोनिया गांधी जी के साथ बैठ के भी बात हो सकती थी। अब सोनिया गांधी जी यहाँ पे आए नहीं, पहले भी बीमार थे, पहले भी G23 के चीज़ों में बातें यहाँ पे आई, और आज भी इस वक्त जब सोनिया जी बाहर हैं उस वक्त ऐसा आना।
नेताओं का कहना है, विडंबना यही है कि नेता कौन है, प्रेसिडेंट सोनिया गांधी, डिसीजन राहुल गांधी लेते हैं और प्रेसिडेंट बनने से भी कतराते हैं, तो कहाँ की डेमोक्रेसी है?
ये उनका अपना सोचना। यहाँ पे कांग्रेस एक सिस्टम के साथ यहाँ पे जा रही है, सब लोगों ने अभी मेंबरशिप की। हाल ही में आप देखेंगे चुनाव जिस ढंग से किया वो भी अंडर प्रोसेस यहाँ पे है और ठीक ढंग से यहाँ पे होगा। हम तो एक सियासी पार्टी के साथ एक मूवमेंट जिसका नाम कांग्रेस यहाँ पे है, उस मूवमेंट के साथ यहाँ पे जुड़े हैं और सोनिया गांधी, राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका गांधी के हाथों को मजबूत कर।
गुलाम नबी आजाद की पार्टी अगर जो फ्लोट करते हैं जम्मू कश्मीर में, कैसे देखते हैं आप उनकी पार्टी को? कि एक तरफ तो आपको बीजेपी है, दूसरी तरफ उनकी पार्टी, तो कितना नुकसान होता है आपको?
जनाब इधर जम्मू कश्मीर में इतनी पार्टी हैं, अपनी पार्टी भी है, आम पार्टी भी है, एक और पार्टी हो जाएगी कोई बार, लेकिन कांग्रेस एक मूवमेंट का नाम है। कांग्रेस ने जिसने 40 साल इन लोगों को कहाँ पे रखा, आज लोग जम्मू कश्मीर के हैं, इनकी कंट्रीब्यूशन है वो नज़रअंदाज नहीं की जा सकती। लेकिन आज कांग्रेस क्राइसिस में थी, कांग्रेस ने को साथ में सपोर्ट देने की जरूरत।
इन्होंने भी तो 50 साल से कांग्रेस के साथ काम किया, इन्होंने भी अपना पूरा जीवन काल कांग्रेस के लिए दे दिया।
कांग्रेस के साथ दिया, लेकिन कांग्रेस में पावर में ही रहे ना। अब तो क्राइसिस में वर्कर आज सड़कों पे है, वर्कर उम्मीद करता है कि इनकी एबल लीडरशिप, इनकी गाइडेंस यहाँ पे मिले, और उस वक्त ऐसा हो।
कहने का मतलब ये अपॉर्चुनिस्ट है क्या?
मैं नहीं कह सकता, ये आप लोगों का सोचना है, और उनकी मन की बात क्या है ये वही जान सकते हैं। और
उनका तो कहना है कि यहाँ पे सिंपली डेमोक्रेसी नहीं थी, यहाँ पे चमचागिरी चल रही। 40
साल तो वो डेमोक्रेसी रही जिसके माध्यम से वो बने, वहाँ पर तो वो वही लोग हैं, वही नेता हैं। कब बात के तो 40 साल अगर वहाँ पे रहे, किसी जगह ये मुकाम पे असर मिले, सिस्टम तो वही था। आज हमें ज़रूरत थी कि हमारी बेरोजगारी चरम सीमा पे है, रियासत का दर्जा छीना गया, हम उसको रिस्टोर किस ढंग से कर पाए, कभी आगे कभी पीछे, राजनीति तो यही है।
See, Meghna, right now I'm in the Congress headquarters. I've been talking to the working president of the Congress party, Mr. Raman Balla. He is in fact trying to hit out at Ghulam Nabi Azad. He said that Ghulam Nabi Azad during crisis hour is leaving the party. This was the time when he should have stood with the party and tried to help out party during this crucial juncture while they are fighting out against the BJP and many of their policies. But he had been in power, and once the Congress is out of power, he too is seeing so many problems within the party. But so far as the Ghulam Nabi Azad is concerned, if you look at his letter, he has made it clear that there is a coup, there is nothing called democracy. On several occasions, I also got a chance to interact with him. He said that during Indira Gandhi's time, whenever they used to raise voice against certain issues, they were heard. But nowadays, if they are going to talk about the grievances, it was always seen as a rebellion against the dynasty, rebellion against Parivar, rebellion against the party. So that was one of the reasons that in 2020 they had written a letter and formed a group called G23. And finally he has hanged his boot, and many of the party leaders here, his loyalists, they have decided to quit. They feel that they will be joining whatever Ghulam Nabi Azad is going to form, because they feel that he is the only one man who is going to lead.
रिव्यू करे डिसीजन जम्मू कश्मीर के कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता आम लोगों की भावनाओं को समझे रिव्यू करे डिसीजन और दोबारा मजबूती करें.
He, in fact, the working president has made a very important statement. He is saying that Ghulam Nabi Azad should review decision. He said, listen to the voice of the Congress worker. He should listen to the problem of the people of Jammu and Kashmir, and he should be with the Congress party rather than floating a new party, because he should review his decision. That is what is the suggestion from the working president of the Congress from Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. Raman Balla, to Ghulam Nabi Azad. But so far as the Jammu and Kashmir people are concerned, yes, had Ghulam Nabi Azad been here, the chances of Congress revival would have been much stronger, because he was the one person who was not only acceptable in Jammu region, but he was acceptable in Kashmir region too. Because when we talk about Jammu and Kashmir, it is polarized on regional and religious lines. He was acceptable to Kashmiri Muslim also, he was acceptable to Jammu Dogra also. And not only that, he was a secular face, he was a Muslim face, he was someone who was representing Jammu and Kashmir at the national fora also, and he had an international standing. So a person of his stature, if he continued to stay with the Congress, the future of Congress would have been better. But unfortunately, certain things have happened in recent past, because of which he was feeling annoyed and he was feeling suffocated. And finally, he chose today as a day when he decided to hang his boots and say goodbye to the party. He has bid adieu, and now it is to be seen what will be the really the Congress party's stand in the coming days. But they had a meeting. That meeting has come to over. But still, Congress president wants, working president wants that this decision of Ghulam Nabi Azad to be reviewed, if he really feels for the party and if he really feels for the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
In fact, do stay on with us. The first time that Ghulam Nabi Azad has broken his silence after his resignation was to Times Now's group editor Navika Kumar. Listen in to what he said to us exclusively.
What can you tell us? A big confirmation here on Times Now that Ghulam Nabi Azad will very much be floating his own political outfit.
That's right. I just spoke with Ghulam Nabi Azad, who sounded rather calm and clear about the manner in which he is going to proceed further. I asked him if he was thinking about joining any other political party, and his answer was a categorical no. He was very clear, no political outfit is going to be his destination, but he was also clear that he will begin his new political innings with starting a new outfit in Kashmir. The local leadership in Kashmir, that's where he will be headed, and find a leader for Kashmir from within the local unit there. There are already many speculations about several Congress, former MLAs and leaders joining Ghulam Nabi Azad, as he's a man from Kashmir and has spent nearly 40 years in the politics of Kashmir and Congress party at several levels. So he is a tall leader of Kashmir, and even today the respect that he enjoys across the aisle is something that people of Kashmir do remember. So Ghulam Nabi Azad will not play a role personally in the leadership of that outfit. There will be a local leader who will be made the chief of the Kashmir unit. Ghulam Nabi Azad will set that up first, and then he also has interest in national politics, and he said he would be in the ensuing weeks talk to other national leaders to take a view on how he wants to proceed in participation of national politics. That is just what he wanted to say at this point in time. Wasn't very keen to go forward, just recovering from a surgery and COVID after that. wasn't really wanting to get into too many details, but very clear he's not going to join any political party, will set up a new outfit in Kashmir, and will play a huge role in national politics after consultation and engagement with other national political leaders.
Now, Vikram, the conversation that you had with Ghulam Nabi Azad, did you also get a sense of the fact that he was perhaps working on this plan for the last couple of months, if not more? Because, you know, if we were to believe that certain MLAs, certain G23 members are going to be by his side, this can't be an overnight political development. There was certainly a plan at play since a while now.
Certainly, he must have thought about it, and many senior Congress leaders who have been part of the G23 have been deliberating on this strategy, basically with an eye on Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi on whether they are in any mood to take forward the party into a decisive level. The fact that in recent times there has been speculation of Ashok Gehlot taking over as the working president of the Congress party clearly has been a catalyst in the decision making both by Anand Sharma and Ghulam Nabi Azad, because these leaders have been with Ashok Gehlot as colleagues, and in fact maybe Ghulam Nabi Azad even senior and more experienced in terms of the positions that he's held. Working under Ashok Gehlot may not have been, and this is my surmise, that working under Gehlot would have been a problem for them, which is why you're seeing the shake-up in the Congress party as of now. Anand Sharma, Ghulam Nabi Azad, and maybe several more leaders, especially those who are part of the G23, would be looking at the exit door, because working under a colleague or somebody who's been a colleague for several decades may not be palatable to some of these senior leaders. Working under the Gandhis was another story, but certainly not under one of the leaders who's been a colleague with them in the past. So that seems to have been the catalyst, and Ghulam Nabi Azad making it official today, and the bitterness really is reflected in the letter that he has written to the Congress president, and there really is not much that's hidden in terms of the deep anguish and hurt that he's expressed in that. So Ghulam Nabi Azad not joining any political outfit, will start his own in Kashmir, and then will engage with national leaders across the country before deciding his way forward in national politics.
Well, there you have it. That is an inside scoop, the first reaction which is coming in from Ghulam Nabi Azad about his future plans. So let me go across to Mr. R. Rajagopalan, a political analyst who's there on our show. Mr. Rajagopalan, your understanding of which way the Congress is heading right ahead of the presidential polls. One of the tallest leaders, someone who's been associated with the party for close to 50 years, comes out and says even the elections are a complete farce, and the hand-picked lieutenants are going to be signing a list which the coterie has drafted.
Meghna, two things are very clear. Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad's letter and his interaction with your group editor, Madam Annika Kumar. That comes that he is agitated. Ghulam Nabi Azad is really thinking about the nation, really thinking about the internal elections in the Congress party. Ghulam Nabi Azad also wrote in that 5-page letter that Rahul Gandhi should not have torn that ordinance. So therefore, his writing, he's talking to Madam Navika Kumar, has a synchrony, and also there is a match to that. Apart from that, Meghna, my only worry is, if Congress is going in this type of existential crisis, as Mr. Jairam Ramesh had put it last year, what is going to happen? The regional parties which are dependent on Congress, DMK, TRS, TMC, JDU, JAM, these are all some state parties which look for Congress for their, glue to the national politics. So if Congress is disintegrating fast, what is going to be the future? Apart from that, Madam Mamata Banerjee, after meeting Sharad Pawar in Mumbai last 2 months before, she said that Rahul Gandhi is a frequent flyer. He cannot be heading a Congress. And subsequently in the working committee, then in the all-party meeting also, when Madam Mamata Banerjee was to attend, Itara Yechuri resolution was put before the Congress.
Right.
That got hit by Madam Mamata Banerjee, she walked out. So these are all certain scenarios. And what the regional party is going to react to Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad's letter.
Right. And also, let's just remind our viewers, this kind of betrayal came for Ghulam Nabi Azad from a party, from a parivar that he served all his life. However, his immense contribution to the democracy of India was not going unheeded. The Prime Minister himself bid him a very teary-eyed farewell on the day when he stepped down from the LOP, as the LOP from the Rajya Sabha for the Congress Party, as his tenure ended in the upper house. This is the Prime Minister. In February 2021, he bid him this teary-eyed tribute and showing him the respect that this man today says he never got from the parivar itself.
एक बार गुजरात के यात्री, क्योंकि जम्मू कश्मीर में जाने वाले टूरिस्ट में गुजरात बहुत बड़ा नंबर रहता है, और टेररिस्टों ने पर हमला कर दिया, करीब 8 लोग शायद मारे गए। सबसे पहले गुलाम नबी जी का मुझे फोन आया। और वो फोन सिर्फ सूचना देने का नहीं था, उनके आंसू रुक नहीं रहे थे। अपने परिवार के सदस्य की चिंता करें, वैसी चिंता इसलिए एक मित्र के रूप में गुलाम नबी जी को घटनाओं और अनुभवों के आधार पर मैं आदर करता हूं।
That was last year when the Prime Minister gave a very teary-eyed tribute. But it's important for our viewers and for perhaps more importantly the Congress to introspect as to why this kind of exodus has been seen of those who were once most loyal of the Gandhi Parivar. Let's remind you, a quick reminder of what exactly it is that some of these leaders as they quit the party had said. But before that, let me go across to one such person who served the Congress for a very long time, Sunil Chakar, now with the BJP. He is someone who understands perhaps the pain and the betrayal which today Ghulam Nabi Azad says that he has faced. Thank you so much, Mr. Chakar, for speaking to us today. One of your colleagues, Ghulam Nabi Azad, he's quit the Congress and he's categorically blamed Rahul Gandhi and the coterie around him for much of the problem, saying that the party now has been reduced into a farce, there is no politics and it is all running through remote control. Would you agree?
I think Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad has again reiterated the same factors which led to my quitting the party. I had said exactly, I had blamed certain of these sycophants or petty-minded people who have crawled their way right up to the topmost positions, like members of CWC and taking decisions on behalf of the Congress Party or the Congress Party's president. These people have led to the situation where such a seasoned leader and a Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, and having held so many senior ministerial positions with all the, whether it was Mrs. Gandhi, Indira Ji, or with Rajiv, and along with Sonia and Mr. Dr. Manmohan Singh also. But it seems as the song goes, Jane na jane, gul na jane, baag to sara jane hai. I think every Indian, because most of the Indians are one way or the other, they are a politician. Three favorite things of Indians are politics, cricket and films. So each one has their opinion. They all know which way Congress is going and they knew it all along. Only the leadership closed their eyes and depended upon these sycophants or the coterie of sycophants, which Ghulam Nabi Azad has rightly mentioned in his letter, and he has asked, these decisions were not taken by Rahul. These decisions were taken by this coterie, Nobody is going to accept this coterie who has no base, no understanding of either the party ethos or of politics in India.
In fact, do stay on with us. There's also a reaction which is coming in from Jairam Ramesh. We're going to be putting that out on our screens as well, so that we know what is the latest reaction which is coming in from Jairam Ramesh. He says a man who has been treated by the greatest respect by the Congress leadership has been betrayed by his vicious personal attacks, which reveals his true character. The Ghulam Nabi Azad's DNA has been Modi-fied, Modi-fied. Mr. Jhakar, your response to this? These are all former colleagues.
These are the same epithets which were attributed to me also. They will keep on doing it. Again, I will quote Ghalib, कहता गालिब सारी उम्र यही खता करते रहे, धूल तो चेहरे पे थी और आईना साफ करते रहे. They will find faults of everybody. This is not just Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad. This is the beginning of the end which they are not understanding. They are refusing to read the writing on the wall. Rather than taking corrective measures, rather than finding what has led to Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad. Sunil is nobody. Sunil has left. Okay, you can call him the Sunil betrayed them, or Sunil values too much his self-respect. Yes, I am a self-respecting man. I have no even an inkling of a compromise on issue of self-respect. But why has Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad left?
A very important point that you have raised, that will this introspection begin, and will Rahul Gandhi be now ready to shoulder some of this blame, Mr. Jhakar? Because very categorically what Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad has said is that Rahul demolished the existing consultative mechanism. He tore up the ordinance, which shows his immaturity. Do you think Rahul Gandhi will now shoulder any of this blame?
I think it's high time, or is it rather late in the day now, to take a reality check. You cannot keep on, like it's a responsibility. I don't know whether it has been pushed on his shoulder, whether he is running away from it. I think sooner or later either he will have to step in wholeheartedly, or he has to back off. I have great affection, great regard and fondness for Rahul. I have no personal grudges, but again, a leader has to act on the present situation. You cannot go run by some Baitu coming from Rajasthan, or somebody coming from Uttarakhand running Punjab, or a lady who has never ever contested election or won an election running Congress party, the one who hoisted the flag on 15th August. I think this was the last straw. It's again insult on, I think, heaped upon Azad Sahab. He is the senior most CWC member. Why didn't they let him hoist the flag on 15th August on 24 Akbar Road, the main Congress headquarters? They chose Ambika Soni ji. Why? I think it was a clear-cut message of the sign of times to come. Some other newspaper carried this report that Mrs. Soni hoisting the flag was a clear sign of the change in leadership which is due in a couple of weeks. I think Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad.
So are you saying, Mr. Jhakar, that there was a systematic attempt to sideline the senior leaders within the party? Well, thank you so much for joining us here on Times Now. Right now we need to quickly shift gears. The Goa police is holding a press conference regarding the mysterious death of Sonali Phogat.
के बयान पर, उसकी कंप्लेंट पर कल मर्डर का मुकदमा दर्ज किया गया। उसके बाद सस्पेक्ट्स का इंटरोगेशन, मौके का मुआयना, जहां जहां विक्टिम्स और एलिज्ड एक्यूज ने गए हैं उन जगहों का मुआयना किया गया। विक्टिम का पोस्टमार्टम होने के बाद, चूंकि कॉज ऑफ डेथ रिजर्व रखा गया था, इसलिए जरूरी था कि एलिज्ड को नोटिस देकर के थाने में बुलाना, उनका स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड करना, इंटरोगेशन करना। जो प्राय देखा गया है कि मुलजिम आते ही किसी को, पुलिस को सच नहीं बताते, इसलिए उपलब्ध साक्ष्यों के आधार पर जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज करली क्लब से लिए गए, उनके आधार पर देखा गया कि एलिज्ड सुधीर सांगवान और उसका एसोसिएट सुखविंदर सिंह डिसीज्ड के साथ में क्लब में पार्टिंग कर रहे हैं, और एक वीडियो से जाहिर होता है कि उसको एक सब्सटेंस फोर्सफुली विक्टिम को वन ऑफ द एक्यूज पिला रहा है। जब उसको इस तथ्य से कन्फ्रंट कराया गया तो सुखविंदर और सुधीर सांगवान ने पुलिस के सामने कन्फेस किया कि उन्होंने इंटेंशनली एक्यूज को लिक्विड में कोई ऑब्नॉक्सियस केमिकल मिला करके पिलाया, जिसके बाद विक्टिम अपने सेल्फ में नहीं रह पाई। फिर उसको संभाला जाता है और दूसरे शॉट में भी देखा कि उसको लिक्विड में कुछ पिलाया जा रहा है। करीब 4:30 बजे जब वो अपने आप को संभालने में नाकाम रही तो मुलजिम विक्टिम को बाथरूम टॉयलेट की तरफ लेके जाता है और फिर वहां करीब 2 घंटे वो रहते हैं टॉयलेट में, जिसका एक्सप्लेनेशन अभी तक एक्यूज ने नहीं दिया है। अब चूंकि कस्टोडियल इंटरोगेशन किया जाएगा, उससे वो क्या चीज पिलाया है, कहां पर उसने फेंका है, ये सब बात की बातें हैं। प्रिलिमिनरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में दोनों एक्यूज्ड एस्टेब्लिश हो रहे हैं और उनको 302/34 धारा के तहत गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। फर्दर तफ्तीश ऑन है। फॉरेंसिक साइंस लेबोरेटरी के एक्सपर्ट को बुला लिया गया है और एक्यूज्ड को फर्दर तफ्तीश के लिए एफएसएल की टीम के साथ बाकी मौकों पर ले जा करके अन्य साक्ष्य इकट्ठे किए जाएंगे। थैंक यू। किसी भी एक्यूज्ड को पुलिस 24 घंटे से ज़्यादा नहीं रख सकती, इसलिए उसको हम अब से लेकर के और 24 घंटे के अंदर कोर्ट में पेश कर देंगे।
सेक्सुअली असॉल्ट करने की बात भी कुछ सामने आई?
ये कंप्लेनेंट ने ऐसा कहा है, लेकिन कोई एफएसएल की रिपोर्ट में जो हमको पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट में एस्टेब्लिश अभी तक नहीं हुआ है। ये कस्टोडियल इंटरोगेशन में हो सकता है आगे कुछ निकले, क्या नहीं निकले ये कहना बहुत मुश्किल है।
सो व्हाट इज दिस केमिकल दैट यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट जो उनको दिया गया था?
It is an obnoxious chemical. We cannot fix the identity till we get its chemical examination done.
उन्होंने बताया नहीं कि क्या उन्होंने डाला था?
उन्होंने बताया है कि ये एक कोई सिंथेटिक ड्रग थी जिसका नाम उन्होंने हमें अभी तक नहीं बताया।
उन्होंने वो किधर से लाई थी, बाहर से या उधर से उनको मिली?
ये चूंकि कस्टोडियल इंटरोगेशन में ही पता लगेगा। अभी हमारे पास 24 घंटे हैं, इस 24 घंटे में हम कोशिश करेंगे कि उसका सोर्स भी पता करें।
पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट सर, वो इंजरी मार्क्स की बात कही है, ब्लंट फोर्स से थोड़ा सा क्लेरिफाई करें क्या है
ये? जो जैसा कि कल डीजीपी साहब ने क्लियर किया है कि वो इतनी इंजरी नहीं है कि किसी को डेथ कॉज कर सकें, वो बहुत ही माइनर इंजरीज हैं। और जब एक्यूज से उसको कन्फ्रंट किया गया तो उन्होंने बताया कि जब उसको उठा रहे थे टॉयलेट से उस समय उसके ये एब्रेजन मार्क्स हैं।
इज इट अ प्रीमेडिटेटेड क्राइम सर, आपको लगता है?
Right now it is difficult to say, but soon we will, whatever details come, we will share it with you.
हर क्राइम का एक मोटिव रहता है, इनका इसके पीछे क्या मोटिव था कि उनको ड्रग्स देना या फिर ऑलमोस्ट दिल्ली से या नोएडा से इस तरफ आना गोवा में और ये उनका ड्रिंक जो है वो स्पाइक करना?
और सर पहले भी इनके साथ कुछ हरासमेंट हुआ था के साथ से?
इस तरह का एविडेंस अभी तक हमारे पास नहीं है कि कोई हरासमेंट हुआ है नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन क्योंकि हर क्राइम के पीछे कोई ना कोई इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट होता है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसमें भी इनका कोई ना कोई इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट है।
दिस हार्ट अटैक थियरी इज रूल्ड आउट? वाज देयर अ हार्ट अटैक एट ऑल?
क्योंकि जब इसको कल जब पहली बार अस्पताल में लेके गए तो विजिबल इंजरी का मार्क नहीं था, तो फिजिकल एग्जामिनेशन पर डॉक्टर ने ऐसा सस्पेक्ट किया कि शायद ये हार्ट अटैक हो सकता है।
बट इट वाज नॉट, सिर्फ सस्पेक्ट, हार्ट अटैक नहीं था।
तो जो हमारी पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट है उसका मुताबिक तो हार्ट अटैक नहीं है।
दिया गया जो सिंथेटिक ड्रग की आप बात करें उसकी इन्फ्लुएंस के चलते ही मौत हुई है।
It seems to be.
इसके अलावा क्या सीसीटीवी कैमरा में कोई और लोग भी मौजूद दिखे या ये 3 लोग दिखे?
जो पुलिस के पास सीसीटीवी कैमरा है उसमें बहुत सारे लोगों को पार्टिंग करते हुए देखा गया।
इन्हीं के साथ
वो अभी एस्टेब्लिश करना है कि हु दे वर एक्चुअली, बट देयर वर मेनी पीपल इन द कर्लिस क्लब।
Sir, the victim's family has alleged the involvement of former Haryana Minister Gopal Kanda, sir. Have the accused admitted to any of...
Till now they have not admitted anything. We will let you know if anything comes in the investigation.
Forensic report कब तक आएगा sir? Which establishes कि कौन सा drug था, क्या था?
This only the forensic expert tell us as to when the report will be given.
सर कर्लिस में डेथ हो गई थी या हॉस्पिटल ले जाते हुए?
जब कर्लिस से लेके गए हैं तो उस टैक्सी ड्राइवर को भी ढूंढ लिया, उसको हम स्टेटमेंट देंगे कि उसने किस हालत में वो कर्लिस से होटल में लेके गया, कौन एक जो होटल से उसको लेके गया उसका भी ड्राइवर का हम जैसे ही हमें मिलेगा उसका स्टेटमेंट नंबर हमको मिल गया है।
यहाँ आने का कोई मोटिव क्लियर हो पाया क्योंकि फैमिली बोल रही उन लोगों को भी इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं थी?
जो अब तक की इन्फॉर्मेशन है उसके हिसाब से कुछ बॉम्बे से भी कोई ग्रुप आने वाला था जिनके साथ में इनको कोई एक स्मॉल वीडियो बनाना था।
सर ड्रग्स के सिलसिले में इन्होंने बताया कि इन्होंने कहां से लिया है, वेदर कर्ली से इन्होंने प्रोक्योर किया या बाहर से लेके आए?
मैं आपको बता चुका हूं कि अभी तक कस्टोडियल इंटरोगेशन हो नहीं पाया है। कस्टोडियल इंटरोगेशन में ही एक्यूज कुछ और डिटेल्स देंगे तो वो आपसे शेयर करें।
सर कर्ली के जो ऑनर है उसको भी शायद कल आप लोगों ने बुलाया था, उससे भी पूछा था इन्होंने कुछ?
हम हर प्रकार से हर एंगल से इसको तफ्तीश करेंगे और जो भी एक्यूज पाया जाएगा उसको नहीं छोड़ेंगे।
सर सीसीटीवी कैमरे भी चेक किए गए जब ये वापस पहुंचे थे तो वहां कैसे?
इस वो अभी खुला नहीं है, उसको हम अपने एक्सपर्ट के जरिए उस डीवीआर को खुलवाएंगे।
इस साजिश में और लोग भी शामिल हो सकते हैं या ओनली these 2 suspects हैं?
इट इज डिफिकल्ट टू से।
अच्छा एक परिवार कह रहा था एक और ग्रुप था जो साथ में आया, शायद उसका भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट हो सकता है सर, इस बारे में कुछ आपको जानकारी है?
जो कर्लिस में एक एम्प्लॉय ने बताया कि कुछ 2 लड़कियां और भी थी जिनका केक काटते हुए वहां पर कुछ उनके अटेंडेंस में देखा है, उनको भी हम इंटरोगेट करेंगे।
अच्छा they been identified sir? Have
they have been a bit identified and they will also be questioned.
जो ड्रग दी गई थी सर क्या वो इनसे अलग की कुछ और मिली है या इनके पास?
ये अभी चूंकि कस्टडी अभी ली गई है तो वी विल ट्राई के इन्होंने बाकी का कहाँ रखा है भी कि नहीं और कहाँ फेंका है, क्या किया है। दिस विल कम।
प्रॉपर्टी से रिलेटेड मसला हो सकता है या फिर राजनीतिक मसला भी हो सकता है?
राइट नाउ आई कैनॉट एस्टेब्लिश वेदर इट इज पॉलिटिकल और इकोनॉमिक, बट नॉर्मली आप सब जानते हैं जर जोरू जमीन के बिना कोई तीसरा क्राइम मोटिव हुआ नहीं करता।
तो ड्रग में सिर्फ ये सिंथेटिक ड्रग है जो उनको फोर्सफुली दिया गया, इतना ही एस्टैब्लिश कर पाए फिलहाल?
अभी तक जो एक्यूज ने कन्फेस किया है उसी के बेसिस पे मैं आपको इन ऑटोप्सी रिपोर्ट नथिंग लाइक दैट हैज बीन। I told you that many things accused will confess during the custodial interrogation and it is too early to give you the whole details. Accused ऐसा confess करता है but we just cannot ascertain it.
दोनों में से सर ये ड्रग पिला रहे थे उसे कौन था, सुखविंदर था या सुधीर?
I will say both are co-accused.
सर कितने दिनों के लिए आप उसको
we will ascertain it. We do still have around 23 hours to interrogate them. We will let you know tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
So those are the big details being put out by IGP Goa, who has for the first time spoken of the nightclub and the drug angle that is going to be looked at by the Goa police. Says the next 23 hours of interrogation of the 2 accused is of utmost importance, and the Goa police will thereafter be sharing more details as well. But yes, that's the big revelation coming to light by the IGP Goa, who's spoken of how the accused has confessed of consumption of synthetic drugs, and that's exactly what is being looked at by now remember the murder case has also been registered, as has been confirmed by the IGP Goa, and 2 accused have been arrested who will be interrogated and they will be questioned within the next 23 hours itself. So yes, the police essentially banking on the custodial interrogation of the 2 accused who have been arrested arrested. Now remember, the family has been extremely certain that behind this murder is what they've been alleging is a foul play. They have been pinning the blame on Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder both. And yesterday we saw how the entire situation turned out to be extremely different than what the initial version was, as put out by the cops, who said that she may have died of a cardiac arrest. It then shifted to how it was not a heart attack and it's a murder. Now remember, a case of murder has also been registered. The confirmation itself is coming from the Goa police, who has also confirmed that Sonali Phogat was drugged. A clear involvement of drug angle that has been spoken of by the police. Let me go across to Priyank joining us with more details. Priyank, this was the big twist that we were tracking in the murder case, because the brother-in-law of Sonali had first come out and said that he'd received a call the night before her death and claimed that Sudhir Sangwan had given her MDMA drugs. Now we don't know about more details. The Goa police says they're banking on the next 23 hours of interrogation, but a clear drug angle has for sure emerged.
And that's what sources have been suggesting. See, yesterday the family members raised a suspicion on the post-mortem finding, but there was nothing suspicious which was clearly seen by the investigating team. Once the doctor suggested that they need to probe into the matter, that how these bruises have come up. The senior officials came up on record and they stated that these were minor bruises which could have happened because of some other reason, and that could not have led to the death. What we have got to know that Sudhir, one of the close aide of Sonali Phogat, had brought this particular drug at around 12 in the midnight. Later to that, this particular substance, which was an obnoxious substance, this is what police is calling, was mixed in a water bottle, and Sonali was given this drug since 12 in the midnight. Till 6:38, she was conscious, but around 6:38, she became unconscious, and when she spoke to the other people, the hotel staff, the restaurant staff suggested that she should be shifted to the hospital. What it appears that these two individuals who were along with Sonali wanted to deliberately delay the shifting of Sonali Phogat to the hospital. That's why they took her to the nearest hotel where she was staying. And very shockingly, and this is what had raised an alarm, that around 7 in the morning, when Sonali reached to the hotel, she was not taken to the hospital, and it took these suspects who have now been arrested 1.5 hours, which is actually 90 minutes, to take her to the hospital, which was clearly an evidence that they were wanting Sonali to die, and they wanted to have the reaction on the body of Sonali Phogat, which has led to her death. We have spoken to the senior officials. They are saying that although we know that what drugs could have been used, but they are waiting for an official confirmation from the experts and the doctors who have already taken the vista sample of Sonali Phogat in this particular matter. That is the one thing which is certainly going to be, investigated in due course of time. But what it appears that the police have come up with a theory after denying that the death has happened because of some physical assault, which was the claim of the family members yesterday. They have stated that they have found, after interrogation of these suspects who were taken into detention yesterday, that Sonali Phogat was drugged. She was not, when she became unconscious, she was not taken to the hospital. The suspect kept on, waiting for her to die, and they took her to the hotel instead of taking her to the hospital, which has led to the death of Sonali Phogat. Henceforth, these two accused have been arrested.
Yes, so 2 accused have been arrested already, and the police has confirmed that they are looking at both the nightclub angle as well as drug angle, confirming via this address that yes, she was very much given drugs. Synthetic drugs is what the Goa police has spoken of. Meanwhile, stunning details coming to light. The accused has confessed to being in a live-in relationship with the victim. However, the police says that they're still probing this. As far as the sexual assault angle goes, the accused will be interrogated while in custody, and more details are therefore likely to come out in the course of the interrogation. But let me go across to Priyank, who continues to stay on with us. That's the big claim that has been made by one of the accused, Priyank, that he was in a live-in with Sonali Phogat.
Yes, but that's one thing which has been coming up again and again, because they were seen partying in Gurgaon club. They had gone to Goa multiple times, and this time also what it appears that there was a very clear motive of doing that. See, the family members of Sonali Phogat were briefed that Sonali is going to go up for around more than a week time. If you look at the hotel booking, it was only done for 2 days. So that clearly raises a suspicion that why, if the Sonali had to go to Goa for a week, the hotel booking was only done for 2 days. What police officials are also saying that she was told that some people will be coming from Mumbai to have a recording and making reels for the social media accounts. But what it appears that there was a very clear cut strategy by these suspects to kill Sonali Fogart. Yesterday, the police officers were clearly mentioning that the suspicion which has been raised by family members that she has been strangulated or any physical injury marks could have been there was denied because the postmortem report finding was suggesting that there were blunt marks injuries on her body which need to be investigated by the police. When the police investigated, they did not find those bushes which could have led to the death of Sonali Fogart. Since they had already filed an FIR under section of 302, they further investigated the matter, and when the matter was further investigated, the suspect filled out the bail on the basis of the CCTV footage, because what senior officers are suggesting that the CCTV footage was clearly suggesting that she was definitely being given something which was white in color, colorless, like water kind of material, and liquid. And when this bottle ended, Sonali became unconscious at around 6:38. When she complained, she was not taken to the hospital. When she was supposed to be taken to the hospital, she was taken to the hotel, where she fell unconscious. The hotel staff was not allowed to take her to the hospital because stating that she has consumed something and the family will be in a state of coma. But now the fact is that police on record have come out and stated what Time Saw has been suggesting, that there was drug angle. She was drugged apparently, and this has been deliberately done by these accused to kill Sonali Fogart.
And Priyank, now as per the police, also news coming in on how she was forced to consume synthetic drugs. So that's the angle that the police is going to be focusing on very, very closely. They say the next 23 hours are extremely crucial with regards to the interrogation of the accused. Let's listen to more reactions coming in.
परिवार के लोग भी वहां पहुंचे तो परिवार के लोगों ने कुछ शिकायत लिख के दी है वहां कि भी हमको कुछ किसी के ऊपर संदेह है, शक है। अभी चूंकि मेरे पास अभी ये जानकारियां जो आपके पास है अभी मेरे पास नहीं है, जो आपने कहा कि हम रिपोर्ट आ चुकी है, तो जैसे ही ये रिपोर्ट्स आएगी वहां से, और यहाँ उन्होंने चंडीगढ़ भी भेज रहे हैं और परिवार के लोग भी आएंगे, तो जैसा परिवार संतुष्ट होगा वैसा हम करेंगे। अगर परिवार के लोग आके हमको लिख के देते हैं तो विचार करेंगे।
Chief Minister likes to give clean sheet and likes to jump the gun, and all this is giving Goa a bad name. I can only reach this conclusion that no doctor is so brilliant to know the cause of death by seeing the news of death on WhatsApp. So Chief Minister, by jumping to uninformed and premature conclusions, has not only brought about suspicion in this sensitive case, but brought about a suspicion on the prefix that he uses before his name of a doctor. So what type of a doctor is he?
The doubt her brother is having that someone is trying to lapse this case is clearly been shown कि उनकी केस बंद करना चाहते हैं। Haryana being a BJP ruled state, Goa being a BJP ruled state, and she being a BJP leader, if she can't get justice, then who can get? Post-mortem report says multiple injuries. CM says this. So who is speaking the truth? Are they trying to wipe out this case? Are they trying to hide the culprits? Are they having some hidden agenda after this? Will the faith of people on this law and order remain in Goa?
Right, let's go across to Mr. Vijay Sardesai, who's joining us on the phone line. Mr. Sardesai, certain sensational revelations that have been put out by the Goa police. Now they're saying that they're going to be focusing on the drug angle as well. They're looking at the CCTV footage from that nightclub. But this certainly is a big twist, because earlier on this case was passed off as a cardiac arrest death-related case, and now details coming to light which do suggest that all was not well. The police itself is suspecting something fishy.
I think the police initially told the Chief Minister's line.
दोस्त इन्वॉल्व थे और ये सोनाली जी को लास्ट नाइट को क्लियर हमें बता दिया था फ़ोन पे, ये भी कारण हो सकता है जी।
ये भी कारण हो सकता है, बट आप संतुष्ट हैं आप गोवा पुलिस की इस जांच से, या फिर अभी भी आप मांगेंगे?
नहीं, जिस तरह ये गोवा पुलिस प्रशासन हमारी सहायता कर रहा है तो फिलहाल तो हम संतुष्ट ही हैं।
तो आप अभी सीबीआई इंक्वायरी हो सकता है कि ना मांगे?
दोनों ही है जी, 50-50। अगर इंसाफ मिलता है तो फिर क्या जरूरत पड़ेगी जी।
धन्यवाद। All right, that was a reaction from one of the relatives of Sonali Fogart. Let me go back to Mr. Sardesai, who continues to stay on with us. Sir, you were making a point. Go ahead.
See, the Goa police initially has told the line of the Chief Minister, Dr. Pramod Sawant, who, in spite of using the prefix doctor, is so brilliant a doctor that he reached a conclusion without even seeing the post-mortem report. The post-mortem report has revealed that injury due to blunt objects and all that. And subsequently the Goa police appears to have awakened from their slumber, deep slumber, and now is talking sense. This is repeatedly the case in the tenure of Mr. Pramod Sawant, who jumps the gun, who reaches conclusions which are baseless, and who wants to just give a clean chit for everything. And this is giving Goa a bad name. In the past, this has happened to a poor Goan girl, one Siti Naik, who also died under mysterious circumstances. Once again, the Chief Minister had said that this is a case of drowning. Subsequently, a case of murder was registered. And 1 year later, the case has been closed. So that poor girl did not get justice. Here is a case of a BJP leader who seems to be now getting justice. But we have to keep our fingers crossed. You can never know in Goa what eventually happens. All in all, it is a bad thing for Goa because Goa's name gets spoiled. Okay. And I think the BJP central leadership should actually alert their Goa Chief Minister not to speak out of turn and make a baseless.
Yes, because earlier this was passed off as death because of a cardiac arrest. Only after the autopsy report noted multiple blunt force injuries, and upon the appeal of the family members suspecting that something certainly was fishy, is when the probe took a different turn. But I thank you for joining us on Times Now. It's time for us to head into a very short break. We keep you ahead with the latest coming in on the story.
तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र वीरों के शब्द गूंजेंगे, हेलो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो। आणि म्हणून आज सांस्कृतिक विभागाचा पहिला संकल्प मी महाराष्ट्रात इथून जाहीर करतोय की हॅलो नाही वंदे मातरम बोलो। आता चांद्यापासून बांद्यापर्यंत मोबाईल असेल की फोन असेल, 15 ऑगस्ट उद्यापासून हा संकल्प सुरू। आणि तुम्ही सुद्धा प्रतिज्ञा घ्या कि आता यानंतर मोबाइलवर कोई हॅलो नहीं कहेगा वो देशभक्तों का गीत वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम। आणि हे अभियान सांस्कृतिक विभागाच्या माध्यमातून 15 ऑगस्ट ते 26 जानेवारी पर्यंत आम्ही करू। महाराष्ट्राच्या प्रत्येक जिल्ह्यात ही जी तरुणाई आहे, सळसळत्या रक्ताची, धडकत्या हृदयाची, हा भारत मातेचा तिरंगा ध्वज विश्वगौरव नरेंद्र मोदींनी तुमच्या माझ्या हातात दिला। अब तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र वीरों के शब्द गूंजेंगे, हेलो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो।
6 members of a family were found dead at their residence in Balana village of Ambala. The suicide note too has been recovered and further investigation is underway. Satvik Saraj, Ranki Reddy and Chirag Shetty have become the first ever Indian men's doubles pair to ensure a medal in the Badminton World Championship as they storm into the semi-finals. 5 people lost their lives while 7 others sustained injuries after fire broke out in a 3-story building in Uttar Pradesh's Moradabad. India has reported more than 10,000 cases with 68 deaths in the last 24 hours. The active cases have declined to 90,707. Massive fire broke out at Noida's mattress manufacturing facility in Sector 80. More than half dozen fire department vehicles were rushed to the spot to douse the flames. Goods worth lakh of rupees were reduced to ashes. The cause of fire still unknown. However, there are no reports of casualties. The anti-drug cell of Imphal East Police busted a fake currency racket at Turup Kanthak village. The police said that 3 people, including a woman, has been arrested. Police have recovered 60 grams of heroin, other drugs, and 26 bundles of 100 crore counterfeit notes. The Indian Army neutralized 3 Pakistani terrorists in an attempt to foil their infiltration along the LOC in forward areas of the Uri sector in Jammu and Kashmir. Terrorists were detected by electronic surveillance gadgets.
Explosively symbolic demolition. Stars of graft to be blown away. Gone in 10 seconds on August 28th. 3,700 kg explosives on track. All day, only on Times Now.
From being a waiter to being a Bollywood star, Akshay Kumar's life journey is anything but a cakewalk. Hailed as one of the most talented and dedicated actors in Bollywood, Akshay Kumar has had his fair share of success and failures. While some of his films turned out to be blockbusters, a few of them failed to meet his fans' expectations. But this year, Bollywood's Khilari had a particularly tough ride at the box office with his 3 consecutive flops. There is no doubt that OTT has brought about a massive change, not just in content but also in talent. Gone are the days when audiences preferred 8-pack abs and conventional physical appearances over hardcore acting skills. Audiences no more want to see exotic locations and huge budget sets, but just some exceptional content. While Akshay Kumar scrambled to flood the big screens with back-to-back movies, there were not enough takers. 2022 has not been Akshay's favourite in terms of box office numbers, as his expectations were crushed by Bachchan Pandey's underwhelming performance to begin with. Akshay Kumar's first release of 2022, Bachchan Pandey, was below par at the box office. Also starring Kriti Sanon, Arshad Warsi and Jacqueline Fernandez in lead roles, Bachchan Pandey is an action drama. Filmmakers invested a huge 180 crore rupees in the making but raked in just 73.11 crore rupees. Despite having all the elements of a blockbuster like a great cast, big budget and proper promotions, Bachchan Pandey failed to become a box office success. And here's why. One of the main reasons behind the poor box office performance of Bachchan Pandey was its release date, which clashed with the Kashmir Files and RRR. Bachchan Pandey couldn't stand in front of the grandeur of Rajamouli's RRR and Vivek Agnihotri's Kashmir Files. The action comedy is a remake of the 2014 Tamil film Jigar Thanda, which itself was inspired by the 2006 Korean film A Dirty Carnival. This movie's performance indicates that now movie buffs are interested in watching an original piece instead of a remake. After Bachchan Pandey, Akshay Kumar's movie Samrat Prithviraj turned out to be his second straight failure. The movie was made for an approx rupees 300 crore budget due to the costumes, special effects and extravagant sets, but it failed to impress fans and turned out to be a dud at the box office. The film could only earn rupees 90.32 crore at the BO. Apart from Akshay Kumar, the film also starred 2017 Miss World Manushi Chillar, Sonu Sood and Ashutosh Rana. Apparently, the film's failure left producer Aditya Chopra fuming, who reportedly put all the blame on Akshay Kumar. Well, Akshay Kumar, who is known for juggling several projects at a time, has not been able to achieve desired results this year. The movie failed to engage with the audience because of its bad VFX and Akshay's clumsy portrayal of Prithviraj Chauhan. Akshay's dialogue delivery and facial expression fell short of capturing the character's spirit. Akshay Kumar's latest outing, Raksha Bandhan, is yet another movie which faced the audience's wrath much before the film's release. The movie faced a boycott call as the film writer was accused of Hindu-phobic views. The moviegoers also didn't find Akshay sporting his common moustache look very impressive. As Akshay was once again snubbed by the moviegoers, here are the other reasons that could have possibly led to the failure of the movie at the box office. Raksha Bandhan clashed with Amir Khan's Lal Singh Chadda, which amassed rupees 10 to 11 crores on its opening day. Raksha Bandhan, which was made at an approximate budget of over rupees 70 crore, has managed to mint just about
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're tuned into Times Now. This is Live Wire and I'm Poonam Burde. Let's get you started on this edition with the headlines. Ghulam Nabi Azad quits the Congress, calls out Gandhi's resignation letter, says Rahul's immaturity is demoralizing the consultative mechanism of the Congress. Congress imploding, with sources telling Times Now that G23 leaders will meet today evening, with many senior leaders likely to quit the party after Azad. Ghulam Nabi Azad speaks to Times Network's group editor. Navika Kumar rules out joining any other political party, says will float his own national outfit, first in Kashmir and then expansion across the country. Gandhi loyalists slam the dissenter, say he's abandoning party during testing times. Goa police confirms Times Now news break, says Sonali Fogart was drugged, sexual assault angle also being investigated. Jharkhand in turmoil, disqualification fear hovers over Chief Minister Soren. Ball now in the governor's court. Decision likely today. Supreme Court lobs the freebies hot potato, refers the issue pertaining to promises made by political parties ahead of elections to a 3-judge bench. Delhi High Court rejects WhatsApp and Facebook's plea against CCI probe, says WhatsApp shares sensitive data with Facebook and forces users into agreement under its 2021 privacy policy. There's no end to urban apathy in Bengaluru. A woman severely injured after a scooter skids on a flyover due to a pothole. Join the Times Now campaign and raise your voice to end this political indifference.
सवाल आपसे, क्योंकि आप भी कैबिनेट में उनके साथ रहे, CWC में भी आप मेंबर हैं, तमाम मीटिंग्स में आप लोग साथ रहते होंगे, बात पार्टी को लेके भी सरकार चलाते वक्त भी होती होगी। आज आपको कुछ ऐसा वाकया याद आता हो कि जहाँ पर आपको लग रहा हो कि पुराने गुलाम नबी आज़ाद और नए गुलाम नबी आज़ाद जो सामने आए इनमें डिफरेंस?
देखिए, मुझे नहीं मालूम कि दो अलग, मैं तो मानता हूं कि एक ही गुलाम नबी आज़ाद हैं। वही गुलाम नबी आज़ाद हैं जो मेरे जनरल सेक्रेटरी थे, वही गुलाम नबी आज़ाद हैं जिनको हमेशा ये माना कि
जो प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं वो सबसे आगे रहते हैं। जैसे अहमद पटेल साहब थे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में भी और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से हट के सरकार में भी गुलाम नबी आज़ाद सबसे ऊपर थे, सबसे आगे रहते थे। तो हम तो ये मानते थे, और हमारे अच्छे संबंध हैं, जैसे सबके अपने अच्छे संबंध होते हैं। लेकिन हमसे पूछ के किया होता तो कुछ और बात थी, हमसे तो नहीं पूछा ना। तो अगर वो ये शिकायत करें कि किसी ने महत्व नहीं दिया उनको, तो मैं भी शिकायत कर सकता हूं कि मुझको भी नहीं महत्व दिया आपने, मुझसे भी नहीं पूछा। मुझसे पूछ लेते, लेकिन आपने तो मुझसे नहीं पूछा। लेकिन बहरहाल जो होना था वो हो गया है। अब हम इस बात को समाप्त करें। हमें अपना भविष्य देखना है, हमें पार्टी की भारत जोड़ो यात्रा पर तैयारी करनी है, उसमें जुट रहे हैं।
आखिरी सवाल आपसे, जयराम रमेश जी जो आपके मुख्य प्रवक्ता हैं, कम्युनिकेशन हेड हैं, उन्होंने एक बात कही कि जीएनए का डीएनए मॉडिफाइड हो गया है। आपको भी क्या लगता है ऐसा?
मैं जयराम रमेश जो वर्ड स्मिथ कहलाते हैं, हाँ। जो शब्दावली उनकी है, वो शब्दावली की बराबरी हम नहीं कर सकते हैं। उन्होंने कह दिया, हमारे प्रमुख प्रवक्ता हैं, उन्होंने कह दिया तो वो आपको पता चल गया। अब उस पर मैं कोई विस्तार से कुछ और बात कहूँ तो अच्छी बात नहीं होगी ना।
शुक्रिया।
Salman Khurshid there, not saying much, but many loyalists of the Gandhi Parivar hitting out at Ghulam Nabi Azad. B.V. Srinivas made the Satta Revdi remark against Ghulam Nabi Azad right after he resigned and penned that very scathing resignation letter. P.L. Punya of the Congress Party too coming out and slamming Ghulam Nabi Azad, claiming the only reason he's decided to voice out these allegations is because he was not renominated for the Rajya Sabha this time around. Samya, my colleague, joins us for more on this. Now, Samya, many leaders within the Congress Party, those believed to be close to the Gandhi Parivar, coming out and hitting out at Ghulam Nabi Azad now, despite the fact that he's someone who's given over 5 decades of his political career to this party.
Well, absolutely. It appears that it's an all-out political war that is brewing within the Congress Party, where a section of the Congress Party has come out on social media attacking Ghulam Nabi Azad, and there are several issues that they're raising over here. One, of course, they're saying that the timing of Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation is under question at a time when the Congress President Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are all travelling abroad due to Sonia Gandhi's health concerns. Why does Ghulam Nabi Azad chose this particular time? Secondly, Bharat Jodo Yatra is about to take place, and Ghulam Nabi Azad's letter come at a time to dampen the spirits of all those who have been working tirelessly for Bharat Jodo Yatra. Having said that, there is also a section of the Congress Party that believes that Ghulam Nabi Azad, in the 50 years that he has given to the political party the Congress is today, has managed to enjoy several positions and designations and pivotal roles within the party, starting from being the Chief Minister to Leader of the Opposition, General Secretary in charges, CWC member. And the question that they are raising is that when Ghulam Nabi Azad was a member of the Congress Working Committee, why did he not talk about internal election at that time? Of course, Ghulam Nabi Azad being a stalwart of the Congress Party, colossal figure who has seen both from Indira Gandhi to Rajiv Gandhi to Sonia Gandhi to Rahul Gandhi right now, him resigning from the Congress Party is going to be a body blow for the Congress Party, no doubt, especially ahead of the assembly election that's set to take place in Gujarat and in Himachal. It was only a few days ago when they all marched alongside Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. We witnessed Ghulam Nabi Azad and Anand Sharma marching from Congress headquarters to 30 January mark on the Tiranga Yatra per day. But that one visual where it almost appeared that the old guard and the young guard seemed to have forgotten the differences to come around for the Congress Party, that has clearly not happened. The fissures lies exposed, the camps have only become stronger.
And are we going to see more leaders, especially from the G23 grouping, to follow suit? That is something that the Congress will have to worry about now. But stay on with me, because let's give some context to our viewers of why really this is important. Now, after half a century of loyalty to the Parivar, today Ghulam Nabi Azad quit the party. But before we get you more details of that, shifting focus to more news coming in, the Aam Aadmi Party is now facing more trouble because Times Now has accessed a letter that has been written by the Delhi LG to the Chief Secretary of Delhi, seeking answers from them over the delay of 2.5 years on part of the Vigilance Department in acting over the CVC enquiry report as far as additional classrooms in Delhi government schools is concerned. After Liquorgate, now another controversy hitting the Aam Aadmi Party there. Delhi LG upping the ante against the Delhi government. writing a letter to the Chief Secretary of the state seeking answers as to why there has been a delay in getting additional classrooms in Delhi government schools. Niyamika, my colleague, joins us for more on this. Yes, Niyamika.
Well, today the LG has sought a report from the Chief Secretary over the delay of 2.5 years on part of the Vigilance Department in acting on the CVC inquiry report into the construction of additional classrooms in Delhi government schools, and the LG has taken a serious view of this inordinate delay that appears to be an obvious attempt at covering up the gross malpractices pointing towards the corruption, apart from the violating the recent clauses of CVC manual. And with the charges, the CVC had received a complaint in year 2019 regarding the irregularities and cost overrun in the construction of additional classrooms in Delhi government schools, and the construction cost escalated by up to 90% in the name of richer specifications.
Right, and Times Now has accessed that letter. Niyamika, stay on with me. Madhav Gopalakrishnan also joining us with that letter. Yes, Madhav.
Letter, in fact, that we want to very quickly take our viewers through, and in fact these are the letters that have been written by the Central Vigilance Commission. It says that this is an examination report on the additional classrooms constructed in different schools of Delhi by PWD Delhi. They say please file enclosed here with the examination report on the subject work. You may please obtain the comments from the concerned officials and send the same with your comments as per the relevant clause of CWC Manual 2016. Now this is of course a letter that has been written by the CVC. The date of this is February 17th, 2020, but now of course further action that has been taking place. This is of course the background of the report on the intensive examination work that has been conducted, and of course details that are now coming forth as far as what the CVC has said following the LG's action. This is the executive summary, which a complaint was received by Mr. Vijendra Gupta on 25th of July 2019. The leader of opposition of the Delhi Assembly has said that this was regarding works undertaken in government schools to achieve student per class ratio equal or less than 50. Main allegations were enhancing construction cost to extent of 500 crore rupees without tender, constructing lesser number of classrooms as the number claimed by the government, violation of GFR, CPW works manual, duplicity of works and duplicate payment order under extraordinary repairs, substandard quality of construction, etc. The commissioners ordered an inquiry by the CTEO. The matter involved 207 schools and 689 indents for EOI during the period under reference. Examination were undertaken on sample basis. 15 schools were visited, 70 EOR indents were picked up, out of which 35 indents were duly verified in the field in course of school visits. Based upon the assessment of the Directorate of Education and Field Survey by PWD, additional classrooms and other facilities were to be constructed in 195 schools out of 207, and the requirement was assessed to be 7180 equivalent classrooms or ECRs. For the purpose of assessment of requirement in terms of ECRs, classrooms and other facilities like multi-purpose hall, special purpose rooms, laboratory, music, etc., toilet blocks were converted to equivalent classrooms, considering 1 MPH equivalent to 10 classrooms, 1 toilet block equivalent to 1 classroom, 1 stilt equivalent to 1 classroom, 1 lab equivalent to 2 classrooms, so on. This manner, the requirement of 7180 ECRs was arrived at, considering classrooms and other facilities. Preliminary estimates for the 16 proposals considering the requirement of ECRs along with normal benchmark for construction material based on plinth area amounted to 989 crores. The works were packaged in 63 tenders, awarded 860.82 crores. Meanwhile, Delhi government decided to introduce richer specifications, extended front corridor and one floor space available, elevation, brick tile cladding, stainless steel railing and ceiling, false ceiling in labs and principal room, etc., along with rainwater harvesting and sewage treatment plants. The tenders were floated for the works originally proposed and approved later on. Awarded contract value against the proposed varied from 17% to 90%. So this is a huge variance that's being spoken about. 17% to 90% on account of introduction of richer specifications, service tax, requirement of deeper foundation increase in plinth area, and the calculated cost to the extent of 326.25 crore rupees. While processing and executing the deviations and extra new items, relevant instructions were not complied in 5 schools which are not part of the proposals. Works costing 42.5 approx crore were executed without proper tender through existing contracts entered into for some other schools. Initially, requirement of classrooms, special rooms and other functional and construction features were assessed in terms of ECRs for the purpose of preparing PEs and obtaining AA and ES. This practice continued even at later stage says, without mentioning specific requirement of classrooms, special rooms, toilet blocks and other facilities. This diluted the very object of achieving ratio of student per class equal to or less than 50 in 195 schools, while 1214 toilet blocks were constructed against the requirement of 160 toilet blocks with extra expenditure of 36 crore rupees approx. Only 4,027 additional classrooms were constructed in 141 schools against the assessed requirement of 5,825 classrooms in 194 schools. There has been violation of provisions of GFR 2005, CPWD Works Manual 2014 and CVC guidelines. Irregularities were observed in the preparation of EOR incidents. So there's a very, very long letter. It's a 34-page letter that talks about all of these violations, and this is what we understand at the moment the CVC has acted upon. And in fact, if I can just quickly read out the other documents that we have with us, very, very important points that are being noted over here. That says that the LG has sought a report from the Chief Secretary on the delay of 2.5 years on part of the Vigilance Department in acting on the CVC inquiry report on the construction of additional classrooms in Delhi's government schools. This report has found gross violations and irregularities, which I was just bringing you up to speed with, and procedural lapses in execution of the projects was sent by CVC to the Secretary Vigilance GNCTD on 17/2/2020, seeking comments for further investigation and action. Right. The LG has taken a serious view of this inordinate delay that appears to be an obvious attempt at covering up gross malpractices pointing towards corruption. Apart from violating the relevant clauses of the CVC manual,
absolutely,
the LG Secretariat had received a complaint.
The Aam Aadmi Party government there in Delhi ensuring that there was substandard work, but it also talks of corruption and irregularities and how there was an attempt made by the government to cover that up. There's also a cost escalation of 500 crores as per this particular letter. And Madhav, if I'm not mistaken, this CVC complaint was actually filed in 2019.
Yes, and you know, this is a 34-page report. I just want to bring you the main points of this particular report just to bring our viewers up to speed, because reading 34 pages would take a pretty long time. The charges in this are that the CVC received a complaint on 25/7/2019, as I said, regarding the irregularities and cost overrun in the construction of additional classrooms in Delhi government schools. The construction cost escalated by up to 90% in the name of richer specifications, and Delhi government sanctioned cost escalation of 500 crore rupees without tender. This is a huge amount. If this amount has indeed happened without a tender, then certainly it would be attracting certain provisions of law, which is why the CVC and the LG have now referred this particular matter. Now, the specifications of the construction of classrooms were interchanged with equivalent classrooms. There's blatant violation of GFR and CPWD Works Manual. Poor quality of construction and incomplete work has also been reported. Now, what were the findings of the CVC report after the complaint that was made in 2019? We have seen now in 2020, there was a CVC investigation report which said that tenders were floated for works originally proposed and approved, but later on awarded contract value against proposals varied from 17% to 90%. So in some cases, it was almost double. That's what appears to be as far as the CVC investigation report is concerned. And if that is to be believed, on account of introduction of richer specifications, service tax requirements of deeper foundation, and of course increase in pit area.
With me, I'll keep coming back to you for more details of that letter that has now been written to the Chief Secretary seeking answers. But BJP's RP Singh now joins us on the broadcast. So thank you so much for speaking with us. Your first reaction to the LG red flagging this massive ghotala in the education model that the Aam Aadmi Party often harps on?
Well, if you increase the rate of the construction of a room or from 1 to 2, obviously it needs to be investigated. I mean, if some 5 lakh rupees you spend and you're spending 25 lakh rupees on building up rooms, obviously it needs to be investigated. And also, what model are you talking about? In Delhi, out of 1,027 schools, 800 plus schools don't have principals. 424 don't have vice principals. More than 70% of schools don't have science education. I mean, just building up rooms doesn't, or building up some swimming pool doesn't build up a school, doesn't build up an education level. When that you are doing because you want to do a scam. That you are not doing to improve the quality of the education in Delhi. The education board director or the education board members go to schools and tell children, आप question की जगह answer की question के answer की जगह question भी लिख देंगे, you will give you full marks. But that's the model of education. Every year 1 lakh children are dropped out from the school.
Right, Mr. RP Singh, now the LG has also asked as to why no action has been taken since 2020. Now, this was a CVC complaint that was filed in 2019. In 2020, questions were raised. From then to now in August 2022. What has been done? Why has there been a delay in probe? And if that delay actually points to covering up of corruption is something that the LG now wants to know.
Well, Education Secretary, the Chief Secretary of the city, at that time will have to answer that also. That if they were red flag being raised even then, within the department, why the probe was not ordered, why it was trying to be, why they tried to hush it up. So those answers has to come now, and then surely those answers will come now.
Mr. Singh, before I let you go, I just want to ask you one question. The Aam Aadmi Party, like many within the opposition, have been claiming how agencies have been misused against leaders of the opposition, even in Manish Sisodia's case as far as the excise liquor policy in Delhi is concerned. Now that the Delhi LG has asked for these questions, has asked for explanations from the Chief Secretary of Delhi, do you think this is going to further escalate the centre versus Delhi government fight or the Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP fight?
Well, they can keep try to play victim card, but they'll have to come with the answers. The answer was the liquor policy also. 144.36 crore was waived off during a non-corona period to the friends of Mr. Kejriwal, and how 30 crore was returned back of the L1 person who got the L1 as a tender, the earnest money as a return. So all these questions have to be need to answer. In public life, probability is the first thing, and if you are not clean and you can't answer questions, then you have to face the law of the land.
Right, RP Singh, thank you so much for speaking with us here on Times Now. Madhav, my colleague, continues to be with us on this broadcast, and he's getting us excerpts of that letter that has now been written by the Delhi LG to the Chief Secretary of the state government seeking answers. And Madhav, it's interesting that the one model or the one achievement that the Aam Aadmi Party highlights about is education model and how they want to replicate it across the country. That is the very model that is now under question.
Well, absolutely, and in fact the charges are very serious. If I can just continue reading out those charges, because the charges are very, very important to know what this matter really is. And the charges include a cost escalation to the extent of 326 crore rupees, which is 53% higher than the awarded amount of tender. This escalated cost was utilized for the construction of only 4,027 classrooms against 6,133 that were to be constructed. In 194 schools, the allegation is that, as per this report, if it is to be believed, that 1214 toilets were constructed against the requirement of 160 toilets with extra expenditure of 37 crores. Toilets were counted and projected as classrooms by Delhi government. Very, very big allegation. Toilets being counted as classrooms. Only 4,027 additional classrooms being constructed in 141 schools against the assessed requirement of 6,133 classrooms in 194 schools. The average cost of each classroom comes to 33 lakh rupees. Also being told that during the inspection, only 2 rainwater harvesting systems were found in place against the PWD's claim of 29 rainwater harvesting systems. So 29 was claimed by PWD, only 2 were found on ground. The sanctioned amount of these projects was 989.26 crore rupees. The award value of all tenders was 860.63 crores, but the actual expenditure went up to 1315.57 crores. No fresh tender was called for carrying out the additional work and implementing richer specifications. These works were carried out by existing contractors who were working in other schools. Quality issues in execution of the work and a number of works was left incomplete. There was gross violation of GFR, CPWD works, manual and CBC regulations. The recommendations are a detailed investigation into the construction of classrooms and inquiry into the engagement of architect firm Mr. Babbar and Babbar Associates. So these are some of the allegations that have been there. It's a 34-page report that we know that is being referred to over here, but now with the LG also coming in and demanding action on part of the Chief Secretary, a report over the delay of 2.5 years on part of the Vigilance Department in acting on this CVC inquiry report into the construction of additional classrooms in the Delhi government schools, which has found these gross irregularities. Now, what will the Delhi government do? What will the Chief Secretary have to say to the LG in response to what will be done, what action will be taken following this CVC report? That's what we have to watch out for. As you have rightly been mentioning, the education is one important area on which the Delhi government and Aam Aadmi Party have been saying that they've worked a lot, and perhaps they have been attempting to be re-elected and their popularity riding very high on these areas of health and education. But now with this report coming out, certainly this is going to be one area in which their opponents, the Congress and the BJP, are going to be attacking the Aam Aadmi Party, because clearly this report has spoken repeatedly about various violations in terms of construction, the quality of construction, cost overruns, tenders not being given for the escalation of standards, and and all of these are some very, very important matters which the CVC report certainly points to. Now, what action will happen now will be interesting to watch out for. Back to you, Poonam.
Absolutely, and what kind of reaction comes to the fore from the Aam Aadmi Party? It will be interesting to see, because we've seen the kind of reaction come to the fore as far as the Delhi liquor excise policy was concerned. But if you look at both the instances, one of the classrooms and one of the Delhi excise policy, Madhav, there are several similarities in the kind of red flags that have been raised. The fact that tenders were not floated, the fact that controversial contractors were roped in by the Aam Aadmi Party government, the cost escalation and how it affected the exchequer. Those kind of similarities are seen in both those instances.
There are similar instances in both of them, and of course it requires to have perhaps a more detailed investigation. Both of those investigations are, one is a CVC investigation that has been completed, the other is a CBI probe that is currently underway. But yes, the allegation from the BJP side and the opponent side will be that there was some kind of corruption, and which is why in fact these matters are so significant. They require further action on part of the government in whichever form of investigation is required, and they are of course going to allege that at some level or the other the beneficiaries, or there was some short-circuiting of processes which has allowed benefits to certain individuals. And why were the processes scuttled? Why was tenders not floated, for instance? These are some very, very important questions that certainly arise of this report. What action will be taken? Perhaps we'll have to wait for the Delhi government for more on that.
Absolutely. Stay on with me. Harish Khurana of the BJP also joining us on this broadcast. So thank you so much for speaking with us. Your first reaction to the red flags that the LG has now raised over a model that the Aam Aadmi Party says is the best in the country and should be replicated by everyone.
See, if you remember 2 years back, we did a series of press conferences and showed the proof to all the media persons on my complaint and Manoj Tiwari ji and Parvesh Verma ji's complaint. We have filed in the CVC of this alleged scam of school classroom scam. You remember 5 lakh rupees is a construction cost of around about 400 square feet room. If I construct a room in my home, it will not cost more than 4 lakh, 5 lakh, 6 lakh rupees. But today, the proof has come, 28 lakh rupees on 400 square feet area. 400 square feet area of 28 lakh rupees has been spent on school rooms, and that was temporary temporary roof. So this is the kind of alleged scheme which we came forward with that. We did a complaint in CVC, we did a complaint in ACB also. So that's the action which has been taken. We welcome that, and now Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia has to answer on one, this liquor scam, and now the school scam.
Mr. Khurana, as far as the alleged liquor scam is concerned, the Aam Aadmi Party's response was that because the education model in the country under Manish Sisodia is doing so well in Delhi, which is why he is being targeted. Now that particular model itself is in question, do you think a similar allegation is going to come to the fore from the Aam Aadmi Party?
This government has been exposed. You should understand. This government has been exposed now. These are the same people who are saying we are the best people in the country, we are the true imandar, we are kattar imandar log hai ji. You know, these kind of slogans which come in. What has happened now? These are kattar baiman. I mean, the school they were proud of school model and shiksha model. Now they have been exposed of which we exposed 2 years back. Now action has now been taken now. So these things has to become in the public, and we welcome that decision. But they are exposed now. Kattar Imandar from Kattar Baiman.
Right, Mr. Harish Khurana, thank you so much for speaking with us here on Times Now. The Kattar Imandar defense, will that hold true anymore? That's the question the BJP is asking of the Aam Aadmi Party. And Madhav, that's what the BJP has been highlighting about, that even as far as the alleged liquor scam was concerned, specific questions did not meet with specific answers. We only saw comments like how a true patriot, of how a true Kattar Imandar person was being targeted by the agency at the behest of the BJP.
Targeting of the Aam Aadmi Party on part of the BJP, saying that specific questions that were asked were never answered, that it was all in the realm of, talking about them being targeted for the work they've done in education, talking about Bharat Ratna for, in fact, Manish Sisodia, so on and so forth. These were the kind of defenses that were coming in. The specifics of the charges as to why, for instance, forfeited amounts were returned to various companies when it comes to the Delhi airport case, or several other manufacturers, why were they benefited? Allegations, for instance, why wholesalers were kept with private sector and not with the public sector or the government as was earlier proposed in the draft. All of these are questions that have been posed by the BJP, and they say that the Aam Aadmi Party has not been able to answer these questions. Of course, the Aam Aadmi Party says that this is nothing but a witch hunt, and that if there was anything in this entire case, that by now, like we've seen in other cases, the seizures would have been made public by the agencies, but it is close to a week since those raids took place, yet nothing has come out as far as this investigation is concerned. Of course, remains to be seen if something comes out from the agency in coming days and whether they're waiting for an opportune moment to make that information public, but at least for the moment, nothing has come out which incriminates us is Aam Aadmi Party's biggest defense. Yet again, we're going to see a similar sort of debate when it comes to these schools, because here also we're going to see the Aam Aadmi Party come out and say that they have tried to expand or give the maximum they can in terms of education, broad-base it, so that the poorest of the poor get some kind of quality education. They've brought in a number of revolutions, for instance, regular meetings between parents and teachers, which perhaps was not happening at the level of governmental schools, various other aspects of camps, so on and so forth, which would otherwise be seen in private schools are now happening in government schools. These have been some of the claims that have been made. But if there has indeed been some kind of irregularities in terms of tenders not being floated, in terms of huge cost escalations, then they are certainly going to allow for the BJP and the Congress to ask questions of the Aam Aadmi Party as to how they allowed these violations to happen for so many long years. And if there is a CVC report that has come out 2.5 years ago, why no further action has been taken against whoever is responsible for these acts? So these are going to be some very important aspects that certainly the political fight in Delhi is going to be centered about, and in coming days we can expect this to perhaps take center stage, whether or not the Delhi government responds to it. If it does take action, then of course that will be claimed as a vindication of the stand of the BJP and of course the inquiries that have been committed. If they don't take action, then we can expect the BJP and the Congress to further agitate on this issue in coming days as well.
Right, Madhav, there are two very significant points about this latest expose that has come to fore about LG questioning and red flagging. They're pointing out details how there could have been irregularities in one of the flagship schemes of the Delhi government. This is exactly what Kejriwal and his party cites every single time they go to the people when there is a election campaign going on. This is the Delhi school model that they have been trying to say is the bestest ever. In fact, Kejriwal himself came out and said that Sisodia is the world's best education minister, and which is why it becomes even more significant as to when this particular document points out that since 2.5 years after they had been pointing out the irregularities, the report of CVC had already told them that there were problems in how things were being done in Delhi schools. They did not act on it. They did not order a probe, which is what my question to RP Singh of the BJP would be. Sir, what do you think could be Aam Aadmi Party's defense to this allegation now?
Well, they have no defense at all. I mean, we have been raising this question throughout that there is a scam in the construction of the school, in the construction of rooms in the schools. And it will come true once the inquiry happens, once it's investigated, it will come true. Because only construction of the school, rooms in the school, they could have made money. That's why they went for it. Otherwise, as far as education in Delhi, we all know what's the condition of education in Delhi. I mean, out of the total 1,027 schools, more than 800 schools don't have the principals. More than 400 schools don't have the vice principals. There are almost 26,000 vacancies in the school, the teachers' vacancies in the school. So that's how schools are run. But yes, since money could have been minted in only construction of the classrooms, that's why this was done. And we also need to know why the inquiry was not taken further, why the concerned officers allowed this to happen. And I'm hopeful this new inquiry will take in the scope of inquiring all those people involved into it.
Right, Mr. RP Singh, but the timing of all these exposures is what is being questioned by some when Aam Aadmi Party says that because BJP is feeling the heat, because they see that Aam Aadmi Party could be a challenger to them, whether it comes to elections in Gujarat or Himachal Pradesh, which is why there is this sudden onslaught of inquiries against them.
They were challenger in Uttarakhand also, they were challenger in Goa also. They lost their deposit on various seats. Even their CM candidate lost the deposit. So they can keep looking for some reason or other, but they need to answer the real question about the scam. That's a bigger question.
Right, and we will try and ask those questions to the Aam Aadmi Party whether or not they can explain these allegations that have now come to the front. Niyamika, my colleague who got us these documents and has been tracking the developments, also joins us on the broadcast. Niyamika, have you managed to get in touch with the Aam Aadmi Party? What really are the highlights of this document and what is Aam Aadmi Party saying about it?
Well, once again, the charges of corruption has been imposed by the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi upon the Aam Aadmi Party government regarding the irregularities in the construction of the classrooms, as the LG has sought a report from the Chief Secretary regarding the delay of 2.5 years in the report of CVC regarding the matter of the irregularities in the construction of these classrooms of Delhi government schools. And while on the other hand, this has come amid the slugfest which is basically been going on between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, as today also during the special session that was being called in the Delhi Assembly, Manish Sisodia, who is the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, has mentioned in his address that he just wants to work for the welfare of the people. He just wants to grow the education sector in the country, and the only aim of him being in the politics is that to make this the average education of each student of our country to 13 to 14 years as compared to the developed countries all across the world. So he has said that all these tactics are being used by the BJP to divert the attention from the real issues, and it is the Aam Aadmi Party who basically wants to work for the welfare of the people. They just wants to construct schools all across the city of the national capital, and that is the reason why they are doing all these things. And a resolution was also being passed in today's assembly in which it is being mentioned that these are basically the tactics to spoil the good environment in Delhi.
Right, Niyamika, stay on with me. Udit Raj of the Congress as well as R. Rajgopalan are on the broadcast with us on with their views. Mr. Udit Raj, if I could come to you first. You have been saying that the action against Aam Aadmi Party is something that they should explain. What do you have to say about this latest expose?
See, I tell you, the Aam Aadmi Party foundation is based on lies. What he lied, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, before launching the party or at the time of launching the party, the moment he comes into the power, the first thing he will do is to send Sheila Dikshit ji to jail for her corruption. What happened after that? And he said he will not accept bungalow, car, security, etc. He accepted. They are very hypocrite, and what they say don't practice, what practice they don't say. And anything is possible under the sun. When the CBC has already found it, then of course they should be exposed and appropriate action should be initiated.
Okay, the process should be initiated and only investigation can establish, but probably it should have been the Aam Aadmi Party in this case who, according to this document, should have initiated the probe 2.5 years ago, and yet they did not. Do you think, Mr. Udit Raj, that could be because they did not think that it would be in their favor to institute an inquiry into this case and in these allegations that were originally leveled by the BJP, by the way?
So what the answer lies in your question itself, that they did not initiate. That means that they had a silent support to it.
Right. So Udit Raj of the Congress, they are saying that because the inquiry wasn't instituted, it means that there was some sort of tacit understanding in this case. Mr. R. Rajgopalan, what are your thoughts?
The CBC report very clearly examines, and for 2 years the state government kept quiet. My understanding is the CBC, after that it will definitely go to CBI. So there are two cases for Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. One is about Sisodia's liquor scam. The other one is about this classroom scam. Can they take this CBI forward? The same thing, education system. Second, CBI will definitely ensure that Mr. Manish Sisodia is behind the bars. Apart from that, when Mr. Udit Raj was telling, Udit Raj is a very senior Indian Revenue Service officer. He knows the functioning of the Central Vigilance Commission. Therefore, I want Udit Raj to say what will happen to the CBI inquiry on the classroom gate. Second thing, New York Times, will they publish this story also tomorrow morning with their edition? New York Times was a paid advertisement by Aam Aadmi Party government. Now how they are going to treat this? New York Times should come out openly and publish this story also, that incomplete and poor quality maintenance of the classrooms. So there must be a story by New York Times. As a media man, I say that New York Times should also publish this.
Right, Mr. Udit Raj, if you are still with us, first of all, I would like to clarify that New York Times did say that their report was based on ground reportage, and it will be interesting where they would now want to commission another story to establish new facts that have come to light, but we've lost, unfortunately, that line with Udit Raj. And Mr. Raj Gopalan, coming back to you, now there have been a series of instances. There were the cases of 4 CAG reports that were not tabled. There was delay in tabling. Aam Aadmi Party government had said that it was because of COVID. Now there was another red flag which came from the LG office, that the Delhi Chief Minister had not been signing the documents that had been sent, the proposals that were being sent to LG's office for approval. Now comes this development where this document says that there was another sort of corruption that was red flagged, but the Aam Aadmi Party government did not launch a probe into it. Do you think the troubles are now mounting for Aam Aadmi Party and it is becoming increasingly difficult for them to answer these specific questions?
Kejriwal is in a difficult situation. As governor himself said that Kejriwal should sign the papers. And second thing, Kejriwal does not have any portfolio. Kejriwal never signs any file on the government request or CVC report or anything. But Kejriwal takes on Mr. Narendra Modi. Mr. Kejriwal goes to Varanasi to fight. During the same time of 500 crore fraud, Kejriwal was in Varanasi to file a case against...
Right, we'll try and get Aam Aadmi Party's response to this. Is there something that we are missing when it comes to the facts of the matter being flagged? We move on now to another story that is of public interest again, and this is the pothole menace that continues to haunt the city of Bengaluru. In yet another video that has come to light, a woman's scooty is seen skidding over a pothole in the outer ring road area near Kalyan Nagar in Bengaluru. This woman though escaped with minor injuries. She might have been lucky, because remember, there have been several other incidents where people have had to lose their lives, and in one incident the Times Now had reported of Supreet even being blamed for rash driving in a case like that.
It was a usual day for me to office. Like, I was doing a ramp up, climbing a ramp up, and suddenly I saw a lady just skidded and fallen down. Instantly I realized there was a pothole, and because of that she has fallen down. So I immediately rushed to the spot, so I switched off my car, so dash cam also stopped there. I believe that there was no fracture, but she was badly bruised, and it was pretty bad fall. So we felt pretty bad to see a person falling not because of his fault, right, and because of the infrastructure issues, right. So it's like, it's not her fault, nothing of her fault. She was just going in a road. She believed that the roads are good, but the roads are bad, and not because of her fault she has fallen down. I'm not sure who is going to be responsible, who can take responsibility for this, right.
And if you thought this was happening to the common man on the roads that are by-lanes, now we get you a report from a road right outside the State Assembly, the Vidhan Saudha, the so-called VIP area where the MLAs of the state would be traveling every day, and yet even on that road it has caved in, causing huge inconvenience to the public. Even this area has not seen the attention that it deserves.
Off Millers Road heading towards Chalokya Circle in Bengaluru, and here you can see right opposite the BWSSB office a huge crater of sort that has come up, and it's not very clear what's the reason for this, but you can see what it has led to is a huge traffic pile-up, because pots have been put up to ensure that the commuters don't really move on to this particular stretch, which could lead to, of course, hazardous consequences. And almost half of the road has been used up, which is funneling traffic to one side and causing a lot of inconvenience. We've seen a lot of pothole menace in Bengaluru. Now, what's the reason for this and what is the excuse the officials are going to give is something that's going to be interesting to note.
My colleague Deepak got us that report and is now on the phone line with us. Deepak, this is not something that could have gone past the attention of the legislators of the state. The road right outside the assembly, if that is in a condition like this, that is not to say that other roads should not be paid attention to, but this somehow becomes the highlight of the apathy.
Well, the apathy, of course, is everywhere, and for most of the citizens, not just to see but also to experience, because the pothole menace has been plaguing the city for years together. It's only empty assurances that really come in from all our legislators, and time and again when asked, they say that the exercise of filling potholes is going on. This particular road that we just saw a report from is about 500 meters from the Vidhan Sauda. We saw another CCTV
ಇದನ್ನು ಕಳಿಸಬಹುದಾಗಿತ್ತು. ತಡ ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಪ್ಪನೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಚೇರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಅದು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಯಾವ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಅದು ಹೋಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿ ಅತಿ ಶೀಘ್ರವೇ ಆ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕೊಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಒಂದು ವಾರ 10 ದಿವಸದೊಳಗಾಗಿಯೇ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೋದು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ಬರೀ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಹೆಸರು ಮತ್ತು ವಿಳಾಸ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಷ್ಟೇನೋ ಕಷ್ಟಕರ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ.
ಸರ್, ಒಂದು ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಬಿಬಿಎಂಪಿಯಿಂದ ಡಿಲೇ ಮಾಡಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಆ್ಯಂಗಲ್ ಹೇಳೋದು. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಬಹುತೇಕ ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಒತ್ತಡ
ನಮಗೆ ಯಾವ ಥರದ ಒತ್ತಡ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೇನೂ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋದು
ಸರ್, ಈಗ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಮತ್ತು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡುವುದು ಅದು APMC ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತದೆ. ಅವರು ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದು ಸೂಕ್ತವೇ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಸುಮಾರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಸದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಆಗಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ವೆಹಿಕಲ್ಗಳ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಲಿ ಅದು ಸಿಟಿಗೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ಬಹಳ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್, ಸ್ವಾಗತಾರ್ಹ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೆಪ್. ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕ್ಯಾಬಿನೆಟ್ ಆದೇಶ ಆದ ನಂತರ ಒಂದು ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಆರ್ಡರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಬಂದಿದೆ, ನಿನ್ನೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರು ಲಾ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಅವರು ಏನು ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಆ ಆಧಾರದ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಹೌದು,
ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ?
ಎಷ್ಟು ಡೆತ್ ಮತ್ತು ಇಂಜುರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ?
ಈಗ ಪಾಟ್ ಹೋಲ್ ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 20,000 ಪಾಟ್ ಹೋಲ್ ನಾವು ಮೇ ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಮುಚ್ಚಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಕಳೆದ 15-20 ಮತ್ತು 20ದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಮಳೆ ಬರ್ತಿರುವುದರಿಂದ ಸುಮಾರು ಪಾಟ್ ಹೋಲ್ಗಳು ಇನ್ನೂ
explosively symbolic demolition. Towers of graft to be blown away. Gone in 10 seconds on August 28. 3,700 kg explosives on track. All day, only on Times Now.
अबे तू किधर है? नंबर 12 MG रोड यानी महात्मा गांधी रोड। सिग्नल से क्रॉस, वहाँ पे चाय वाला होगा क्रॉस। सीधा जाके किताब गली, फिर पान टपरी से होली क्रॉस। उधर से राइट पे दिखे भगवान, शिव मंदिर नहीं भोलेनाथ। पिंक बंगला विद ग्रीन खिड़की, सामने उसके घर है यार। तो किधर है? अल्फांसो वाला नहीं, लेमन वाला यार। वो शॉपिंग मॉल नहीं, शॉपिंग सेंटर देखो। बाजू में काजू बादाम बेचे, 4 रास्ता उसके सामने आ गया।
Addresses in India simply complex, पर what 3 words पे हर 3 मीटर स्क्वायर का है पता, बस 3 रैंडम वर्ड्स का। तो ऐप खोलो, 3 वर्ड एड्रेस शेयर करो और मिल गया पता। What 3 words, making addresses simply simple.
अबे तू किधर है? नंबर 12 MG रोड यानी महात्मा गांधी रोड। सिग्नल से क्रॉस, वहाँ पे चाय वाला होगा क्रॉस। सीधा जाके किताब गली, फिर पान टपरी से होली क्रॉस। उधर से राइट पे दिखे भगवान, शिव मंदिर नहीं भोलेनाथ। पिंक बंगला विद ग्रीन खिड़की, सामने उसके घर है यार। तो किधर है? अल्फांसो वाला नहीं, लेमन वाला यार। वो शॉपिंग मॉल नहीं, शॉपिंग सेंटर देखो। बाजू में काजू बादाम बेचे, 4 रास्ता उसके सामने आ गया।
Addresses in India simply complex, पर what 3 words पे हर 3 मीटर स्क्वायर का है पता, बस 3 रैंडम वर्ड्स का। तो ऐप खोलो, 3 वर्ड एड्रेस शेयर करो और मिल गया पता। What 3 words, making addresses simply simple.
सर, आपका कार इंश्योरेंस रिन्यू तो सेम कंपनी से करा लो ना।
चिंटू, तेरी पैसे उड़ाने की आदत गई नहीं अब तक?
मम्मा,
PolicyBazaar.com पे 20 से ज्यादा कंपनीज के कार इंश्योरेंस कंपेयर करके खरीदो और पैसे बचाओ। सिंपल।
You can get our solution working in 5 minutes without writing a single line of code.
We are on the mission to combat this loneliness and social isolation.
Those are good margins.
Yes, and we are making it as easy to get appointments and answers as it is to text a friend.
And they can also use our super checkout to save their time, money, and privacy.
And how long you have to wait.
That's the same question every time.
There are some among us built differently, common by appearance but uncommon by deeds. Indians with a big heart, selflessly working to build a better India.
I'm humbled by how many people around us devote themselves to the selfless and difficult task of improving the lives of others. It's every Indian's duty to discover and encourage those who are bettering India, and I support this wholeheartedly.
Coming soon, Amazing Indians Awards 2022 from Times Network. An iconic property to recognize India's uncommon heroes devoted to building a better nation. Because no good deed should go unnoticed. Presenting partner Adani.
So rare. She couldn't resist it. Summer's X-Line, coming soon.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Right now, Kuljit is launching a company. Right now is the time of a better India. And it's time to find your place in it.
Helps beat sensitivity fast. Sensodyne Rapid Relief.
You know, people often ask me why I left my steady job at the call center. I wanted more out of life. So, I launched my own startup. Do you want to know how? Then start up your own business as an LIC agent. You want it, we've got it. Great products, zero investment, leading organization, and unlimited opportunities. So are you ready? Now think big. Become an LIC agent.
Visit our website or contact your nearest LIC branch.
OLX Autos ही देता है आपकी कार का बेस्ट प्राइस।
क्या बात कर रहे हो? यही कि OLX Autos ही देता है आपकी कार का बेस्ट प्राइस। ये प्राइस नहीं, सरप्राइज है। Visit olxautos.in।
नहीं मूर्ति, कोई फायदा नहीं अब। मूर्ति, कोई जरूरत नहीं रही भाई।
नई कार खरीदने से पहले एको इंश्योरेंस कंपनी चेक करे और 50,000 तक बचाए।
Qatar Airways, official airline of the journey.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivchankar.
I do not get into Indian politics when I go abroad. You want to ask me that question, you come and ask me in India. What is Atmanirbhar Bharat about? You ask this colonial mentality question. Atmanirbhar Bharat is also about overcoming the colonial mentality. That somewhere something better is made. It doesn't have to be made outside to be better. It can be made in India and be equally good, maybe even better. what happened after the 1990s was we opened our economy, and which was the right thing to do, because at that time there was too much state control, our economy was not competitive, it was important, we dealt more with the world, all of that was very good. But what happened in India was that business houses, when the economy opened up, they were naturally, what are business people most concerned about? They are concerned about, making profits, having a good supply system. So you had a situation where, in order to build their own businesses, in India, we started importing more and more from other countries. Now, if you contrast this, not only with China, if you look at Korea, you look at Japan, I'm giving those as some examples. These countries built up their economy not just by having big business, but also having a supply chain within the country.
Means whatever an Ayushman wants it to mean. Your name is given to you. Your signature is what you plant. Own your signature. Signature package drinking water.
There are those who are always looking for what's next. Changing lanes, shifting modes, always in command. Sensing what lies ahead. The all-new Hyundai Tucson Next drives now.
Can I really do this? Thought I doubtful, thought he clueless. Should I try it? Kya main loon risk? Go for it. I can't stop, I won't take it slow.
ट्राई नहीं करोगे तो जानोगे कैसे?
Just go for it.
Clean energy is the need of the hour, and green hydrogen is going to play an important role. In this special episode of Rising India Empowered Planet, industry leaders discuss new energy resources, especially green hydrogen.
We are investing in batteries, and green hydrogen does provide another great option for decarbonizing the economy.
Green hydrogen, in the wordings of one Professor Sun from Australia, it is the holy grail of future energy sustainability.
Till the time the technologies evolve and the supply chains evolve to the right cost levels, a certain amount of viability gap funding from the government will help this get kick-started.
Catch this interesting and informative session this weekend at these times.
Face, chest, armpit, neck, legs, nose, groin, head and back. Adaptable to every body. Philips all-in-one trimmer. Philips.
OLX ऑटोज ही देता है आपकी कार का बेस्ट प्राइस। सुनीता, सुना तुमने ये क्या बोल रहे हैं?
यही कि OLX ऑटोज देता है आपकी कार का बेस्ट प्राइस। ये प्राइस ही नहीं, सरप्राइज है। विजिट olxautos.in।
तुझे तगड़ा इंसेंटिव मिला है। क्या प्लान है?
सोच रहा हूँ गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज में इन्वेस्ट करूँ।
बिल्कुल सही सोच रहे हैं आप। अब गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज में इन्वेस्ट करना आसान हो गया है।
पर कैसे?
RBI रिटेल डायरेक्ट स्कीम में बिना ब्रोकर के आप इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं और आपको आपकी पूंजी पर मिलेंगे रिटर्न्स। RBI पोर्टल पर जाइए, मुफ्त में अकाउंट खोलिए और अपने बैंक खाते से सीधे पैसे इन्वेस्ट कीजिए। सुरक्षित, आसान।
रिटायरमेंट के बाद मैं भी यही इन्वेस्ट करूँ।
बहुत सही कह रहे हैं आप। RBI कहता है
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
There are some among us who answer to a higher calling. Not for them, the commonplace life. Before thinking about themselves, they strive to better the lives of others. Amazing Indians with an amazing drive to do good.
We're really fortunate to be part of a nation where its citizens want the world to be a much better place than what they found it to be. I'm thrilled with this realization and would love to lend my support as a jury member of the Amazing Indians Award.
Coming soon, Amazing Indians Awards 2022 from Times Network. An iconic property to recognize India's uncommon heroes devoted to building a better nation. Because no good deed should go unnoticed. Presenting partner Adani.
Maybe we should get married. Well?
MG Astor, the AI affair.
सेहत का कुछ तो ख्याल करो.
Actually, Dadi, dark chocolate reduces stress and improves eyesight. And BB now delivers chocolates in 15 to 30 minutes. Good night, Dadi. Good night, Dada.
BB now from Big Basket. Groceries in 15 to 30 minutes.
Stress के लिए.
हीरो सीएम, जीरो गवर्नेंस आया.
बहुत हो गया राजनीति. चुपचाप इस्तीफा दीजिए और नई सरकार बनने में सहयोग कीजिए. कहीं रानी आपका ही टिकट काट दी तो?
साहिब बन गई आप. साहिब को हराना है तो साहिब बनना ही पड़ेगा.
Hey, I am India's first electric SUV. The rest followed. Once charged, I go the distance. My quiet presence ensures your peace of mind. The 2022 Kona Electric from Hyundai. Go electric, go Hyundai.
मुथूट फाइनेंस लोन एट होम सर्विस पर कॉल कीजिए. पाइए गोल्ड लोन एट होम. घर बैठे बैठे तुरंत 1-800-313-1212 पर फोन लगाइए और लाइफ में आगे बढ़िए.
तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र वीरों के शब्द गूंजेंगे. है वो नहीं, वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो. आणि म्हणून आज सांस्कृतिक विभागाचा पहिला संकल्प मी महाराष्ट्रात इथून जाहीर करतोय की है वो नहीं, वंदे मातरम बोलो. आता चांद्यापासून बांद्यापर्यंत मोबाईल असेल की फोन असेल, 15 ऑगस्ट उद्यापासून हा संकल्प सुरू. आणि तुम्ही सुद्धा प्रतिज्ञा घ्या कि आता यानंतर मोबाइलवर कोई है वो नहीं कहेगा वो देशभक्तों का गीत वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम. आणि हे अभियान सांस्कृतिक विभागाच्या माध्यमातून 15 ऑगस्ट ते 26 जानेवारी पर्यंत आम्ही करू. महाराष्ट्राच्या प्रत्येक जिल्ह्यात ही जी तरुणाई आहे, सळसळत्या रक्ताची, धडकत्या हृदयाची, हा भारत मातेचा तिरंगा ध्वज विश्वगौरव नरेंद्र मोदींनी तुमच्या माझ्या हातात दिला. अब तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र वीरों के शब्द गूंजेंगे. है वो नहीं, वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो.
अव्यवस्था फैल रही है बिहार में, उसका एक संस्मरण आपके सामने रखूंगा। जिला पश्चिम चंपारण में 12 वर्षीय किशोरी से सामूहिक दुष्कर्म होता है। मुजफ्फरपुर में व्यवसायी नलिन रंजन के घर दिन दहाड़े घुस लुटेरे 40 लाख रुपए की संपत्ति लूट लेते हैं। और वहां भी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति हो रही है, यह भी हम सब ने देखा है। इसके बाद यह कहना अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी कि द जंगल राज रिटर्न्स।
डिबेट में बैठा था, वो कहता है 8,000 करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला हो गया। तो मैं देख रहा था, सौरभ उसके साथ था। सौरभ ने पूछा घोटाला क्या है, तो वो कुछ कागज लेके बैठा था। बोला घोटाला, उसको समझ ही ना आए घोटाला क्या है। तो मेरे ख्याल से बता नहीं पाया वो घोटाला बता ही नहीं पाया। फिर उसके बाद इनके दो बड़े नेताओं ने एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करी, बोले 1100 करोड़ का घोटाला हो गया। 1100 करोड़ का घोटाला क्या हो गया भाई? 1100 करोड़ का घोटाला। उनसे पूछा क्या घोटाला हो गया, तो वो भी कुछ इधर उधर की। फिर एलजी साहब ने एक रिपोर्ट बना के बताते हैं, भेजी, अखबार वाले कहते हैं, ये मीडिया वाले कहते हैं, जिसमें कह रहे लिख रखा है 144 करोड़ का घोटाला हो गया। और अब सीबीआई ने जो एफआईआर करी है उसमें लिखा है 1 करोड़ का घोटाला हुआ है। और घोटाला क्या है सीबीआई की एफआईआर में? उसमें लिखा है कि एक शराब के वाले ने दूसरे शराब वाले के बैंक अकाउंट में 1 करोड़ रुपए जमा कराए उसमें मनीष का क्या लेना देना यार? एक शराब वाले ने दूसरे को 1 करोड़ रुपए जमा कराए बैंक अकाउंट में, कि क्या घोटाला है? घोटाला क्या है ये समझ ही नहीं रहा अभी तक। ये अभी आज है नहीं, आठों को अगर आप अगले अलग अलग कमरे में बिठा देते और एक एक से पूछते बेटा घोटाला क्या है, तो 5 को तो पता ही नहीं होता घोटाला क्या है। 3 अगर कुछ बताते तो ये कुछ बताता, ये कुछ बताता और ये कुछ बताता, क्योंकि झूठ तो अलग अलग होता है ना, सच एक होता है। सच क्या है? कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ, सबसे ट्रांसपेरेंट पॉलिसी थी, कोई घोटाला नहीं हुआ। ये सब झूठे आरोप लगा रहे हैं। आरोप लगा के इन्होंने एफआईआर कर दी मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ। अगले दिन रेड करने इनके घर पहुंच गए, 14 घंटे तक रेड करी। कितने कमरे हैं आपके यहां? 4-5 कमरे हैं। 4-5 कमरे में टॉयलेट, 2-3 टॉयलेट हैं, रसोई है। सारा छान मारा इन्होंने, सारा छान मारा इन्होंने। इतना गहन जांच करी, दीवारों यूं यूं करके देखा, खोखली तो नहीं है दीवार, इसमें तो जेवर नहीं रख रखे, इसमें जो पिक्चरों में दिखाते। फिर वो उन्होंने गद्दे भी फाड़ फाड़ के देखे, गद्दों में तो नहीं रख रखे, तकिए फाड़ फाड़ के देखे, इनके सारे कपड़े, अलमारी, फलाना सारा कर करा के शाम को निकल गए। 98 भी नहीं मिली, 54 भी नहीं मिली, अनअकाउंटेड 54 भी नहीं मिली। कोई जेवर नहीं मिले, कोई पैसा नहीं मिला, कोई जमीन जायदाद के कागज नहीं मिले, कोई इंक्रिमिनेटिंग डॉक्यूमेंट्स नहीं मिले, कुछ कोई दस्तावेज कुछ नहीं मिला। मतलब मैं पूछ रहा था इनसे कि 30-35 लोग आए थे, उनके खाने का खर्चा भी नहीं निकला रेड के अंदर, रेड का खर्चा भी नहीं निकला और वो चले गए। आज 7 दिन हो गए, 8 दिन हो गए रेड को, अभी तक कुछ पता नहीं चला भाई इनके यहां क्या निकला। कुछ नहीं निकला इनके यहां, पूरी की पूरी फर्जी रेड थी। जब रेड खत्म हो गई तो हम सोच रहे थे क्यों कर रहे हैं। अगले दिन मनीष सिसोदिया जी के पास इनका कोई आदमी संदेश भेजता है। ये लोग संदेश भेजते हैं, बोले जी ऊपर से है, ये टॉप से, वहां से संदेश ये है कि आप केजरीवाल का साथ छोड़ दो, आम आदमी पार्टी तोड़ के 2-4 एमएलए और ले आओ, हम आपको आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार अब गिराने जा रहे हैं बहुत जल्दी। ऑपरेशन लोटस चालू है दिल्ली के अंदर, आपको हफ्ते 10 दिन के अंदर दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री बना देंगे। दूसरा बोले ये सारे तुम्हारे सीबीआई और ईडी के केस खत्म कर देंगे। तो इसने कहा सीबीआई ईडी के केस में तो कुछ है ही नहीं, सारा फर्जी केस है, कल तुम जांच वांच भी करके ले गए, कुछ भी नहीं मिला तुमने, मैंने ढेला मैंने कमाया नहीं, कुछ करा नहीं, तो इस केस तो तुम करते रहो, मेरे को क्या डर है। वो बोले मंत्री सीएम बनने का मेरे को कोई ख्वाब नहीं है, मेरे तो शिक्षा मंत्री बन के खुश हूं। बड़ी बात है। सीएम की कुर्सी ठुकराना कोई हंसी खेल थोड़ी है। नहीं तो आदमी तो सीएम की कुर्सी के लिए पता नहीं इतिहास में कितने बड़े बड़े बवंडर हुए हैं, कितने बड़े बड़े, तो सीएम की कुर्सी ठुकरा दी इन्होंने। मैंने पिछले जन्म में कुछ पुण्य किए होंगे जो ऐसे डिप्टी सीएम और शिक्षा मंत्री मिले। उसके बाद जब ये नहीं चला तो फिर आप लोगों के पास आए। मेरे पास अभी तक 12 एमएलए आ चुके हैं। एक एक एमएलए को आके कहते हैं भाई 20-20 करोड़ रुपए ले ले और टूट के आ जा, 2-4 को और लाएगा तो तेरे को 25 करोड़ देंगे, और नहीं तो जैसे मनीष सिसोदिया का हाल करा तेरे ऊपर भी रेड करेंगे, तेरे को गिरफ्तार करेंगे, सीबीआई और ईडी छोड़ देंगे तेरे खिलाफ। भाई साहब सलाम करता हूं आप सबको। कोई नहीं टूटा, एक भी नहीं तोड़ पाई अभी तक।
Alright, big breaking news. This is a Times Now exclusive. Sonali Fogart CCTV has been accessed. This is a few hours before the death of the social media star. The footage starts from 4:27 a.m. The clip of the CCTV is of 4:27 a.m. which shows a totally intoxicated position being taken, and Sonali Fogart in an intoxicated position being taken away by one of the accused Now these two accused have been detained by the police, and in fact now details of relationship between one of them is what we are being told by the police. Look at the way in which she is walking. She is barely able to walk. In fact, her feet appear to be slipping, and she is slouched, requiring support from that individual who she is walking with, believed to be one of the accused in this case. Sukhwinder is what we are told. And now, of course, you can see if the footage, we can just play out the entire footage. She walks towards the end of the corridor, and at the end of the corridor she actually falls down. If you can just continue playing that footage till you can see at the far end Sonali Fogart. In fact, a little more, if we can play that footage, if we can request my producers to play that footage right till the end, where you can see her virtually fall down and sit down on the floor. In a few seconds we'll just be able to play out those visuals. So a completely intoxicated Sonali Fogart. There's allegations that drugs were also given to her by, in fact, these individuals who are with her, or her kin and her family members have claimed. So you can see, in fact, if we can play that footage a little longer as to what is transpiring. Let's go across to Priyank. Priyank, this is a very, very important footage, because you have a situation where in fact Sonali Fogart is seen exiting a nightclub, and of course over there she is seen with this individual. Is this one of the accused? Where is this nightclub? And there's also a serious allegation that she was drugged.
That club is also in Panji, and if you look at the timing, it's 4:27 a.m. What we have got to know that from 12 in the midnight, these accused started giving drugs to Sonali Fogart. What we have also got from our sources, then in the Goa investigation team, that they have found that Sonali was totally in intoxicated condition. If you look at this 24-second clip, Madhav, at the end, Sonali, got disbalanced, and she, fell on the ground. But instead of this condition, Madhav, the accused, one of them who is also seen in the footage, who is wearing a black color t-shirt, whose name is Sudhir, did not take her to the hospital. Imagine this kind of condition of an individual being at 4:27. At 4:38, she complained it to the hotel staff. 6:38, I beg your pardon. And at 7 a.m., she was taken to the hotel where she was staying. Still, no doctor was consulted. And even after this, when she was taken to the hotel, after 90 minutes of that time period, she was taken to the hospital where she was declared brought dead. So that clearly shows that once she fell sick, she was supposed to be taken to the hospital, which did not happen, and which has certainly resulted to her death, which can come up in the due course of investigation, because the actual post-mortem findings and the viscera sample reports are still awaited.
Go across to Akanksha as well. Akanksha, now this is very, very significant, because the family members of Sonali Fogart have been saying that there is foul play, that this is not a natural death, and now of course have also themselves said that she was drugged, that there were bruises on her body. So there are some very serious allegations that have been made by family members. In fact, Akanksha is in Hisar, where the family members of Sonali Fogart have been speaking to her following her last rites. Her mortal remains were brought from Delhi, from Goa to Delhi, and from Delhi were taken to Hisar in Haryana. Let's go across to Neha, who was in fact at that press conference. Neha, this is a massive twist in the Sonali Fogart case. Now we have footage which shows Sonali Fogart in an inebriated position, ostensibly because the police have already told us how she was drugged, how the two individuals who are with her, who is the person who's seen in this individual, the individual who's holding her and taking her outside of a nightclub. What time is this? We understand this is at 4:27 a.m. What happened right after this as well? Please take us through exactly what happened. Yeah.
Well, that's right. In fact, what we're picking up is that after this party went on all night at the Curly's pub, the police, of course, over here has already confirmed what the CCTV footage shows us about how, both her drinks, not once but twice, both the drinks were in fact, laced with a synthetic substance. That's what the police has said. And it was following this that, they were in the pub for almost about 2 hours, after which they left. Now, during that span of 2 hours when they were in the pub's washroom, what really went on, that's likely, possibly between 2:30 and 4:30 maybe, approximately, that's about the time that the CCTV has also captured them leaving the pub. What really went on in that washroom, that is something that the police at this point in time has not confirmed. While the restaurant, of course, and its washroom has been sealed off completely, the police are investigating. Now, following that, at about 4:30, what the CCTV footage over there, in fact, is showing us is that she has left the pub in the presence of both of these people, in fact, Sukhwinder as well as Sudhir. Now, after this, we do understand that, she was in fact taken to the Leone Grand Resort over here in Anjuna itself in Goa, and there is when she started to complain of uneasiness, and in fact, a couple of minutes later, she's passed away. Now comes after this with the allegations of the cardiac arrest coming forth. Let's also remind our viewers that, in fact, both the Goa Chief Minister as well as the police had drawn some flack initially from the family as well as public ire also for having declared this a cardiac arrest without even ordering a probe into this matter. It was once the family pushed for it that we saw a probe was ordered. The autopsy was conducted only after the FIR was registered as per the family's demands. And then we saw how today now the police has in fact, come forth and said that while prima facie it appeared to be a cardiac arrest, it has now been concluded that this wasn't a cardiac arrest, but in fact, a clear-cut case of murder. Now, as far as the intent or the motive is concerned, that is something that the police is yet to ascertain. Prima facie, they've said that it appears to be that there was some economic interest, which is what the family had also alleged, that both the accused over here who've been arrested today in Goa, in fact, were looking to usurp her property for quite some time now. And in the past as well, there was an instance of theft is what the brother had alleged. So all of these angles now are going to be investigated. But, this really brings us back to the question of what that substance was, where the accused had
Stay with us, Neha. I'm joined by my colleagues Akanksha, who's reporting live from on ground in Hisar. She has brought us the version of the family right since this morning. They have been alleging that she could have been drugged. But let me, before I go across to Akanksha, get in a word from Meghna Deka, who's joining us from the Situation Desk. Meghna, break that down frame by frame for our viewers, because right at the end of that clip, she's actually seen collapsing and falling down on the floor right at this nightclub. Perhaps help could have been given then itself.
Well, absolutely, which is why questions are being raised. Why is it that right after all of this happened, why there was such a massive delay? Remember, only the next morning was she taken to a hospital. Was it by design? Well, the motive, of course, is yet to be cleared by the police. But we are looking at these visuals. Right from the beginning of the clip, we are going to show you. Now, this is Sonali. As you can see, she seems to be walking in a manner which suggests that is a staggered walk. It seems like she's drugged. The police have said that both her drinks were spiked supposedly and allegedly by this man who is now helping her. And right at the end of the clip, you can see her literally collapsing. This is inside. This is the CCTV footage from the nightclub where she was there with two of her friends. This person who's helping her walk right now, as she staggers and stumbles her way through the nightclub, is none other than Sudhir, who claims that not only was he her PA, but also he was in a live-in relationship. The Goa police are of course trying to ascertain the fact, but look at the way that she's walking right now. This is someone who does seem to be drugged. The police have alleged that both her drinks were spiked. This perhaps explains as to why she's in this kind of a condition. Now, the person who is helping her now walk away from the club is the very person who's under the police lens now. This is Sudhir Sangwan who's helping her, and as you can see, she stumbles over. There are a couple of a flight of steps here. She moves to the right. That's where she tumbles. She takes a fall as well, which may just explain, if you remember, the post-mortem that Times Now has managed to explain that there were certain marks on her body, blunt force trauma. What caused her blunt force trauma? Was this at a time when she was in this nightclub of Curly's in Goa? Those are the unanswered questions. The police are still looking into it. But this video is perhaps one of the last time that Sangwan was seen on tape. This is perhaps one of the last few times you will see her walking alive. Unfortunately, the next day she was declared dead. What really happened from this moment onwards till the time she died? That is the mystery that the police are trying to right now ascertain what really happened, to decode it. But this is going to be very telling. She can be seen staggering over as she crosses the nightclub. Then she falls. With her can be seen the person who now is the main accused in this case, Sudhir, who also now claims he was in a live-in relationship with her. Another person is there. These people are allegedly her bodyguards. We are still trying to find out their identity. There are a few other people. Maybe these people will hold the clue as to what really happened that night. What happened after she tumbled and fell in this nightclub? As you can see,
I'll request our producers and our colleagues to bring us a longer version of that clip, because in the later version, a few seconds more, she's actually seen falling down on the ground literally in that particular clip. Let's quickly get an update from our colleagues. Priyank has brought us that exclusive CCTV footage. We'll be going across to Priyank in just a minute. I want to get a quick word from Akanksha, who's been reporting from the Fogart household in Hisar. Akanksha, a number of relatives that you've been speaking to, if you could take us through what they have been saying, because they've been alleging a drug angle right since this morning, and they have been alleging foul play. They've said that there were bruise marks all over the body. Quickly take us through what the family is being saying, Akanksha.
Well, absolutely. Since morning, we're speaking to a lot of family members of Sonali Fogart here, and they have been telling us that she was drugged with this MDMA drug, and she was left from there. And when they went to Goa to see her the next day, they saw that there were punch marks on her chest. There were also swelling on her cheeks. So since morning, the family members have time and again been saying that she was drugged by these two accused who have now been arrested, and this has now been confirmed by the police, and the CCTV footages also show that she was intoxicated. She fell on the ground. So this definitely confirms the version of the family as well, which claimed that she was drugged with MDMA, which is a chemical drug. Now this is what the police has now also said, that she was drugged with a synthetic drug, and the accused as well as the victim were there in the washroom for 2 hours. However, the accused could not tell the police what was the reason why they were there for so long. But be it intoxication, rape or murder, these are the few loose ends that the police has to tie together now. Family has also alleged rape. They said that that after she was intoxicated, she was raped by these two accused. So these are few of the loose ends that definitely police has to tie together now.
Stay on with us, Priyank, Akanksha and Neha. We'll come back to you in just a bit. Let's quickly play out the Goa police's version as well, because remember they've confirmed that the two accused in the case have been arrested, but most importantly they've also spoken of how the drug angle is now being looked at very, very closely. Listen in.
जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज करली क्लब से लिए गए, उनके आधार पर देखा गया कि एलेज्ड सुधीर सांगवान और उसका एसोसिएट सुखविंदर सिंह डिसीज्ड के साथ में क्लब में पार्टिंग कर रहे हैं, और एक वीडियो से जाहिर होता है कि उसको एक सब्सटेंस फोर्सफुली विक्टिम को वन ऑफ द एक्यूज पिला रहा है। जब उसको इस तथ्य से कन्फ्रंट कराया गया तो सुखविंदर और सुधीर सांगवान ने पुलिस के सामने कन्फेस किया कि उन्होंने इंटेंशनली एक्यूज को लिक्विड में कोई ऑब्नॉक्सियस केमिकल मिला करके पिलाया।
Let me go across to Priyank. Priyank, put this in perspective for us. We're playing out two visuals. First is, of course, wherein Sonali Fogart is in that nightclub with the two accused. The second speaking of a very different picture, because she is barely being able to walk. Certainly, apparently, she's in inebriated state. If we go by these visuals very, very closely, what do we make of it, especially given the timing? This is about 4:27 a.m. The second CCTV footage that we've now accessed.
Yes, Christine, for the benefit of our viewers, let me tell them that what exactly they are watching on TV. This is the clinching evidence that shows that how deliberately these two accused, one of them Sudhir, who is wearing a black t-shirt, who was along with Sonali Fogart, also deliberately delayed taking her to the hospital, because of which she died. The intoxication started around 12 in the midnight, according to the investigation officers who have also come on record. But we wanted to bring out that truth, that whether the police is actually telling the truth truth or not, because yesterday the police officers came up on record and they stated that the post-mortem findings are not suggesting that she would have died because of some kind of physical injury. And apparently that is also true, because what senior officials have also stated, that the kind of bruises she had on her body was because of she being dragged and she being pulled, because there were nail marks which was quite visibly seen on her body, but these marks could not have led to death of Sonali Fogart. There were no broken injury marks, there was no bone which had also broken. So what is exactly this CCTV footage is also establishing, that at around 4:27 in the morning, when Sonali was totally intoxicated, which is quite visibly seen in the end of the 24-second video, where she is seen falling down on the ground on the stairs, she was not taken to the hospital. At around 6:38, according to the statement which has been given by the staff members of this particular restaurant club, where she had gone to have party with her so-called friend, who actually happened to be her murderers, who already had this sinister plot to kill her. They did not call an ambulance, neither the doctors nor she was taken to the hospital. But the drama did not end there. Christine, at 7 in the morning, according to the statement of the hotel staff, she was taken to the hotel in a totally intoxicated state. No one knew that whether she is alive or not. But even after that, no doctor was called, neither she was taken to the hospital. There was a deliberate delay of 90 minutes, 1 hour 30 minute delay, which was done by these accused, following to which they have been arrested. What police have also been trying to suggest in the press conference, that there was a delay. She was given something obnoxious, chemical drug which was given to her. That's why the forensic examination is being done. The viscera samples have been preserved. The report will be awaited, and it can come within 2 to 3 weeks of time period. But the fact of the matter is that if you look at the visual, she was totally intoxicated. She's falling on the ground. The person is lifting her, but still these suspects did not take her to the hospital, which led to death of Sonali Fogart, which has been established by this mega exclusive on the Times firm.
Absolutely, and if we go by what the Goa IGP had said, he'd also confirmed by saying that one of the accused, as per the CCTV that they have accessed, forced her to drink this very substance, to consume this substance, and it is upon confronting one of the accused, they confessed that they had intentionally mixed this chemical into the drink. Priyank, isn't that what the Goa police has also confirmed?
Yeah, we could have got that footage also, Christine, but unfortunately that DVR has been seized by the police official, and it's a matter of investigation, a very clinching piece of evidence. So it does not appear that there would be any laxity from the police officer's side, so that the footage could come out in open before it is actually being submitted to the court. But I managed to get this particular clip just to prove it to our viewers that there was something fishy which was happening. What we have been highlighting since yesterday is a sequence of incidents which was certainly raising several doubts about that whether police theory is true or not, whether the claim which is being done by the family members is true or not. The suspicion, Christine, which the family members had raised, that they feel that Sonali could have been murdered, actually came true, because she was taken to Goa stating that the tour will be of 7 to 8 days, but the hotel booking was only for 2 days. What she was told, that there will be new bloggers and YouTubers who will be coming out from Mumbai, and they will be making a reel which will certainly hit on the social media platform, and this party was before that. So but the delay, but the duration for which the hotel was booked was also raising question. The family member used this post-mortem report, Christine, to raise an alarm and say that, see, the doctors are saying that they have been blunt object injury marks on the body of Sonali Fogart, which was denied by the investigation team, stating that we were told by the doctors, if you read the next line after the mention by the doctors who have suggested that police investigation should go, the next line says that the police need to investigate the matter. So the police came into picture, they started probing the matter, they consulted the doctor, but there was no evidence in this initial post-mortem finding which was suggesting that the death could have happened because of some forceful means, because if one page to a post-mortem report, which was the initial post-mortem report, was suggesting, Christine, that this is a murder because of some blunt object injury, but that was not true, which the Times Now had been highlighting since yesterday. Now, we were the first channel which broke this information that Goa police has arrested these two accused. Later to that, we had to find that whether there is some kind of substance in the claim which is being done by the IGP of Goa, Mr. Omveer Singh Bishnoi, who came onto court at around 2:30 after 10-15 minutes after news break, that two accused will be shown arrested. The police claim.
Let's go across to Goa IGP, Mr. Omveer, joining us on the phone line. Sir, we heard of the details that you shared with the media a short while ago. Times Now has now accessed this CCTV footage from 4:27 a.m. and in this video we can clearly see Sonali Fogart being carried by one of her associates in that video. She's barely being able to walk. If you could just help us understand the timeline, sir.
Yeah, in this we have got all the videos, and in this video we can she is being taken to the toilet, and by that time she was already in the inebriated position, and she had already consumed some obnoxious chemical mixed in the water by the accused.
Okay, so Mr. Bishnoi, you're telling us that this is when she was being taken to the washroom. You'd also earlier shared details of how she along with the two accused was in the washroom for 2 long hours. Is this the timeline that we're talking about if we go by the second CCTV?
After this video, she was being escorted to the toilet and she remained in toilet for about 1.5 hours.
Okay.
Thank you.
And what is it that the accused has confessed with regards to this washroom episode, sir?
She was not in a position to walk and she was feeling uneasy, so he took her to the washroom for vomiting, etc. Now we have a FSL team and we are collecting whatever wash we can.
Okay, Mr. Bishnoi, if you could just help us understand the fact that now it's extremely clear that she was forced to take a substance. This substance, chemical substance, was perhaps mixed with her drink, and that's when things went out of control. That's when she was thereafter, needed to drag to the washroom because she totally lost control of herself. But the CCTV visual that you mentioned of earlier in the day of how the accused can clearly be seen mixing that chemical in her drink. What time are we talking about there, sir?
Not exactly, but it was around 2:30 to 3, between 2:30 and 3.
Okay, so that was around 2:33. This is 4:27 a.m. So about 1.5 hours before this very episode is when she was forced to take that drink.
Yep.
Okay, and so what about thereafter? Post 4:27, we are being told that she was at that very nightclub till about 6:30 because 7 a.m. is when she finally reached her hotel.
Yes, it is true. And from that time onwards, she was in the toilet.
Okay, so from 4:27 to when she was last seen at the club, she was inside the very washroom that you're talking about.
We have also questioned the waiters and others who were there. They say that they have seen her stay about up to 6:15, 6:30.
Okay, sir, have you been able to find out what really transpired through those 1.5 to 2 hours?
It is, we just cannot share everything at this moment.
And if we go by the timeline that you're helping us establish, sir, upon timely help, timely intervention, she could have been saved perhaps. Is that the view that you hold
Definitely,
at the moment?
Yes, if she could have been taken at that time to the doctor, it would have been possible to save.
And sir, as far as the hotel staff goes, have you been able to interact with them? What are they stating? Why would they? Why the delay in taking her to the hospital?
We are questioning it still to many people, and we will share when the comes back.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Omveer Singh. That's the IGP Goa, helping us understand the situation better of what really transpired through that night and early in the morning. Priyank also continues to stay on with us. We heard the IGP Goa there. First up information being shared on Times Now, Priyank. Now this pretty much puts it for the viewers to understand that post 12 a.m. to about 7 o'clock when she finally reached the hotel, 2:33 is when the IGP Goa, the top cop, says is, her drink was mixed with that substance, is when things started going out of hand.
Yes, certainly, Christine, and one more breaking information which we are getting it for viewers that the Goa police has identified the drug peddler who provided this, drug to these accused, who later on gave the drugs to Sonali. And what we have got to know that this particular there's a team which has been formed, which has been sent to arrest the accused. So that's a breaking information which we are getting that after the police revealed that Sonali could have been killed by giving this kind of a huge amount of drugs to her. The police have also identified the drug peddler who had given this drug to these accused.
Okay, so we have details coming in on the drug peddler as well. Let me take that across to Akanksha, who is tracking each and every development in the versions being put out by the family. Now, Akanksha, you heard, Mr. Omveer really putting things in perspective for us as per the ongoing investigations of the people they've confronted so far and of the confessions made by the accused. How much of a match are we seeing with what the Goa police is saying to what the family has been alleging since the beginning?
Well, since the beginning, since the morning, in fact, family has been saying that she was drugged with MDMA, which is a hard drug, and then at 9:30 or around 10, brother-in-law of Sonali Fogart got a call from her in which she said that she was not feeling well and that she's been given some substance by the two accused, after which she started feeling uneasy. She also said that there's some property dispute about which Mr. Sangwan has got to know. He was one of the suspect in this case, and Sonali told his brother-in-law that now Mr. Sangwan has got to know about it and that she's afraid. But most importantly, she said that she was feeling unwell and that she has been
the family had smelled suspicion in the very beginning, and that's when they in fact urged that the matter be probed in greater detail. Let me go across to Priyank with this breaking news update that we have. Let's quickly put out the details. The police has identified the drug peddler. As Priyank just shared that detail with us, a team has been sent for the raids as well. Priyank, what more can you tell us about this drug peddler that has been identified by the cops?
See, there's a nexus of drug peddlers who keep on operating near these bars and the pubs which operate 24/7. But time and again, the police officials have also managed to arrest many of them. But this time, it became very lethal and it became a weapon for these accused to kill Sonali. Later to that, what we got to know that after thorough questioning of these suspects, they confessed the crime and they said that yes, they had given drugs to Sonali. What police officials have also got to know that there were few suspects who were drug peddlers who were in and around the area, and the cell tower location has also been identified by the police officials. This is what sources have been saying. What breaking input which we are getting is that those people who were involved in providing drugs to these accused, whether they were aware that the drug can be used as a lethal weapon to kill Sonali or not, that's a matter of investigation. But breaking input which we are getting to know that the Goa police has identified those suspects who had provided drugs to these two accused who have now been arrested by the Goa police. And what we have been told that there have been several teams which have been formed to conduct raid at several locations in Panji and Goa as the other area to arrest these accused. Back to you.
All right, and Priyank, as per the family, the very fact that Sonali ended up reaching Goa is also very suspicious, because as per them, she had no plans to go to Goa on those very dates. The shoot was scheduled for later this month, and they said that the hotel rooms were booked for the 21st and 22nd, which they found extremely questionable.
See, but Christine, I would say that Sonali was an adult. She had all the rights to go wherever she wanted. It's not possible. It's always possible that she had to inform a family member. She was hiding obviously something which has also been disclosed by one of the accused who had also confessed that he was in a relationship with Sonali. So that's a personal issue for the family member. We are certainly not going to that. But the fact of the matter is that the timing of the hotel room, which were booked only for 2 days, was certainly suspicious. That triggered an alarm for the family members when they got to know, and this is what they have been highlighting, that they had suspicion that Sonali could have been killed, but the triggering alarm was certainly the post-mortem finding, Christine, because that was suggesting that there was blunt object injury. Yes. But that did not come up as a weapon or as a reason because of which she died. But when the CCTV analysis was done and when these accused were interrogated by the police official, they spilled out the beans, they accepted the crime, and they said that they kept on giving drugs to Sonali? Because the police official, imagine, had these evidences. Accused is being questioned right with the CCTV footage. They are being asked that what is it so, what is this when Sonali was unconscious?
Yes,
You're
it's
keeping
after
on
the
feeding it
autopsy
to her.
report mentioned blunt force injuries on her. That's when, we saw this narrative switch from how this was suspected to be a cardiac arrest to how there is much more and that needs to be unearthed. Now, as far as Akanksha, the family goes, after these series of revelations that have been made by the police, today we heard a detailed press conference by the Goa IGP. We just heard from him. What is it that you're picking up from the family? How is it that they've been reacting? All right, these are also the latest visuals as we keep up with more details on the story from the Anjuna police station. I believe the accused are now being taken out of the police station. Latest visuals, viewers, on your screens. It was the IGP Goa earlier in the day, a few hours ago in fact, who confirmed that the two accused have been arrested and the next 20 to 23 hours of their interrogation are going to be extremely crucial. Just a short while ago, we ourselves spoke to the IGP, who's confirmed to us that the interrogation is still underway. In fact, help us really understand the timeline of post 12 a.m. that day to what really transpired till 8:30 a.m. when she was finally taken to the hospital. 7 a.m. is when she reached her hotel and she was still in an inebriated state, and visuals that we just put out from 4:27 a.m. wherein she, along with one of the accused, can be seen going to the washroom. Priyank, we stay on with these visuals from the Anjuna police station. Let me go across to Vikram Singh joining us on the phone line. Sir, what do you make of the details as have been shared by the Goa police at the moment? We keep up with more CCTV footages as well that we've accessed, but one thing is very clear. Sonali Fogart, while she was in the nightclub, the Goa police has confirmed some sort of a synthetic substance was mixed in her drink. That's when she lost her control. But what's most suspicious is that she, along with the two associates, was in the washroom for 1.5 to 2 hours. That's what the Goa police is saying. What do you make of the entire situation as of now?
There are multiple dimensions to this horrific murder story. I'm saying murder because now it is established that it was not something that was accidental. No, it was a plain and simple, cold-blooded murder. And now the evidence is overwhelming. The CCTV footages and the substance, that is the presumption, is very obvious. And now other examinations would prove what was that substance. And also the incriminating evidence that has been collected so painstakingly by the Goa police would be enough to incriminate those who are the biggest beneficiaries and those who are being named, those who are being alleged and on whom the needle of suspicion is. Their role, their presence, their movements, their supposed alibi and defense will have to be examined threadbare in the investigation, and now these two will have no legs to stand on as far as defense is concerned. I think the Goa police has done a fantastic job. My compliments to them, but yes, they have an uphill task to collate all the evidence and make it in such a wonderful circumstantial evidence so that it convinces the court, and yes, for the horrific crime that these people have committed, they need to go to the gallows.
All right. Sir, do you also in that sense feel that perhaps the Goa police in this very case was too quick to jump to the first obvious conclusion of how this was death by suicide? Because, it's until the autopsy report came and the fact that blunt force injuries could be witnessed on her is when this entire murder mystery twist came in. That's what the family, of course, has been alleging since hour one. We'll have to leave it at that, sir. Let's quickly cut across to the BJP press conference that's currently underway.
कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन रखा, तो एक बड़ा सवाल है कि कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन क्यों? क्या नो कॉन्फिडेंस हो गया है? क्या जनता का अविश्वास आपके प्रति हो गया है? एक बड़ा सवाल उठता है। कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन तब लाया जाता है या कॉन्फिडेंस तब दिखाया जाता है कि आपके प्रति नो कॉन्फिडेंस हो गया है। लगता है केजरीवाल जी आपको डर लगने लगा है और ये डर आपको खाया जा रहा था, इसलिए आपने बेवजह ही प्रोपेगेंडा सेशन बुला लिया। दिल्ली के अंदर ये पहला नहीं, दूसरा भी नहीं, ये चौथा ऐसा विधानसभा का सत्र है जिसमें दिल्ली का कोई मुद्दा ही नहीं है। सिर्फ अपनी राजनीति को चमकाने के लिए, अपनी झूठी बातों को प्रोपेगेंडा करने के लिए आपने विधानसभा को भी नहीं छोड़ा है। पहले तो आम आदमी पार्टी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस पार्टी थी, अब वो विधानसभा के एक दिन के सत्र को अपनी राजनीति के लिए इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। लेकिन जनता को बड़ी उम्मीद थी कि केजरीवाल जी आएंगे और पिछले 10 दिनों से जनता जो सवाल पूछ रही है, विपक्ष जो सवाल पूछ रहा है कि आपने शराब माफियाओं का कमीशन 2% से बढ़ा के 12% क्यों किया, इसके जवाब की उम्मीद से विधानसभा सत्र में आपके भाषण को लोग सुन रहे थे। लेकिन 2% से बढ़ा के 12% करके शराब माफिया को हजारों करोड़ का फायदा पहुंचाया, कोई जवाब नहीं आया केजरीवाल जी। दिल्ली की रिहायशी कॉलोनी के अंदर गली मोहल्लों में शराब के ठेके खोल दिए।
All right, that's the BJP slamming the Aam Aadmi Party as far as the classroom gate scandal is concerned. Let's quickly shift our focus to a short break. Be back with more news and updates on the other side.
मोदी को हटाना है। मैं इस मंच के माध्यम से देश के 130 करोड़ लोगों को अपील करता हूं कि इस राष्ट्र मिशन मेक इंडिया नंबर 1 इस राष्ट्र मिशन के साथ जुड़े। जिस दिन 130 करोड़ लोग एक साथ जुड़ गए, भारत को दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बनने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता। और हमारा किसी पार्टी से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। यह मिशन राष्ट्रीय मिशन है, यह देश को आगे ले जाने का मिशन है, यह किसी पार्टी का मिशन नहीं है। इसलिए मैं आह्वान करना चाहता हूं, सारे बीजेपी वाले भी साथ आओ, सारे कांग्रेस वाले भी साथ आओ, इस पार्टी वाले भी साथ आओ, उस पार्टी वाले भी साथ आओ। आखिर पीछे क्यों रह गया? दोस्तों, अगर इनके भरोसे छोड़ दिया, इन पार्टियों और इन नेताओं के भरोसे छोड़ दिया, तो अगले 75 साल और पीछे रह जाएंगे। इनमें से किसी को अपना परिवार प्यारा है, इनमें से किसी को अपना दोस्त प्यारा है, किसी को भ्रष्टाचार करना है।
Good evening, you're breaking ground. I'm Madhavdas Gopalakrishnan. First, a quick look at the top 50 stories. CCTV footage in Sonali death case shows Sonali intoxicated taken away by Sudhir, one of the accused. Police has identified the drug peddler. Goa cop says synthetic substance given to BJP Neta Sonali Fogart. Meanwhile, Sudhir and Sukhwinder have been arrested. Sonali Fogart brother-in-law claims that he spoke to Fogart before she died, during which she claims Sudhir gave her MDMA drug. Delhi LG seeks report from the Chief Secretary of Delhi on the delay of 2.5 years on part of the Vigilance Department in taking action on the CVC inquiry report in the construction of additional classes in government schools. Assam CM Hemanta takes a jibe over classroom gates, says Kejriwal's ignorance is painful and that Assam deals with many things yet provides the best of education. Meanwhile, Kejriwal claims crackdown on AAP is because the party is aiming to fight and win the Gujarat elections. Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia hits out at the BJP, says BJP ruled centre is acting like a serial killer to eliminate state governments. Stepping up its agitation against the Aam Aadmi Party, the Delhi BJP stages protest. Protesters demand to sack Manish Sisodia. Jharkhand's in turmoil. Disqualification fear hovers over Chief Minister Soren. Ball now in Governor's Court. Decision likely to be taken today. Amidst the rapidly changing political scenario in Jharkhand, Chief Minister Hemant Soren convenes meeting of all MLAs of the Mahagathbandhan at his residence. Massive blow for the Congress party. Senior leader and ex-JNK Chief Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad resigns from all posts of the party. Ghulam Nabi Azad sends 5-page letter. Sonia Gandhi expresses sadness over senior and experienced leaders being sidelined. For sharp jabs at the Gandhis, Azad has blamed Rahul Gandhi for his exit, claiming that all key decisions were being taken by his security guards and personal assistants. Resignation of Ghulam Nabi comes ahead of the Congress party president polls, but Azad calls Congress polls a mere sham. Sources tell Times now that G23 leaders will meet today evening, with many senior leaders likely to quit the party after Azad. Gehlot reacts to Nabi's resignation, says that he is a known leader because of Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. In exclusive conversation with group editor Navika Kumar, Azad reveals that he will come up with his own outfit and will not join any other party. JNK Congress leader Ashwini Handa resigns, says more Congress leaders will quit very soon. Gandhi loyalists have slammed dissenter Ghulam Nabi Azad says that he is abandoning the party during testing times. Omar Abdullah describes Azad's resignation as a body blow to the party. He says it was sad and scary to see the grand old party implode. No end to urban apathy in Bengaluru. Woman severely injured after her scooter skidded on a flyover due to a pothole. Congress leader B.K. Hari Prasad compares Savarkar to Jinnah. Bommai says Congress loves Jinnah because they too came to power by dividing the country. Supreme Court lobs freebies hot potatoes. In fact, refers the issue pertaining to promises made by political parties and election freebies to a 3-judge bench. Supreme Court today dismissed a plea challenging the denial of sanction to prosecute UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in a 2007 case of alleged hate speech. Delhi High Court rejects WhatsApp and Facebook's plea against the Competition Commission of India. Probe says WhatsApp shares sensitive data with Facebook and forces users into an agreement under its 2021 privacy policy. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh holds bilateral talks with Tanzanian Minister of Defence and National Service in New Delhi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi once again tops the global rating amongst world leaders with an approval rating of 75%. Chief Minister Yogi reviews arrangements to bring down Supertech twin towers, directs officials to adhere strictly to safety norms during this demolition. 2 earthquakes of 3.4 and 2.8 magnitude have hit Jammu and Kashmir. There were no reports of loss of life or damage to property. The Atal Foot overbridge connecting the east and west areas of Ahmedabad to be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi on the 27th of August. 6 members of a family found dead at their residence in Balana village of Ambala. The suicide note has been recovered. Further investigation is underway. Satwik Sairaj, Ranki Reddy and Chirag Shetty become the first Indian men's double pair to ensure a medal in the Badminton World Championship as they storm into the semi-finals. 5 people died while 7 others were injured after a fire broke out in a 3-story building in Uttar Pradesh's Moradabad. Massive fire broke out at Noida's mattress manufacturing facility in Sector 80. No casualties were reported and the cause of death or fire rather is still unknown. India has reported more than 10,000 cases with 68 deaths in the last 24 hours, while the active cases have declined to 90,707 as far as COVID-19 is concerned. Anti-drug cell of Impal East Police busted a fake currency racket at Urup Tangthak village. 3 people, including a woman, have been arrested. Large number of fish were found dead in Kotanur Lake in Bengaluru's JP Nagar. Locals have cited sewage flow as the cause of death. Indian Army has neutralized 3 Pakistani terrorists after the latter's attempt to infiltrate along the line of control in Uri sector in Jammu and Kashmir. After a month-long sojourn in Ladakh, Tibetan spiritual leader Dalai Lama arrives in Delhi after a gap of 3 years. Gold prices fell by 254 rupees to 52,031 rupees per 10 grams in the national capital amidst weak global cues. However, silver gained 21 rupees to 55,979 rupees per kg. Mexican-American woman was assaulted, or rather went ahead and assaulted a group of 4 Indians in Texas. The attacker can be heard using racial slurs and cuss words. One of the women in the group, Indrani Banerjee, narrated the appalling encounter, says she never felt so humiliated. A Mexican-American woman has been arrested in Texas for racially abusing Indian women. This after the video went viral on social media. The forest fire that started on Wednesday night in the municipality of Loberia in northern Spain has already burnt down 560 hectares of land. As a result of the severe drought, French vineyards have started early harvest of grapes in mid-August. Amidst increasing tension between the US and China over Taiwan, US Senator on her visit to Taipei said that China was just waiting for an excuse to bully Taiwan. 4 people have been killed, including a local law enforcement official in a shooting at an apartment complex in southern Arizona. Doctors in Pakistan treat children with waterborne diseases amidst floods. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has sought international help for the same. President Emmanuel Macron has laid the wreath as a tribute to soldiers who died for France. Several US cities have faced a wave of major flooding over the past few days, prompting officials to evacuate and rescue residents. And as the probe intensifies in the alleged murder case of BJP leader Sonali Fogart, Times Now has accessed CCTV footage of a day before Sonali Fogart's death. The footage starts from 4:27 a.m., which shows Fogart in an intoxicated position being taken away by one of the accused. It's visible that she was struggling to walk and later on she fell on the floor. What we're also being told is that police officials have identified drug peddler who was involved in this, as well as the teams have been sent in to conduct raids.
जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज करली क्लब से लिए गए, उनके आधार पर देखा गया कि एलिस्ड सुधीर सांगवान और उसका एसोसिएट सुखविंदर सिंह डिसीज्ड के साथ में क्लब में पार्टिंग कर रहे हैं और एक वीडियो से जाहिर होता है कि उसको एक सब्सटेंस फोर्सफुली विक्टिम को वन ऑफ द एक्यूज पिला रहा है। जब उसको इस तथ्य से कन्फ्रंट कराया गया तो सुखविंदर और सुधीर सांगवान ने पुलिस के सामने कन्फेस किया कि उन्होंने इंटेंशनली एक्यूज को लिक्विड में कोई ऑब्नॉक्सियस केमिकल मिला करके पिलाया।
Let's take this across to our reporters joining us live at the moment. Let me first and foremost go across to Priyank, who's brought us this exclusive footage. With us also is Neha. We have Akanksha joining us from Hisar, where the family members of Sonali Fogart stay. Neha, of course, joining us from Goa. But let me first and foremost go across to Priyank. Priyank, now this footage is very, very crucial because this footage, A, shows that Sonali Fogart was in an inebriated condition. B, she was accompanying the accused. And C, she was barely able to walk. In fact, at the end of the video, she collapses on the floor. If medical attention had been given then, perhaps her life could have been saved. And also the fact that she's walking in a strange manner, many could also attribute that to the kind of serious injuries that her family have alleged that she was carrying.
Yes, certainly, Madhu, you're absolutely right. If she could have been taken to the hospital and doctors could have washed her stomach, then certainly she would have survived. And that is one thing which is being established with the help of this particular CCTV footage. If you look at the sequence of incident, she started consuming this particular drug at around 12 in the midnight. At around 4:27, she was totally intoxicated. And when she was being lifted and taken away, there were bruises marks which came on her body, which has been suggested by the panel of doctors that could need to be probed by the police officials. When we spoke to the senior officials, they denied the death because of any kind of forceful means or any kind of physical assault. But later to that, when the CCTV footage of the restaurant where she had gone for party was analyzed, the police team spotted that she was given some transparent liquid which was in the bottle, and these accused were forcefully feeding her. When she became unconscious and started losing out her control at around 4:27, when she wanted to go to the washroom, this footage came into picture. And later to that, the police officials have also established the sequence of incident on the basis of the statement of the hotel staff and the restaurant staff. It has been proven that around 6:38 was the first time when she complained that she is unable to walk or speak anything. And when these hotel staff told her that she need to go to and consult the doctor, these accused refused to do that. Even after leaving the restaurant, Madhav, she was taken to the hotel, where again the hotel staff told these two accused that she should consult a doctor, which was not done. And for 90 minutes, these accused kept on waiting till Sonali died. That the theory on which the police are working on.
All right, let me quickly take this across to Neha as well. Neha, very, very important that the police is looking into the investigation aspect of this. Now, what is very clear is that there was some amount of foul play, as the family has alleged in the past. And what is more, the death report has cited injury marks. Now, the police has said that there was, in fact, the use of drugs, and also also have alleged some kind of a relationship between her and one of those two of her associates who was there in Goa. Take us through what the position of the police is as to what really has happened and what could potentially be the reason for this crime.
Yes, absolutely. Madhav, let's put this in perspective now. Both Sudhir as well as Sukhwinder, in fact, were people who were very well known to Sonali Phogat. In fact, both of them have worked with her for at least about 3 years now, while one happens to be her personal assistant. The other also happens to be a close friend of the personal assistant, eventually, also becoming close friends with her. Now, as far as the police stance on this is concerned, what we do know at this point in time is that the police have confirmed that, this seems to be some motive as far as prima facie. It seems to be economic interest is what the police has said. The family also, let's equate this with what the family said about how both of these aides or both of these people over here, the accused, wanted to usurp her property. Now that's the first angle, or that's the first motive that the police is looking at. Now secondly also, was there any political conspiracy to this? That's also something that's not being ruled out right now, because the family had alleged that former Haryana minister, BJP Haryana minister, in fact Kanda over there, he was also in fact accused. Now this is also something that the police is looking at, merely because there was a mention of this by Sonali's family in the complaint. So was his involvement also there? That is another angle that the police is looking at. But most importantly, the fact that the accused over here, Sudhir Sangwan, has confirmed to the police that he had a live-in relationship with Sonali Phogat. That is something that again they would be focusing on to try and see if what the family said about her property being usurped, if that was the motive. So this is precisely what the police has said at this point in time. They're not ruling out any investigation angles at this point. We also understand, like Priyank was telling us earlier, that the police have identified the drug peddler. His house is being raided. Parallelly, the police also said that they've identified the driver on that fateful night. His statement would also be taken. The staff at Curly's is being investigated, parallelly, of course, at this point. So all of that would be put together. Another interesting thing that the police also mentioned was that there was supposed to be another gang of people who were coming from Mumbai as well, possibly. So their involvement also, was this a larger premeditated or pre-planned murder? That is something that the police is currently looking at.
All right, stay with us, Nehal. Let's also get a quick word from Akanksha. Akanksha, what are the family members saying after the police's press conference? Have you been able to touch base with the family members? What have they been telling you? Take us through the allegations that they've made in the morning, and now that the police press conference has confirmed at least some of their allegations, what are they expecting from here on?
Well, absolutely, details of this case is getting murkier second by second. Family since day one has been saying that she's been poisoned, but today morning they claim that MDMA drug was given to her. Now this claim has also been confirmed by the Goa police as well as the CCTV footage which Times now has accessed. In the CCTV footage we can see that she's intoxicated and she's also falling down, and we also spoke to the family of the victim, and her brother-in-law in fact told us that a few hours before her death, at around 10 o'clock, she made a call to him. She was very emotional is what he said, and she told him that she was not feeling well and suspected that someone has fed her something and she was feeling sick because of that. Another family member also said that the next day when they went to Goa to bring her back to Hisar, they found that there were punch marks on her chest, and also that her cheeks were swollen. There were blue marks around her ears. So they also suspected assault in this case. But the point being is that the family has been since day one saying that she's been poisoned. Today they said that she was drugged with this MDMA. But now whether or not they'll seek a CBI inquiry into this matter has to be seen. They said that all the family members will sit down together and take a call regarding that. But today they said that they're quite satisfied with the probe that is being done by the Goa police, be it rape, murder, intoxication. These are some of the loose threads that the Goa police has to tie together. The family said that they are satisfied with it.
All right, stay with us, Akanksha, Neha and Priyank. Let's quickly get in a word from Abha Singh, noted lawyer who's joining us. Abha Singh, now the footage is there. The police has come out with its own version of what has transpired, and it is really quite shocking to see what's happening at this nightclub. Here is a person who is struggling to walk. She has ostensibly already been drugged. We don't know the exact timeline of what events were, but yes, the police did say that some obnoxious chemicals chemical was given to her, quote unquote. Judging by this footage, it's quite clear that even after she was in such a condition, she possibly could have been saved, but that didn't happen.
Absolutely. In fact, the very fact that she died under suspicious circumstances, there were injuries on her body. It is surprising that her postmortem was not done and everything was hushed up just because she was from a political party. It clearly shows either her PS or her friend, they knew what had happened. It could be an overdose of drugs because the manner in which Goa people say that there is too much drugs floating everywhere. So my issue is that why was police acting in a clandestine manner? The cops who must have reached there or who tried to cover up, that needs to be investigated also, because Sonali Phogat was not anybody. She was a BJP politician. She was a renowned personality. So if in such renowned cases, police can act like this, then what happens to the common man is my question. There is a lot of drugs in Goa. There are a lot of hanky-panky stuff going on, and maybe police got money to drown this case, and now only after media frenzy they are trying to cover up, and getting a video which shows that she's limping, she's injured. It does create questions on the behavior of the police.
All right, thanks so much for joining us, Abha Singh, with your perspective on the story. I'd also like to thank all our reporters, Priyank, Neha, as well as Akanksha, for bringing us all those updates. For the moment, we're slipping into a quick break.
Most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivchankar.
I do not get into Indian politics when I go abroad. You want to ask me that question, you come and ask me in India. What is Atmanirbhar Bharat about? You ask this colonial mentality question. Atmanirbhar Bharat is also about overcoming the colonial mentality. That somewhere something better is made. It doesn't have to be made outside to be better. It can be made in India and be equally good, maybe even better. What happened after the 1990s was we opened our economy, and which was the right thing to do, because at that time there was too much state control, our economy was not competitive, it was important, we dealt more with the world, all of that was very good. But what happened in India was that business houses, when the economy opened up, they were naturally, what are business people most concerned about? They are concerned about, making profits, having a good supply system. So you had a situation where, in order to build their own businesses, in India, we started importing more and more from other countries. Now, if you contrast this, not only with China, if you look at Korea, you look at Japan, I'm giving those as some examples. These countries built up their economy not just by having big business, but also having a supply chain within the country. when they opened up travel to America in 2021, and my son lives in America, and I asked him, saying, we were going to a restaurant and they wanted to see our COVID certificate, vaccine certificate. So I showed them my phone. My son from his wallet produced a paper which was folded in thing and said, okay, this is my certificate. And I looked at his paper and I asked myself, okay, this is where they are and this is... the whole idea of the COVID platform, that each one of you, like me, got on your phone that you go to this place on this date and you get this done. Now you must understand, this is not the case with much of the world.
What happens in our neighborhood, any developments which have a bearing on our security obviously is of interest to us. I think our spokesman had said some time ago that we obviously monitor any development which has a bearing on our interests very, very carefully.
Back after half a century of loyalty to the Parivar, today Ghulam has become Azad, one of the tallest leaders of the Congress, a former chief minister and a leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha. Ghulam Nabi Azad has dumped the Gandhis. In an emotional 5-page letter, he's recounted how his loyalty was repaid with treachery and betrayal by the Parivar. His most direct and scathing criticism, however, was for Rahul Gandhi. He called him out for his immaturity and for demotivating Congress's consultative mechanism with a remote control. Not pulling any punches, Azad also said that the presidential polls have been reduced to a farce, where the chosen one will be reduced to a puppet on strings.
कई लोग देश के नौजवान मेरी तरह संजय गांधी के साथ नहीं थे, उनके विचारों का मेल नहीं खाता था, हम खिलाफ थे उनके, ठीक है। ये चलता रहता राजनीति के अंदर। आज राहुल गांधी आए हैं, राहुल गांधी जी अपने हिसाब से किस प्रकार मैं कांग्रेस को आगे ले जाऊं, उनकी अपनी सोच होगी। जो इन्होंने कहा आज, अभी तो मैं खुद सदमे में हूं, एक ऐसा 42 साल का जिसको सब कुछ मिला जिंदगी के अंदर, 42 साल ही बगैर पद के नहीं रहे हो व्यक्ति, आज वो ये मैसेज दे रहे हैं जैसे कि जो मेरी समझ के पड़ रहे हैं।
When the Congress President, Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji, Shri Rahul Gandhi ji, and the entire Congress party organization across the country is engaged in confronting, combating, fighting the BJP. It's most unfortunate, most regrettable that at this point of time we have had to read this letter.
Well, it's very unfortunate. A man like Ghulam Nabi ji should have written such a letter. It is like a pot calling kettle black. And who were in the helm of affairs in the Congress party for almost 5 decades. I have seen Ghulam Nabi right from the Youth Congress days. He was General Secretary of the Indian Youth Congress. Then he became the president. Then he was a minister in Indira Gandhi's cabinet. He was a minister in Narsingh Rao's cabinet. He was a minister in Rajiv Gandhi's cabinet. He was a minister in Manmohan Singh ji's cabinet. What more you expect from him? And at this juncture, when country is at the crossroads, Ghulam Nabi ji should not have chosen this path.
We are where we are today thanks to leaders like Ghulam Nabi Azad. He needs to take responsibility of all the blunders that he committed. Today suddenly he becomes holier than thou. Today suddenly he finds everything that was wrong since 2010, 1998, 1999. Why didn't he speak then? Why is he speaking now? So this is the man whose remote control is with Mr. Narendra Modi. We all saw how Mr. Modi shed tears for the first and perhaps the last time in his life for Ghulam Nabi Azad. So we know what this relationship is.
And there are more reactions coming in from G23 rebels and others who quit the Congress recently.
To my mind, this situation was entirely avoidable, considering the fact that there have been many serious
discussions between Ghulam Nabi Azad ji, his other colleagues, including myself, who had raised certain issues in August 2020. We were hopeful that there would be serious introspection and course correction. Unfortunately, that process was subverted. The understanding was not honored.
We're slipping into a very quick break. More news and updates coming up in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र वीरों के शब्द गूंजेंगे, है वो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो। आणि म्हणून आज सांस्कृतिक विभागाचा पहिला संकल्प मी महाराष्ट्रात इथून जाहीर करतोय की है वो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो। आता चांद्यापासून बांद्यापर्यंत मोबाईल असेल की फोन असेल, 15 ऑगस्ट उद्यापासून हा संकल्प सुरू। आणि तुम्ही सुद्धा प्रतिज्ञा घ्या कि आता यानंतर मोबाइलवर कोई है वो नहीं कहेगा वो देशभक्तों का गीत वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम। आणि हे अभियान सांस्कृतिक विभागाच्या माध्यमातून 15 ऑगस्ट ते 26 जानेवारी पर्यंत आम्ही करू। महाराष्ट्राच्या प्रत्येक जिल्ह्यात ही जी तरुणाई आहे, सळसळत्या रक्ताची, धडकत्या हृदयाची, हा भारत मातेचा तिरंगा ध्वज विश्वगौरव नरेंद्र मोदींनी तुमच्या माझ्या हातात दिला। अब तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र वीरों के शब्द गूंजेंगे, है वो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो।
breaking down. Now there's a serial killer on the loose in Bengaluru. And it's in the last 1 year, this pothole menace in the city has claimed at least 6 lives in what is supposed to be an IT hub with world-class infrastructure in full public view. And yet there's absolutely no action against the culprit as victims continue to fall prey. The killers are ominous potholes. Just days after 44-year-old Supreet succumbed to his injuries sustained after his motorcycle ended up skidding off a pothole, another video has now surfaced where a lady narrowly escaped serious injuries. In a video, a woman can in fact be seen riding a scooter as she skids and falls on the road as the vehicle moves over a pothole. Fortunately, the rider was wearing a helmet and no major injuries were sustained. What is in fact shocking, or perhaps a trend now, after outrage, the pothole was filled with gravel and stones without any proper corrective action taken or anybody held accountable.
It was a usual day for me to office. Like I was doing a ramp up, climbing a ramp up, and suddenly I saw a lady just skidded and fallen down. Instantly I realized there was a pothole, and because of that she has fallen down. So I immediately rushed to the spot. So I switched off my car, so dash cam also stopped there. I believe that there was no fracture, but she was badly bruised, and it was pretty bad fall. So it felt pretty bad to see a person falling not because of his fault, right, and because of the infrastructure issues, right? So it's like, it's not her fault, nothing of her fault. She was just going in a road. She believed that the roads are good, but the roads are bad, and not because of her fault she has fallen down. I'm not sure who is going to be responsible, who can take responsibility for this.
Now, this is not a menace that's confined to the Aam Janta of a city like Bengaluru. This is something that's endemic across different parts of the city, and such is the audacity of the disregard for civic facilities that even the road outside the State Assembly in Bengaluru, which is the Vidhan Sauda, has potholes.
We are just off Millers Road heading towards Chalokya Circle in Bengaluru, and here you can see right opposite the BWSSB office a huge crater of sort that has come up, and it's not very clear what's the reason for this, but you can see what it has led to is a huge traffic pile-up, because pots have been put up to ensure that the commuters don't really move onto this particular stretch, which could lead to, of course, hazardous consequences. And almost half of the road has been used up, which is funneling traffic to one side and causing a lot of inconvenience. We've seen a lot of pothole menace in Bengaluru. Now, what's the reason for this and what is the excuse the officials are going to give is something that's going to be interesting to note. The dash cam footage that shows the accident where a woman lost control of her bike, falls off, was the car that was behind, which had the dash cam, fortunately stopped just in time, or else there would have been yet another tragedy that would have unfolded in Bengaluru, and that would due to a pothole. I'm standing right now on the flyover leading to KR-Puram from Kalyan Nagar. Now this is the exact spot where the accident took place. Right now you can see all that they've done is yet another shoddy patchwork, and there is no asphalt. There is just some gravel and mud that has been used to cover it, and probably it has been done very recently. There's all the mud has almost come off at this point in time, and probably if it's not asphalted in the next 24 hours, you'll see the pothole once again revived in this road. And this is a flyover, mind you, and across this stretch of the flyover there are multiple such potholes.
This stretch has been little disturbed all throughout. Initially there was a white topping done, and now the white topping is being broken and metro is being constructed. So, and there are potholes all through. So I hope something they fix all these things and potholes, so it is at least a safe way to drive or safe way to reach work.
Despite several reminders to the officials, despite several such incidents that are coming to the fore, lives that are lost, but on the ground the reality is pretty abysmal.
Now, the Brihat Bengaluru Mahanagar Palike, or the BBMP, has a budget outlay of almost 10,000 crores, and despite that, we're seeing this happen on a repeated basis. What really explains the magnitude of the problem? Let's listen to what the BBMP Commissioner told Times Now.
ಗುಂಡಿಗಳಿಂದ ತಾವು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದಿರಿ ಸಾವು ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ತನಿಖೆ ನಡೆದ ನಂತರ ಸಿದ್ಧ ಆದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರನೇ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಗುಂಡಿಯಿಂದ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಕೆಲವು ಘಟನೆಗಳು ಆಗಿವೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ FIR ಲಾಂಚ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆ FIR ನಲ್ಲಿ ತನಿಖೆ ನಡೀತಿರುವುದರಿಂದ ಈ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ನಾವು ಏನಾದರೂ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅಸೂಕ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೂ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಲೂ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಆ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ, ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ತನಿಖೆ ಮುಗಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ.
Let me go across to Deepak Bopanna, who is joining us from Bengaluru and has been covering this issue very closely. Now, Deepak, what really explains the evasive responses that the BBMP has so far given when they are the organization that is supposed to be accountable for what's been happening in the city?
Well, Siddharth, there's no explanation really to what the BBMP commissioner is saying. He's saying an investigation is going on, nothing can be done at this point in time. What needs to be done is to fix the roads in Bengaluru. That's the basic thing that the BBMP is supposed to do, to provide basic amenities like the good roads that the people can fly on and not probably, get out of home and, some of them not even returning home because they're losing their lives. This is the bare minimum that the civic body can do. And instead of shirking off responsibility and saying an investigation is going on only after it concludes, can they really assess what's happened? It's pretty evident. It's a CCTV camera that showed that, Supreet lost control over his bike when he, rides over that particular pothole. Another dash cam footage is showing a pothole right in front where, the woman who's riding right in front of a car, which is captured, the dashboard camera of this car has captured the footage, falls down after she lands onto the pothole. So these are instances that anybody can see. It's surprising that the BBMP is, acting
Absolutely.
like, they don't see these sort of
evasion of responsibility there, Deepak. I urge you to stay with us because we're being inundated right now with calls and people calling in from Bengaluru, which is one of the worst affected cities in India as far as this phenomenon is concerned. We're joined right now by Mr. Babu Rao from Bengaluru. First up, Mr. Babu Rao, your response to what's been happening in the city and the repeated trend that we're witnessing of deaths being caused due to potholes.
Good evening and thank you for providing me an opportunity. This has become talking about potholes. You were just now telling about potholes need to be fixed. I will say that we need to fix the people. I come from a multinational company and there is no accountability. This is number one. And it doesn't require a rocket science. We go outside abroad and create roads. And 1930s, Germany showed how to make roads, which are still good. What is lacking is the BBMP commissioner. He is telling there is an investigation. He should be sacked. And on top of it, you know what? At least if these people like ordinary citizens, they travel in a scooter, in a bike, on the roads, the so-called elected representatives.
Absolutely, valid point there made by Mr. Babu Rao, a representative of an MNC as well, supposed to be living in a world-class city, but it has pretty appalling infrastructure given what we've witnessed over the recent days. Mr. Manoj Sharma also joins us on the phone line. Yes, Mr. Sharma, your response.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, this is not just potholes and people dying, on Sarjapur Road and towards the Whitefield areas. There are hundreds and thousands of school children who get stuck for hours together. They are hungry, they have no food, they cannot go home, they cannot go to school. And this is an everyday thing. Just hundreds and hundreds of school kids who are stuck on the road for hours. Their parents are worried, they have no clue where. We don't know whether the bus is... And the road condition is so bad that you can get hurt even if you're a child sitting in a school bus.
Absolutely.
And BBMP is just, deaf and dumb.
Absolutely, there needs to be accountability there, Mr. Sharma. Ramesh also joins us on the phone line. Yes, Mr. Ramesh, your response to what we've been witnessing in Bengaluru over the last few days.
See, totally it is in a worst condition whenever its rain has come. So it is really very, very horrible condition what I am seeing. Totally, this is actually heart of the city of Bangalore. Totally Karnataka, we are into like anything. But in BBMP and all, these people are wasting time and looting money by having with a lot of injuries whenever rain comes in the total Bangalore.
Yes. Absolutely. Thanks for that, Mr. Ramesh. Natarajan also joins us on the phone line. Yes, Mr. Natarajan, your views on this extremely disturbing trend.
Good evening to all. Yesterday in the same outer ring road, a 23-year-old techie was going to the office in the morning 9:20, and because of this condition of the road, a truck ran over him and he was spotted. I mean, this is a kind of condition where people are dying, youngsters are dying. Like
First and foremost, there needs to be accountability. You brought forward a very important point there. Ravi from Bengaluru also joins us. Yes, Ravi, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, Ravi, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, good evening, sir. Good evening. Yeah, sir, this is so sad that this particular government is actually spoiling the name of the central government. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So this is so sad scenario that this particular government of Karnataka is spoiling the government of, spoiling the name of the central government. There is no development happening in Karnataka, and they are just saying we have done that, we have done this. But this is a thing what we are going to see.
Absolutely. The political leadership also needs to be held accountable. Thanks a lot for your responses there. We'll slip into a short break. More lined up for you on the other side. Stay tuned.
From being a waiter to being a Bollywood star, Akshay Kumar's life journey is anything but a cakewalk. Hailed as one of the most talented and dedicated actors in Bollywood, Akshay Kumar has had his fair share of success and failures. While some of his films turned out to be blockbusters, a few of them failed to meet his fans' expectations. But this year, Bollywood's Khilari had a particularly tough ride at the box office with his 3 consecutive flops. There is no doubt that OTT has brought about a massive change, not just in content but also in talent. Gone are the days when audiences preferred 8-pack abs and conventional physical appearances over hardcore acting skills. Audiences no more want to see exotic locations and huge budget sets, but just some exceptional content. While Akshay Kumar scrambled to flood the big screens with back-to-back movies, there were not enough takers. 2022 has not been Akshay's favourite in terms of box office numbers, as his expectations were crushed by Bachchan Pandey's underwhelming performance to begin with. Akshay Kumar's first release of 2022, Bachchan Pandey, was below par at the box office. Also starring Kriti Sanon, Arshad Varsi and Jacqueline Fernandez in lead roles, Bachchan Pandey is an action drama. Filmmakers invested a huge 180 crore rupees in the making but raked in just 73.11 crore rupees. Despite having all the elements of a blockbuster like a great cast, big budget and proper promotions, Bachchan Pandey failed to become a box office success. And here's why. One of the main reasons behind the poor box office performance of Bachchan Pandey was its release date, which clashed with the Kashmir Files and RRR. Bachchan Pandey couldn't stand in front of the grandeur of Rajamouli's RRR and Vivek Agnihotri's Kashmir Files. The action comedy is a remake of the 2014 Tamil film Jigar Thanda, which itself was inspired by the 2006 Korean film A Dirty Carnival. This movie's performance indicates that now movie buffs are interested in watching an original piece instead of a remake. After Bachchan Pandey, Akshay Kumar's movie Samrat Prithviraj turned out to be his second straight failure. The movie was made for an approx rupees 300 crore budget due to the costumes, special effects and extravagant sets, but it failed to impress fans and turned out to be a dud at the box office. The film could only earn rupees 90.32 crore at the BO. Apart from Akshay Kumar, the film also starred 2017 Miss World Manushi Chiller, Sonu Sood and Ashutosh Rana. Apparently, the film's failure left producer Aditya Chopra fuming, who reportedly put all the blame on Akshay Kumar. Well, Akshay Kumar, who is known for juggling several projects at a time, has not been able to achieve desired results this year. The movie failed to engage with the audience because of its bad VFX and Akshay's clumsy portrayal of Prithviraj Chauhan. Akshay's dialogue delivery and facial expression fell short of capturing the character's spirit. Akshay Kumar's latest outing, Raksha Bandhan, is yet another movie which faced the audience's wrath much before the film's release. The movie faced a boycott call as the film writer was accused of Hindu-phobic views. The moviegoers also didn't find Akshay sporting his common moustache look very impressive. As Akshay was once again snubbed by the moviegoers, here are the other reasons that could have possibly led to the failure of the movie at the box office. Raksha Bandhan clashed with Amir Khan's Lal Singh Chadda, which amassed rupees 10 to 11 crores on its opening day. Raksha Bandhan, which was made at an approximate budget of over rupees 70 crore, has managed to mint just about rupees 45.83 till date. Needless to say, 2022 is just not Akshay's year, which might prompt our Khilari to rethink his strategy. Well, these flops didn't dismantle Akshay's hope and strength. He's still in the fame game and has multiple movies in the pipeline. The actor is gearing up for the release of Amit Rai's Oh My God 2, Abhishek Sharma's Ram Setu.
An important update coming in from Jharkhand, where the Election Commission in its suggestion, according to sources, has not debarred the Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren from contesting elections. In its recommendation to the governor, it has only disqualified Mr. Soren as a member of the Legislative Assembly, this following accusations that he had violated Section 9A of the Representation of People's Act over the procurement of a mining lease at a time that he was the mining minister of Jharkhand as well, where he was accused of abusing his office. Let me go across to Amit Kumar for all the updates pertaining to this. Amit, उनको इस्तीफा शायद देना पड़ेगा, वो भी उनके मेंबर ऑफ लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली के हैसियत में, लेकिन वो फिर से इलेक्शन लड़ सकते हैं, उस पर कोई बंदी नहीं दिया गया है इलेक्शन कमीशन के द्वारा।
जी हाँ, जो जानकारी मिल रही है कि सिर्फ और सिर्फ उनको उनकी जो एमएलए की सदस्यता है उससे उनको सदस्यता रद्द होगी, लेकिन वो चुनाव लड़ सकते हैं, क्योंकि जो एक जानकारी आ रही थी कि बार किया जा सकता है, तो चुनाव आयोग के सोर्सेज के हवाले से ये जानकारी मिली है कि ऐसा कोई रिकमेंडेशन नहीं किया गया है कि इसमें बार किया जाए। और दूसरी बात, जो बीजेपी ने जो जिन बातों को लेकर शिकायत की थी उसमें भी बार करने की बात नहीं थी कि बार किया जाएगा, जो शिकायतें थी उस आधार पर। तो जो जानकारी है कि सिर्फ और सिर्फ जो एमएलए की जो पद है उससे उनकी सदस्यता रद्द हो जाएगी, जिसके कारण उनको मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा देना पड़ेगा, लेकिन वो चुनाव लड़कर फिर से मुख्यमंत्री बन सके। हालांकि करीब 6 महीने का समय है, क्योंकि वहां पर एक बहुत बड़ा प्रोसेस चल रहा है, जो अब अपडेशन होता है वोटर आई कार्ड का, वो अपडेशन चल रहा है। 5 जनवरी तक ये प्रोसेस चलेगा और ऐसे में अगले 6 महीने तक कोई भी चुनाव होने की पता नहीं है।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया उसके लिए अमित। Nevertheless, an indictment of Hemant Soren there, but not something that has barred him from contesting elections in the future. Turning our attention now to a hate attack on members of the Indian community in the United States, a trend that has continued. 4 Indian American women have been racially abused and by a Mexican American woman in the US state of Texas who hurled racist slurs at them. The woman accused them of ruining America and asked them to go back to India. The incident took place on Wednesday night. The woman who has now been arrested is seen in the video identifying herself as a Mexican American and abusing a group of Indian Americans.
We even talk to you. Why did you walk up to us to talk to you? We were minding our own business.
Indians, that's all the Indians. They come to America because they want a better life. But they're obviously not living the great life in India.
The one who's racist. Why do you make comments like that?
You come from our country and you want
You just said you're Mexican. How does that make sense?
I'm a Mexican American. I was born here.
What makes you think that we are not
Were you born
Americans?
here?
What makes you think that we are not?
Because of the way you speak. Because I'm a Mexican American,
but I'm not speaking to you. He's the one who came and talked to me. I'm with my friends.
Like everywhere I go, you Indians are everywhere. If life was so great in India, why the fuck are y'all here? Turn your camera off. I'm happy to talk. Turn it off.
And why should I turn it off? You're the one who came.
I'm Mexican. I'm Mexican, and I paid my.
Shocking racist abuse. An update for our viewers that woman has been arrested by the Plano police in Texas. We'll slip into a short break and we'll come back with more on the other side.
हटाना है, मोदी को हटाना है।
आज मैं इस मंच के माध्यम से देश के 130 करोड़ लोगों को अपील करता हूं कि इस राष्ट्र मिशन मेक इंडिया नंबर 1 इस राष्ट्र मिशन के साथ जुड़े। जिस दिन 130 करोड़ लोग एक साथ जुड़ गए, भारत को दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बनने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता। और हमारा किसी पार्टी से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। यह मिशन राष्ट्रीय मिशन है, यह देश को आगे ले जाने का मिशन है, यह किसी पार्टी का मिशन नहीं है। इसलिए मैं आह्वान करना चाहता हूं, सारे बीजेपी वाले भी साथ आओ, सारे कांग्रेस वाले भी साथ आओ, इस पार्टी वाले भी साथ आओ, उस पार्टी वाले भी साथ आओ।
A very good evening. Thanks for tuning in to Times Now. Before we move on to the big story, we're tracking the top 50 updates first up. An exclusive CCTV footage in Sonali Foghat case shows how an intoxicated Sonali was being taken away by Sudhir, one of the accused. The police has also identified the drug peddler in the case. Goa cops say a certain synthetic substance was given to the BJP Neta. Meanwhile, both the accused, Sudhir and Sukhvinder, have been arrested. Sonali Foghat's brother-in-law claims he spoke to her before she died, during which he claimed Sudhir gave her MDMA drug. Delhi Lieutenant Governor seeks report from the Chief Secretary on the delay of 2.5 years on part of the Vigilance Department in taking action on the CVC inquiry report on the construction of additional classes in government schools. Himanta Biswa Sarma takes jibe over classroom gates, says Kejriwal's ignorance is painful and that Assam deals with many things yet provides best of education. Meanwhile, Kejriwal claims crackdown on AAP is because the party is aiming to fight and win Gujarat elections. Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia hits out at BJP, says the BJP rule centre is acting like a serial killer to eliminate state governments. Stepping up its agitation against the Aam Aadmi Party, the Delhi BJP has also come out to stage a protest today. The protesters could be heard demanding Manish Sisodia be sacked. Sources say that Election Commission in its suggestion has not debarred Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren from contesting polls. Amid the rapidly changing political scenario in Jharkhand, Chief Minister Soren also convened a meeting of all MLAs of Mahagathbandhan at his residence. In a massive blow for Congress, senior leader and ex-JNK Chief Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad resigned from all posts of the party. Ghulam Nabi Azad sent 5-page letter to Sonia Gandhi expressing sadness over senior and experienced leaders being sidelined. With sharp jabs at the Gandhis, Ghulam Nabi Azad blamed Rahul Gandhi for his exit, claiming all key decisions were being taken by his security guards and personal assistants. Resignation of the ex-Congress leader comes ahead of Congress party president polls, but Ghulam Nabi Azad calls Congress polls a mere sham. Sources tell Times Now that the G23 leaders will also be meeting this evening with several senior leaders who are also likely to quit the party after Ghulam Nabi Azad. Ashok Gehlot too reacted to his resignation, saying he is a known leader because of Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. In an exclusive conversation with Group Editor Navika Kumar, Ghulam Nabi Azad revealed he will come up with his own political outfit and not join any other party. JNK Congress leader Ashwini Handa too resigned. Now he's also come out to say more Congress leaders will quit very soon. Gandhi loyalist Slam descender Ghulam Nabi Azad said he is abandoning the party during testing times. Umar Abdullah also described Azad's resignation as a body blow to the party, saying it was sad and scary to see the grand old party implode. No end to urban apathy in Bengaluru. A woman was left severely injured after a scooter skidded on a flyover due to a killer pothole. Congress leader B.K. Hari Prasad compared Savarkar to Jinnah. The Chief Minister said Congress loves Jinnah because they too came to power by dividing the country. Supreme Court referred a freebies issue pertaining to promises made by political parties and election freebies to a 3-judge bench. Supreme Court today also dismissed a plea challenging the denial of sanction to prosecute Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in a 2007 case of alleged hate speech. Delhi High Court rejected WhatsApp and Facebook plea against CCI probe, said WhatsApp shares sensitive data with Facebook and forces users into agreement under its 2021 privacy policy. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh held bilateral talks with the Tunisian Minister and Defence National Service in the national capital. Prime Minister Narendra Modi once again tops the global rating amongst world leaders with an approval rating of 75%. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath reviewed arrangements to bring down Supertech Twin Towers, also directed officials to adhere strictly to safety norms during demolition. 2 earthquakes of 3.4 and 2.8 magnitudes hit Jammu and Kashmir. There were no reports of loss of life or damage to property. The Atal Footover Bridge connecting the east and west areas of Ahmedabad will be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi on the 27th of this month. 6 members of a family found dead at their residence in Balana village of Ambala. The suicide note too has been recovered. Satvik Sairaj Ranki Reddy and Chirag Shetty become first Indian men's doubles pair to ensure a medal in the Badminton World Championship as they storm into the semi-finals. 5 people died while 7 others sustained injuries after fire broke out in a 3-story building in Uttar Pradesh's Moradabad. Massive fire broke out at Noida's mattress manufacturing facility in Sector 80. No casualties have been reported and the cause of fire is still unknown. Meanwhile, India has reported more than 10,000 COVID-19 cases with 68 deaths in the last 24 hours. The active caseload has declined to 90,707. The anti-drug cell of Imphal East Police busted a fake currency racket at Urup Kangtak village. 3 people, including a woman, have been arrested. Large number of fish were found dead in Kotanur Lake in Bengaluru's JP Nagar. Locals cited sewage flow as reason of the death. Indian Army neutralized 3 Pakistani terrorists after the latter's attempt to infiltrate along the line of control in Uri sector in Jammu and Kashmir. After a month-long sojourn in Ladakh, a Tibetan spiritual leader, the Dalai Lama, arrived in the national capital after a gap of 3 long years. Gold prices fell by 254 rupees to 52,031 rupees per 10 grams in the national capital amid weak global cues. However, silver gained 21 rupees to 55,971 rupees per kg. Mexican-American woman assaulted a group of 4 Indians in Texas. The attacker can be heard using racial slurs and curse words. One of the women in the group, Indrani Banerjee, narrated the appalling encounter, said she never felt so humiliated. And the Mexican-American woman has been arrested in Texas for racially abusing Indian women. This after the video went viral on social media. The forest fire that started on Wednesday night in the municipality of Lobera in northern Spain has already burned down 560 hectares of land. As a result of severe drought, French vineyards have started early harvest of the grapes in mid-August itself. Amid increasing tension between US and China over Taiwan, US Senator Marsha Blackburn on her visit to Taipei said China was just waiting for an excuse to bully Taiwan. 4 people killed, including a local law enforcement official, in shooting at an apartment complex in southern Arizona. Amid floods in Pakistan, massive spike in waterborne diseases has been reported. Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif has sought international help. French President Emmanuel Macron laid a wreath as a tribute to soldiers who died in France. Several US cities faced a wave of major flooding over the past few days, prompting officials to evacuate and rescue residents across. Well, viewers, when it comes to Aam Aadmi Party and Delhi Lieutenant Governors, it's been a never-ending saga of feuds. Remember, in the latest, the two have been at loggerheads over the Delhi excise policy, in which Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia was raided by the CBI. But that's not all it seems. In what appears to be the next round of political clashing, the Lieutenant Governor has sought a report from Chief Secretary over the 2.5-year delay on part of the Vigilance Department with regards to lapses in execution of projects at several Delhi schools. Yes, we're talking about state-run schools to which the Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party Chief Arvind Kejriwal has responded saying if it were not for Gujarat elections, if Aam Aadmi Party was not such a tough contender, none of these cases would have been filed, or rather would have gone into investigation by these central agencies that are being misused by the BJP. Listen in. Versus Aam Aadmi flashpoint that is currently brewing in the national capital, and that's what Arvind Kejriwal had to say.
रोकना है स्कूल, एलजी साहब ने अब स्कूलों पे भी इंक्वायरी शुरू कर दी, तो कह रहे हैं भाई स्कूलों के बेसिकली तो रोकना है, स्कूल रुक जाएं, अस्पताल रुक जाएं, जितने अच्छे काम हो रहे हैं वो रुक जाएं। तो सब कह रहे हैं गुजरात की वजह से हो रहा है। गुजरात में जैसे जैसे हमारा ग्राफ बढ़ता जा रहा है, पागलपन छाया हुआ गुजरात में, लोग दुखी हो चुके हैं इन लोगों से। तो लोग तो यही कह रहे हैं जी दिसंबर में सरकार बनने के बाद गुजरात में इनके 27 सालों की आप इंक्वायरी कराओगे, तब तक ये इंक्वायरी करा रहे हैं दिल्ली के अंदर। अगर आज हम गुजरात चुनाव अनाउंस कर देना भाई गुजरात चुनाव हम नहीं लड़ेंगे, ये सारी इंक्वायरी बंद हो जाएगी, सारी ईडी बंद, सीबीआई बंद, सब खत्म। उसी की वजह से हो रहा है ये।
शराब स्कैम में आम आदमी पार्टी का चेहरा बेनकाब हुआ है, ऊपर से नीचे तक भ्रष्टाचार में डूबी हुई है। और मोनीश शराब स्कैम मिनिस्टर जो पाठशाला की बात तो करते हैं, खोलते नहीं, मधुशाला जगह जगह खोलने का काम करते हैं, जवाब कोई देते नहीं है। 5 दिन बीत गए, एक का भी जवाब नहीं दे पाए, क्योंकि घोटाले पर इनके पास जवाब कोई नहीं।
All right, let's first up go across to our guest, Harish Khurana, spokesperson of the BJP, joining us live to really put this in perspective on what the charges are at the moment. Now, remember, this is a war of words that has been ongoing. But Mr. Khurana, with regards to this very scam, now that the Lieutenant Governor has sought a response from the Aam Aadmi Party, what do you make of these sensational charges? Because once again, what comes to the fore is that in 2019, CVC received a complaint regarding irregularities and cost overrun in relation to construction of additional classrooms in state-run schools. The Lieutenant Governor has now sought a report from the Chief Secretary over the delay. Why do you think this happened? Why do you think no response came in from the Aam Aadmi Party for 2.5 long years?
See, this is the clear-cut case of big corruption in school classrooms. That was my complaint 2.5 years back. This is on my complaint which I have filed 2.5 years back on the ECB also and the vigilance also. Now they have taken into the account, and I think the inquiry will already taken place, and soon the result you will find result will come out, and you will see another scam, a big scam, not even a small scam, but a big scam will come out of the schools. And mind it, the school scam is what? This is what the policy, what they used to say, proudly say that we are in Shiksha Niti and your health policy, we are the best in the whole world. This corruption has came out. A small example, I'll give it to you. A room which is around about 300-400 square feet room, in your house, in my house, we used to, if you make the construction of the room, it will only cost 5 lakhs, 6 lakhs, 7 lakhs, not more than that. Over here, if you come down the cost of the room, per room, your viewers will be surprised. It's 28 lakhs. 28 lakhs of a 400 square feet, 300 square feet room. It's huge. If you see 20,000 rooms, what the Aam Aadmi Party claims, we have constructed it. Imagine what kind of money which has been gone from exchequer money. It's a huge scam, and mind it, you will see it. In coming days, it will come out, and action will be taken.
Okay, so you're essentially saying what we read in the notice as well, that tenders were floated for the works originally proposed and approved also, but later on awarded contract value against the proposals varied. Yes. You're talking about 17% as opposed to 90% on account of introduction of richer specifications. Now, these are very, very sensational charges, and the fact that a report was sent out, a response was sought, none of that happened. The Aam Aadmi Party up until now has just come out with the same old response of how the BJP is perhaps rattled. You know, if it were not for the Gujarat elections, then none of the agencies would be behind them, none of these reports would resurface. So how do you give a rebuttal to that?
A small example, a tender which was costing 959 crore rupees without any government approval. Mind it, you have taken approval after the work has been done. No tender, nothing. 1,500 crore rupees have been spent on a 900 crore rupees tender. That was the actual fact. And no tender, no allotment, I mean no retendering, nothing has been done. Just on the face, oral. The word is on an oral approval, this work has been done. Have you ever heard of it? You have spent 400 crore rupees extra on a tender just on an oral basis? I mean, as a BJP opposition, we have a full right to ask why you have spent this kind of money just on oral money. I mean, spending on oral budget or oral nothing, no tender, nothing. I mean, this is huge. And this complaint was been filed by me and Manoj Tiwari and Parvesh Verma 3 years back, 2.5, 3 years back. And you remember we did a press conference कि 5 lakh का कमरा 25 lakh में खर्च हुआ. 25 lakh is not there. Now it's 28 lakhs. It has gone up.
Okay, Mr. Ravi Srivastava is also through now. Mr. Srivastav, these are serious allegations. The charge is that as a result of these irregularities, the cost escalated to the extent of 326.25 crore rupees, which is 53% higher than the awarded amount of tender. But can the same answer, defense, really work every time that, you know, the BJP is rattled by the Aam Aadmi Party's performance, its growing international fame? If it were not for the Gujarat elections, none of this would have happened.
See, first of all, I had been a government official for nearly 3 decades, and I know very well the Central Vigilance Commission is absolutely a toothless body. And the kind of remarks they have made, it is obvious that nobody has acted on the report for 3 years. Nobody has responded on the report for 3 years. So let them do as much inquiry they want to do. The Central Vigilance Commission is meant for the government official, and at best, if any charges are proved, any government official who is the in charge will have a demotion for 1 grade or 2 increments will be stopped. That is all. Nothing more than that can happen.
But if there
so
are no
irregularities, I'm not taking it seriously at all. This is no charge. These are all
the Aam Aadmi Party has been saying
things.
Is the case in the alleged liquor policy as well, in that particular scam as well, then why no point-by-point rebuttals? Why no factual rebuttals? Why not actually respond to the CVC report?
That's a CBI case. That's a CBI case. Even there also, no questions have been asked to the Manish Sisodia till now. No charge sheet has been filed. No charges have been made. So where is the question of responding? When the charges will be framed, then he will respond to it. What at best after 14-hour survey, they have found one letter in which they have written some Amrit Arora gave 1 crore to some Dinesh Arora and some Arjun Pandey is involved. And for 1 crore also, CBI writes there, through sources they have learnt it. Even for that also they don't have
But these are big
evidence.
charges, Mr. Srivastav. Construction cost extended to 500 crore rupees without tender. Less number of classroom built as claimed by the government.
Oral approval.
Duplicate payment under
Oral approval,
extraordinary
ma'am. Oral
repairs.
approval. Tender to baat mein aate hain, oral approval.
All these
Why
things
the oral
are,
approval? That's what Harish Khurana is asking.
or let him ask anything. Who cares? Let him see what I am saying. All these are in the realm of speculation. First, let the inquiry be there. Let the report be finalized, and let then the Deputy Chief Minister or the Chief Minister can take an action on that. It is not a proven thing at all. These are all procedural lapses, and procedural lapses always happen. Even what was demonetization? Demonetization was a policy decision. Do you think it was a correct decision? How many Indians suffered because of that? And what the exchequer earned out of
But
that?
as per the report, these are some very concrete figures, Mr. Srivastav. You know, 1,214 toilets constructed against the requirement of 160 toilet blocks, 4,027 classrooms constructed against requirement of 5,825 classrooms. So these are very pointed arguments that have been made if we go by the notice very, very closely. Let Mr. Harish Khurana give a rebuttal, and then I need to move on.
See, Ravi ji is saying that we have seen CBC and let the inquiry happens. Why your party, Aam Aadmi Party, is so much doing rukus on this? Why you have called a session today? Just to diversify the issues? Why are you not rebutting the point-to-point answer? Tell them, tell the whole country what the actual fact is. I have not spoken you into between. Mr. Ravi, this is not a way.
Well, so far, Mr. Srivastav, the fact remains we've not seen anything concrete coming from the Aam Aadmi Party. Well, it was first the liquor policy, then the Lieutenant Governor's office said files are being sent to Lieutenant Governor for opinion and approval without the Chief Minister's signature, and now questions on the CVC report as well. So, yes, questions the Aam Aadmi Party is asking of the government as well. Why this sudden kind of pressure being mounted on the Aam Aadmi Party? But factual rebuttal is also very, very important to settle the debate. I thank you both gentlemen for joining us this evening. And quickly shifting our focus to the next big story, we're talking about fresh twists and sensational claims that continue to surface in BJP leader and actress Sonali Foghat's death mystery. Now, Times Now has accessed 2 videos of the deceased. In one video, Sonali can be seen dancing with the accused, and the other CCTV footage is hours before her death. in which she is seen staggering to walk. She's barely being able to walk. She can be seen accompanied by Sudhir Sangwan, who's helping her to walk, but later as they approach the steps, Sonali also falls down on the ground. Now, after the death of the former reality TV celebrity and BJP leader, the deceased family has alleged foul play and have accused Sonali's manager Sudhir Sangwan and the bodyguard Sukhwinder Singh for murdering Sonali. And we in fact also exclusively spoke to Sonali's family, who said that they got an SOS call from Sonali on the night of her murder, and she claimed to have been given MDMA by Sudhir Sangwan. Now, those claims have been in a way reiterated by the Goa police as well, but as far as that telephonic conversation that the family is claiming to have had with her goes, she allegedly told her family members that her life was in danger.
नहीं, जिस तरह ये गोवा पुलिस प्रशासन हमारी सहायता कर रहा है तो फिलहाल तो हम संतुष्ट हैं।
तो आप अभी सीबीआई इंक्वायरी हो सकता है कि ना मांगे?
दोनों ही है जी, 50-50। अगर इंसाफ मिलता है तो फिर क्या जरूरत पड़ेगी जी।
वो मतलब इमोशनल हुई थी, रोने लग रही थी, ये बोल रही थी भाई मेरे खाने में कुछ गड़बड़ कर रही है। मेरे को पहले भी मतलब डाउट था और आज तो मेरे को क्लियर हो गया है।
सांगवान और सुखविंदर दोनों का नाम लिया उन्होंने फोन कॉल में?
नहीं, सुधीर का नाम लिया था। क्या उसने प्लान कर रखा था? गोवा के अंदर एक करलिस नाम का बार है, वो MD नाम का एक नशा है वहाँ पे, वो ड्रॉप में डलता है। मतलब कि अगर कोई नहीं करता है, एक ड्रॉप ले लेता है तो वो 24 घंटे के लिए पागल हो जाता है। इतना पावरफुल नशा है। वो उस बार के अंदर उसको लेके गया है ये दिखाने के लिए भाई कि मैंने इसको नहीं मारा, ये नशा करके खुद मरी, अपने प्लान को कामयाब करने के लिए।
Let me go across to Akanksha, who's been getting us non-stop developments and voices from those close to Sonali Fogart from her village in Hisar. Now, Akanksha, if we go by the family's version, they have been claiming foul play since the very beginning. And now, in a sensational turn of events, the Goa police is also looking at what really transpired in that pub, all through the early hours of that very day. Also, certain CCTV footages that Times Now has accessed really puts out the question out there as to how is it that no timely intervention took place and something seriously was wrong with regards to her senses really, because she had no idea what she was doing. She could barely walk, and she was in fact being accompanied by one of the accused, who's also, by the way, confessed to the police of mixing some sort of substance in her drink. Well, absolutely, but currently I'm in the farmhouse owned by Sonali Fogart, and in fact joined by a family member who has claimed that since the probe is going on in their favor, they will not be seeking the CBI inquiry. They also will just go across and speak to him. Sir, एक CCTV footage आया है जिसमें मैंने आपको दिखाया था कि वो जा रही हैं वॉशरूम की तरफ, ये 4:30 बजे का है। आप इसको किस तरह देखते हैं?
हम तो इसको गलती देखेंगे जी। बाकी जो CCTV कैमरे में आया है वो सच्ची बात है। वो CCTV कैमरे में गलत बात तो आएगी नहीं, ये तो आपको भी पता है मैडम। वो फुटेज आया है तो इन्होंने यानी कि बहुत बेरहमी से यानी कि उसका कत्ल किया है, उसको मारा है।
इसमें ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि पैसे का मामला था। आपका पहले भी कहना है कि इनका प्रॉपर्टी पे नजर थी, क्या कुछ और बता सकते हैं इस बारे में?
नहीं, मैं तो वही बात बताऊंगा, प्रॉपर्टी पे नज़र थी, प्रॉपर्टी के लिए यानी कि इन्होंने मारा है और इसको हार्ट अटैक के अंदर कन्वर्ट करना चाहते थे ये, और लेकिन इनकी यानी कि चाल कामयाब नहीं हुई और इन्होंने कहा हार्ट अटैक हुआ है। सारे हल्के को किसी को नहीं जचा हार्ट अटैक हुआ है या नहीं हुआ। हम तो शुरू से मैं तो कहता आ रहा हूँ हार्ट अटैक नहीं हुआ। ये एक मॉडलर थी, वो एक अभिनेत्री थी और एक पॉलिटिशियन भी थी। जो मॉडलर और ये होते हैं सबसे ज़्यादा अपने शरीर पे यानी कि ध्यान देते हैं। तली हुई चीज़ नहीं खाना, मसाला नहीं खाना, वो नहीं खाना, परोंठे नहीं खाने, जूस पीना, सवेरे पहले उठ के 2 टाइम व्यायाम करना से अपनी सेहत पे तो सबसे ज़्यादा ध्यान देती हैं। इसके तो कभी बुखार तक नहीं हुई, ना बुखार हुई, ना कोई ब्लड प्रेशर की।
पर आप इसको एक मर्डर बुला रहे हैं। ये भी कहना है कि उनके मरने के कुछ घंटे पहले उन्होंने अपनी फैमिली वालों को फोन किया था। क्या कुछ उस चीज़ से आपको पता लग पाया है?
उस चीज़ से यही पता चल पाया है अभी कि नाम उसका मर्डर हुआ है। क्या नाम, उसने फ़ोन किया था पहले सोनाली फोगाट ने अपनी सिस्टर के पास, बोला मेरे को खाने में कुछ मिलाया जा रहा है, तो पता नहीं वो किस वजह से फ़ोन काट की। फिर उसने अपनी मदर को फ़ोन किया, बोला मैं मम्मी अपने यानी कि बहुत बुरी फंस गई मैं, और बोला मैं खाने में मिलाया जा रहा है, और बोला मेरे नशे हो रहे हैं, मेरा सिर चकरा रहा है, और मेरे को पता नहीं मेरे साथ क्या क्या होगा क्या नहीं होगा। मैं 2 दिन के बाद आके बताऊंगी, मैं 2 दिन के बाद आ रही हूँ, मैं सारी बातें बताऊंगी।
तभी आपने कहा कि उनका फोन छीन लिया गया, किसके द्वारा छीना गया ये फोन?
ये सुधीर सांगवानी छीन सकता है, और कौन छीनेगा, वही साथ गया था, और बाकी हम तो किसी का झूठा नाम नहीं लेंगे। वो उसकी सिस्टर बता रही थी पीछे से, मैं सुधीर सांगवानी की आवाज़ जानती हूँ, भी पीछे से उसने आवाज़ आ रही थी, वहाँ सुधीर सांगवानी बोल रहा था, उसके डर से यानी कि उसने यानी कि मोबाइल बंद कर दिया, बोला मैं मम्मी फिर बात करूँगी।
Absolutely. So this was the family member of Sonali Phogat. He is the brother-in-law, Kuldeep Phogat, and he is claiming that since the probe is going on in their favor, they won't be seeking any CBI inquiry. They also said that when Sonali Phogat made a frantic call to her mother and sister hours before she was murdered, allegedly murdered, then the phone was snatched away by one of these accused. So this is what the family is claiming.
Okay,
and
so that's the family's version there, Akanksha. As for the police goes, they've arrested the 2 accused in the case. They've said that they have confessed to spiking Sonali's drink, who later died under mysterious circumstances. Though the incident of drugging happened at Curly's restaurant at Anjuna North Goa, as per the accused confession, the police are now trying to unearth and put in perspective the timeline of what really happened, when it really happened, what is the role of these 2 accused as far as this mystery goes. The police officials have also said there can be a possibility of an economic motive as well behind Sonali Phogat's death. However, further investigation in the case is still underway. Listen in.
जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज कर्ली क्लब से लिए गए, उनके आधार पर देखा गया कि एलिज्ड सुधीर सांगवान और उसका एसोसिएट सुखविंदर सिंह डिसीज्ड के साथ में क्लब में पार्टिंग कर रहे हैं, और एक वीडियो से जाहिर होता है कि उसको एक सब्सटेंस फोर्सफुली विक्टिम को वन ऑफ द एक्यूज पिला रहा है। जब उसको इस तथ्य से कन्फ्रंट कराया गया तो सुखविंदर और सुधीर सांगवान ने पुलिस के सामने कन्फेस किया कि उन्होंने इंटेंशनली एक्यूज को लिक्विड में कोई ऑब्नॉक्सियस केमिकल मिला करके पिलाया।
असॉल्ट करने की बात भी कुछ सामने आई?
ये कंप्लेनेंट ने ऐसा कहा है, लेकिन कोई एफएसएल की रिपोर्ट में, जो हमको पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट में एस्टैब्लिश अभी तक नहीं हुआ है, ये कस्टोडियल इंटरोगेशन में हो सकता है आगे कुछ निकले, क्या नहीं निकले ये कहना बहुत मुश्किल है।
Priyank also joining us on this broadcast. Priyank, this is a big breakthrough indeed in the case. The fact that the 2 accused have been arrested, not just that, but the details that the police have revealed of what they have confessed so far, that they very much did spike Sonali Phogat's drinks. Now, there is a drug peddler angle as well, and I believe the police has identified this drug peddler. What more can you tell us?
Yes, certainly. After questioning the suspect, the police officials have also identified the drug peddler who was quite seen, randomly near this.
Priyank, I'll come back to you. Let's quickly first up play out the reaction we're picking up from Goa DGP.
Initially, there was a report that it was a cardiac arrest, and later, there was a case of murder that was registered. So now that the case of murder has been registered, you had detained 2 people, sir. What led you to these 2 people, and how was the investigation? How has it been so far that led you to them?
Yeah, first of all, about the confusion, about heart attack, because initially when she was taken to a private hospital, from there, when they send information to the police station, anybody coming to a police station and brought dead, they are mandatorily supposed to inform the police stations. Probably they had a just casual observation about the lady having suffered the heart attack, because by that time police had not examined the body and body was taken to the autopsy GMC hospital. But immediately when people start asking, okay, what has happened, so that at that time that was the only information available, and the exact cause of death would only be established by the autopsy surgeon. But the family had refused to get the post-mortem conducted because they wanted that first a case should be registered. But at that time there was no indication that she has been assaulted, or there was no serious injury on the body of the deceased, no fracture. So apparently there was nothing which could have indicated to us that it is a murder case. But there are many other ways of committing such kind of crime, maybe administering some substance. So but that can only be confirmed by the autopsy surgeon. So therefore we were insisting on autopsy surgeon. But then the family, they were very emotional. They had lost a member of the family, and we also went through various allegations they had leveled in the past also. But in that case, they had never submitted a complaint to the Haryana police. So we registered the case and the autopsy was conducted, but the result remained inconclusive. And because that can only come with the serological, histopathological and chemical analysis of the viscera, which would be sent to the Central Forensic Science Laboratory as desired by the family. So but the only way left to us was now to understand the scene of crime and record the statement of witnesses, and also question the people who accompanied Mrs. Fogat. So based on the questioning, confrontation of the evidence, and why there was delay in taking her to the police station, so ultimately, and then the CCTV DVR was also taken into police possession. So
that was the Goa DGP on the ongoing investigations. With that, it's time for us to head into a very short break.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivchankar.
I do not get into Indian politics when I go abroad. You want to ask me that question, you come and ask me in India. What is Atmanirbhar Bharat about? You ask this colonial mentality question. Atmanirbhar Bharat is also about overcoming the colonial mentality. That somewhere something better is made. It doesn't have to be made outside to be better. It can be made in India and be equally good, maybe even better. What happened after the 1990s was we opened our economy, and which was the right thing to do, because at that time there was too much state control, our economy was not competitive, it was important, we dealt more with the world, all of that was very good. But what happened in India was that business houses, when the economy opened up, they were naturally, what are business people most concerned about? They are concerned about, making profits, having a good supply system. So you had a situation where, in order to build their own businesses, in India, we started importing more and more from other countries. Now, if you contrast this, not only with China, if you look at Korea, you look at Japan, I'm giving those as some examples. These countries built up their economy not just by having big business, but also having a supply chain within the country.
Hi there, warm welcome. You're watching Blueprint Explosive Exclusive. I'm Meghna Dekha, joining me, Poonam Burde.
And on this broadcast, we're going to tell you about a serial killer that's on the loose in Bengaluru. In the last 1 year, it has claimed 6 lives in the IT city in full public view. And yet, there's absolutely no action against the culprit, even as victims continue to fall prey. The killers are the ominous potholes.
In fact, just days after, 44-year-old Supreet succumbed to his injuries he sustained after a motorcycle accident while he was trying to skid off and avoid a pothole, there is yet another video which has now come to light where a lady narrowly escaped serious injuries.
Now, in the sequence that is caught on a dash cam, a woman can be seen riding a scooter as she skids and falls on the road as the vehicle moves over a pothole. As she falls, her head bounces off the concrete road, which could have been deadly. Fortunately for her, she was wearing a helmet and hence no major injuries were reported. But what's shocking, or perhaps more of a norm now in Bengaluru, is after the outrage, BBMP has swung into action, swiftly filling in those potholes, not with tar but with sand. Times Now spoke to Rijit, the man on whose dash cam that incident was captured. Listen in.
It was a usual day for me to office, like I was doing a ramp up, climbing a ramp up, and suddenly I saw a lady just skidded and fallen down. Instantly I realized there was a pothole, and because of that she has fallen down. So I immediately rushed to the spot, so I switched off my car, so dash cam also stopped there. I believe that there was no fracture, but she was badly bruised and it was pretty bad fall. So it felt pretty bad to see a person falling not because of his fault, right, and because of the infrastructure issues, right? So it's like, it's not her fault, nothing of her fault. She was just going in a road. She believed that the roads are good, but the roads are bad, and not because of her fault she has fallen down. I'm not sure who is going to be responsible, who can take responsibility for this. Right?
The dash cam footage that shows the accident where a woman lost control of her bike, falls off, was the car that was behind, which had the dash cam, fortunately stopped just in time, or else there would have been yet another tragedy that would have unfolded in Bengaluru, and that would due to a pothole. I'm standing right now on the flyover leading to Kyarpuram from Kalyan Nagar. Now this is the exact spot where the accident took place. Right now you can see all that they've done is yet another shoddy patchwork, and there is no asphalt. There is just some gravel and mud that has been used to cover it, and probably it has been done very recently. There's all the mud has almost come off at this point in time, and probably if it's not asphalted in the next 24 hours, you'll see the pothole once again revived in this road. And this is a flyover, mind you, and across this stretch of the flyover there are multiple such potholes.
This stretch has been little disturbed all throughout. Initially there was a white topping done, and now the white topping is being broken and metro is being constructed. So, and there are potholes all through. So I hope they fix all these things and potholes, so it is at least a safe way to drive or safe way to reach work.
Despite several reminders to the officials, despite several such incidents that are coming to the fore, lives that are lost, but on the ground the reality is pretty abysmal.
Now remember, this pothole is on a flyover where even a vehicle comes at a moderate speed, it is difficult to control when there is a pothole. But even on normal roads, a vehicle suddenly tripping could mean fatal consequences.
Which is why now there is a self-help solution like the one that you see on your screens. A ditch surrounded by flower pots to guard against such kind of accidents.
We are just off Millers Road heading towards Chalokya Circle in Bengaluru, and here you can see right opposite the BWSSB office a huge crater of sort that has come up, and it's not very clear what's the reason for this. But you can see what it has led to is a huge traffic pile-up, because pots have been put up to ensure that the commuters don't really move onto this particular stretch, which could lead to, of course, hazardous consequences. And almost half of the road has been used up, which is funneling traffic to one side and causing a lot of inconvenience. We've seen a lot of pothole menace in Bengaluru. Now, what's the reason for this and what is the excuse the officials are going to give is something that's going to be interesting to note.
Meanwhile, the BBMP has a monthly outlay of over 10,000 crore rupees. What then explains the lack of maintenance facilities? Here's what the BBMP commissioner has to say.
ಗುಂಡಿಗಳಿಂದ ತಾವು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದಿರಿ ಸಾವು ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ತನಿಖೆ ನಡೆದ ನಂತರ ಸಿದ್ಧ ಆದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರನೇ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಗುಂಡಿಯಿಂದ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಕೆಲವು ಘಟನೆಗಳು ಆಗಿವೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ FIR ಲಾಂಚ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆ FIR ನಲ್ಲಿ ತನಿಖೆ ನಡೀತಿರುವುದರಿಂದ ಈ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ನಾವು ಏನಾದರೂ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅಸೂಕ್ತ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಲೂ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಆ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ, ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ತನಿಖೆ ಮುಗಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ.
Mohan Krishna, spokesperson of the BJP, joins us on this broadcast. Saurabh Kumar, director of Pothole Raja as well. But we're also taking your calls live here on this broadcast, and the numbers are flashing at the bottom of your screens. Our first caller now calling in from Bengaluru. Parmesh, yes sir, go ahead.
See, I think there are in Indiranagar and Underpit Road, which is undergoing white topping for almost 1 year now. They have done half the work and half they left it yesterday. And yesterday, while I was coming, there were a lot of jellies, and I had to fall down because of these people's inferiority workings and other things. They don't keep everything on par with other things. So it becomes a nasty thing. And even if today it was raining heavily, and we are unable to find where the potholes are.
Oh my God, yes, that does seem like an urban death trap, and that has been the problem. It's not just one incident. Our viewers too are calling in and saying they too have fallen into such potholes. Another one of our viewers is calling us, Sanju from Bengaluru as well. Go ahead, Sanju.
Madam, see, the real problem is, I'll tell you, there is no understanding between the government and the local corporators and local people who are in charge. Okay, because the reason is, it's very simple. The government of Karnataka should take over tarring of all the roads. They shouldn't allow it. Maybe 10,000, even 20,000 crores are allotted also, the roads are going to be the same. Because what has happened, it is an apathy. Really, I'm telling you, it's only with the officials. The officials, BBMP officials are not bothered. Because only one of them gets killed, then they will wake up. Because they don't care for, the normal, people who are commuters who are going around,
Absolutely. Unfortunately, lives of common people just ends up becoming a statistic for the ruling class. And Kumar from Bengaluru is also with us on this broadcast. Yes, Kumar, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello, madam. Can I speak to Kannada? Hello?
Yes, Mr. Kumar, can you hear us? We can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
I talk Kannada, madam. I'm not English. Hello?
Okay, I think we couldn't really get what you are saying, but these are the voices which are coming in again and again. Let me go across to Mohan Krishna of the BJP. Mohan Krishna, you heard the voices coming in. First accusation that there is graft, there is corruption, there is a complete apathy, and let's not forget that there have been no BBMP corporators elected after the terms ended in 2020. What's happening?
Meghna, irrespective of whether the corporators are there or not, it's the duty of the BBMP to get the potholes repaired. As we have participated with Pothole Raja Saurabh Kumar many a times, now the BBMP has developed an app which they are going to release sometime in next week for the citizens, and he also knows that very well. That app is going to give a clear picture to the BBMP where all the potholes are going to be. As shown by Deepak Bopanna, sorry, it's not a shoddy one.
Mr. Mohan Krishna, I asked you a direct question, something that our viewers had asked. Is this the result of apathy? Good, now you have an app? But why aren't these roads fixed? How can you let people of your own state die like this? People who probably voted you to power.
I have to correct, Meghna, your statement first. It is not 10,000 crores per month. It is 10,000 crores per annum is the outlay of BBMP.
Okay.
It is not 10,000 crores per month. Sorry.
Okay, we'll get that fixed.
Second thing, there is problem. In last 2-3 years, we have not made the roads, whole roads. Okay. Now, Chief Minister is also calling for a meeting with the BBMP Commissioner. They are planning to have a complete overall of the Bangalore city roads in such a way that this kind of untoward incidents will happen. I think Saurabh Kumar has got the message of this, and this has been already been discussed with the BBMP Commissioner also.
Right, and which is why I want to ask Saurabh Kumar as well, that is he happy with the kind of steps that the government has taken? The BJP says we're doing enough. Do you think so?
Again, I'll start with the statement that this is really unfortunate that we are hearing about another accident. I'm glad that no serious injury happened to the lady, but I believe that this application, mobile application, I really want this to work well this time. There has been multiple iterations in the past as well. I strongly, believe, because that's the way we have been working in the past, wherein people report potholes to us and then we address it by the funds that we are able to raise from our side. This has to end, I think, somewhere, and we are there. As Sir, Mr. Mohan, if you really need our input somewhere, if we can help in making the system better, we'll be more than happy. We have been working with the citizen group in identification and also fixing the potholes as well. It's a fairly simple process, and all we need is to establish that trust which is getting lost because of multiple accidents.
Absolutely.
As I have mentioned in the past as well, we have to now get into action mode, rather than more discussion, and that's the only way wherein we can change the dynamics of the city Bangalore, which is currently, in the past it was always known as the Garden City, which unfortunately is now, named as the Pothole City of the country. So we have to work really hard to change the way the narrative has happened in the past few years.
Well, we really appreciate the kind of initiative that you and your group have taken, Saurabh, but you're absolutely right. It's time to end these discussions and to actually act. Let me go across to some of our other viewers, all of them calling in from Bengaluru. Raghavendra, go ahead.
Thank you all. I have been a victim of this pothole, and my son also recently have been a victim. I was hurt. I was also hurt. My son also hurt, and the vehicle was totally damaged. Okay. It was a negligence of. I tell you what has happened. The new road was laid. Immediately after a span of 15 to 20 days, the Airtel started digging the road. I do not know who has given the permission. Again, after that, they patched up. Then again, after that, Bescom started laying the cable. Then now, our metro has started digging it. I could have sent you the photos of the road. Today, by God's grace, today, I was saved by, I do not know, I was totally saved today also. And I don't think, who is giving the permission? I know BBMP is not taking action against the person. And now today, just now what I saw, they are digging the same road for BWSSB.
Right. So multiple agencies digging up that same road, leaving it in shambles, and like that viewer of ours said that by God's grace he was saved, and that's really what the people of Bengaluru have been left to God, really, because it doesn't look like the civic body there and the ruling party is doing much to save them. But on that note, I thank our viewers for calling in and our two panelists for joining us here on this broadcast. We're slipping into a quick break, but we'll be back in just 2 minutes.
Explosively symbolic demolition. Stars of graft to be blown away. Gone in 10 seconds on August 28th. 3,700 kg explosives on track. All day, only on Times Now.
तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र वीरों के शब्द गूंजेंगे, है वो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो। आणि म्हणून आज सांस्कृतिक विभागाचा पहिला संकल्प मी महाराष्ट्रात इथून जाहीर करतोय की है वो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो। आता चांद्यापासून बांद्यापर्यंत मोबाईल असेल की फोन असेल, 15 ऑगस्ट उद्यापासून हा संकल्प सुरू। आणि तुम्ही सुद्धा प्रतिज्ञा घ्या कि आता यानंतर मोबाइलवर कोई है वो नहीं कहेगा वो देशभक्तों का गीत वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम। आणि हे अभियान सांस्कृतिक विभागाच्या माध्यमातून 15 ऑगस्ट ते 26 जानेवारी पर्यंत आम्ही करू। महाराष्ट्राच्या प्रत्येक जिल्ह्यात ही जी तरुणाई आहे, सळसळत्या रक्ताची, धडकत्या हृदयाची, हा भारत मातेचा तिरंगा ध्वज विश्वगौरव नरेंद्र मोदींनी तुमच्या माझ्या हातात दिला। अब तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र वीरों के शब्द गूंजेंगे, है वो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो।
exclusive, and here's a shocking racial attack against the Indian American community in the United States.
There were at least 4 Indian American women that were racially abused by a Mexican American woman in Texas. Take a look at what transpired.
We didn't even talk to you. Why did you walk up to us to talk to you? We were minding our own business.
Indians, that's all the Indians. They come to America because they want a better life. Yes. But they're obviously not living the great life in India.
The one who's racist. Why do you make comments like that?
You come from our country and you want
You just said you're Mexican. How does that make sense?
I'm a Mexican American. I was born here.
What makes you think that we are not Americans?
What
makes you think that we are not?
Because of the way you speak. Because I'm a Mexican American,
but I'm not speaking to you. He's the one who came and talked to me. I'm with my friends.
Like everywhere I go, you Indians are live. If life was so great in India, why the fuck are y'all here? Turn your camera off. I'm happy to talk. Turn it off.
And we are. No, why should I turn it off? You are the one who came.
With that, it's a wrap from Meghna and I. Thank you so much for tuning in.
From being a waiter to being a Bollywood star, Akshay Kumar's life journey is anything but a cakewalk. Hailed as one of the most talented and dedicated actors in Bollywood, Akshay Kumar has had his fair share of success and failures. While some of his films turned out to be blockbusters, a few of them failed to meet his fans' expectations. But this year, Bollywood's Khilari had a particularly tough ride at the box office with his 3 consecutive flops. There is no doubt that OTT has brought about a massive change, not just in content but also in talent. Gone are the days when audiences preferred 8-pack abs and conventional physical appearances over hardcore acting skills. Audiences no more want to see exotic locations and huge budget sets, but just some exceptional content. While Akshay Kumar scrambled to flood the big screens with back-to-back movies, there were not enough takers. 2022 has not been Akshay's favourite in terms of box office numbers, as his expectations were crushed by Bachchan Pandey's underwhelming performance to begin with. Akshay Kumar's first release of 2022, Bachchan Pandey, was below par at the box office. Also starring Kriti Sanon, Arshad Warsi and Jacqueline Fernandez in lead roles, Bachchan Pandey is an action drama. Filmmakers invested a huge 180 crore rupees in the making but raked in just 73.11 crore rupees. Despite having all the elements of a blockbuster like a great cast, big budget and proper promotions, Bachchan Pandey failed to become a box office success. And here's why. One of the main reasons behind the poor box office performance of Bachchan Pandey was its release date, which clashed with the Kashmir Files and RRR. Bachchan Pandey couldn't stand in front of the grandeur of Rajamouli's RRR and Vivek Agnihotri's Kashmir Files. The action comedy is a remake of the 2014 Tamil film Jigar Thanda, which itself was inspired by the 2006 Korean film A Dirty Carnival. This movie's performance indicates that now movie buffs are interested in watching an original piece instead of a remake. After Bachchan Pandey, Akshay Kumar's movie Samrat Prithviraj turned out to be his second straight failure. The movie was made for an approx rupees 300 crore budget due to the costumes, special effects and extravagant sets, but it failed to impress fans and turned out to be a dud at the box office. The film could only earn rupees 90.32 crore at the BO. Apart from Akshay Kumar, the film also starred 2017 Miss World Manushi Chiller, Sonu Sood and Ashutosh Rana. Apparently, the film's failure left producer Aditya Chopra fuming, who reportedly put all the blame on Akshay Kumar. Well, Akshay Kumar, who is known for juggling several projects at a time, has not been able to achieve desired results this year. The movie failed to engage with the audience because of its bad VFX and Akshay's clumsy portrayal of Prithviraj Chauhan. Akshay's dialogue delivery and facial expression fell short of capturing the character's spirit. Akshay Kumar's latest outing, Raksha Bandhan, is yet another movie which faced the audience's wrath much before the film's release. The movie faced a boycott call as the film writer was accused of Hindu-phobic views. The moviegoers also didn't find Akshay sporting his common moustache look very impressive. As Akshay was once again snubbed by the moviegoers, here are the other reasons that could have possibly led to the failure of the movie at the box office. Raksha Bandhan clashed with Amir Khan's Lal Singh Chadda, which amassed rupees 10 to 11 crores on its opening day. Raksha Bandhan, which was made at an approximate budget of over rupees 70 crore, has managed to mint just about rupees 45.83 till date. Needless to say, 2022 is just not Akshay's year, which might prompt our Khilari to rethink his strategy. Well, these flops didn't dismantle Akshay's hope and strength. He's still in the fame game and has multiple movies in the pipeline. The actor is gearing up.
Nation wants to know. I'm Maldas Gopalakrishnan. On the show today, the top story that we are following: Ghulam Nabi Azad's exit from the Congress after serving at the highest levels. What does this mean for the Congress party, and what does this mean otherwise for Ghulam Nabi Azad? We'll be discussing all that and more, but first a look at the top 50 stories. An exclusive CCTV footage of the Sonali Fogart death case shows how an intoxicated Sonali was being taken away by Sudhir, one of the accused. Police has also identified the drug peddler in the case. Goa cops say a certain synthetic substance was given to BJP Neta Sonali Fogart. Meanwhile, both the accused, Sudhir and Sukhwinder, have been arrested. Sonali Fogart's brother-in-law claims that he spoke to Fogart before she died, during which she claimed that Sudhir gave her MDMA. Delhi LG seeks report from the Chief Secretary on the delay of 2.5 years on part of the Vigilance Department in taking action on the CBC inquiry report in the construction of additional classes in government schools. Hemanta Biswa Sharma takes a jibe over classroom gate, says Kejriwal's ignorance is painful and that Assam deals with many things yet provides the best of education. Meanwhile, Kejriwal claims the crackdown on AAP is because the party is aiming to fight and win the Gujarat elections. Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia hits out at the BJP, says BJP-ruled centre is acting like a serial killer to eliminate state governments. Stepping up its agitation against the Aam Aadmi Party, the Delhi BJP stages a protest. Protesters demanded that Manish Sisodia be sacked. Sources say that the Election Commission, in its suggestion or report to the Jharkhand governor, has not debarred the Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren from contesting polls, but has only disqualified him. Amidst a rapidly changing political scenario in Jharkhand, Chief Minister Hemant Soren convenes a meeting of all MLAs of Mahagathbandhan at his residence. In a massive blow for Congress, senior leader and ex-JNK Chief Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad resigns from all posts of the party. Ghulam Nabi Azad sends a 5-page letter to Sonia Gandhi. He expresses sadness over senior and experienced leader as being sidelined. With sharp jabs at the Gandhis, Azad blamed Rahul Gandhi for his exit, claiming that all key decisions were being taken by his security guards and personal assistants. The resignation of Ghulam Nabi comes ahead of the Congress party president polls, but Azad calls the Congress polls a mere sham. Sources tell Times Now that the G23 leaders will meet today evening, with many senior leaders likely to quit the party after Ghulam Nabi Azad. Gehlot reacts to his resignation, says that he is a known leader because of Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. In an exclusive conversation with group editor Navika Kumar, Azad revealed that he will come up with his own political outfit and not join any other party. JNK Congress leader Ashwini Handa too has resigned, says more Congress leaders will quit very soon. Gandhi loyalists have slammed his centre Ghulam Nabi Azad, say that he's abandoning the party during testing times. Omar Abdullah describes Azad's resignation as a body blow to the party, says it was sad and scary to see the grand old party implode. There's no end to urban apathy in Bengaluru. A woman was left severely injured after a scooter skidded on a flyover due to a pothole. Congress leader B.K. Hari Prasad compared Savarkar to Jinnah. Chief Minister Bommai says Congress loves Jinnah because they too came to power by dividing the country. Supreme Court refers to freebie issues pertaining to the promises made by political parties and election freebies to a 3-judge bench. Supreme Court also dismissed a plea challenging the denial of sanction to prosecute UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath in a 2007 case of an alleged hate speech. Delhi High Court has rejected WhatsApp and Facebook's plea against a CCI probe. Says WhatsApp shares sensitive data with Facebook and forces users into agreement under its 2021 privacy policy. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh holds bilateral talks with Tanzanian Minister of Defence and National Service in New Delhi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi once again tops the global rating amongst the world leaders with an approval rating of 75%. CM Yogi reviews arrangements to bring down Supertech Twin Towers, directs officials to adhere strictly to safety norms during the demolition. 2 earthquakes of 3.4 and 2.8 magnitude hit Jammu and Kashmir. There were no reports of loss of life or damage to property. The Atal footover bridge connecting the east and west areas of Ahmedabad will be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi on the 27th of August. 6 members of a family were found dead at their residence in Banana village of Ambala. A suicide note has been recovered. Satvik Sairaj Rankireddy and Chirag Shetty become the first Indian men's doubles pair to ensure a medal in the Badminton World Championship as they storm into the semi-finals. 5 people have died while 7 others were injured after a fire broke out in a 3-story building in Uttar Pradesh's Moradabad. A massive fire broke out at Noida's mattress manufacturing facility in Sector 80. No casualties have been reported and the cause of the fire is still unknown. India reports more than 10,000 COVID-19 cases with 68 deaths in the last 24 hours, while the active cases have declined to 90,707. The anti-drug cell of Imphal East Police busted a fake currency racket at Urup Kangthak village. 3 people, including women, have been arrested. Large number of fish were found dead in Kodanur Lake in Bengaluru's JP Nagar. Locals have cited sewage flow as the reason of death. Indian Army neutralized 3 Pakistani terrorists after the latter's attempt to infiltrate along the line of control in Uri sector in Jammu and Kashmir. After a month-long sojourn in Ladakh, Tibetan spiritual leader Dalai Lama arrives in Delhi after a gap of 3 years. Gold prices fell by 254 rupees to 52,031 per 10 grams in the national capital amidst weak global cues. However, silver gained 21 rupees to 55,979 per kilogram. A Mexican-American woman assaulted a group of 4 Indians in Texas. The attacker can be heard using racial slurs and cuss words. One of the women in the group, Indrani Banerjee, narrated the appalling encounter, says she never felt so humiliated. The Mexican-American woman was arrested in Texas for these racial abuse of Indian women. This after the video went viral on social media. A forest fire that started on Wednesday night in the municipality of Loberia in northern Spain has already burnt down 560 hectares of land. As a result of severe drought, French vineyards have started early harvest of the grapes in mid-August. Amidst increasing tension between US and China over Taiwan, US Senator Marsha Blackburn, on her visit to Taipei, said that China was just waiting for an excuse to bully Taiwan. 4 people killed, including a local law enforcement official, in a shooting at an apartment complex in southern Arizona. Amidst floods in Pakistan, massive spike in waterborne diseases reported. Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif seeks international help. French President Emmanuel Macron laid a wreath as a tribute to soldiers who died for France. Several US cities faced a wave of major flooding over the past few days, prompting officials to evacuate and rescue residents. After half a century of loyalty to the Parivar, today the Ghulam has become Azad, one of the tallest leaders of the Congress, a former chief minister and leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha. Ghulam Nabi Azad has dumped the Gandhis. In an emotional 5-page letter, he's recounted how his loyalty was repaid with treachery and betrayal by the Parivar. His most direct and scathing criticism, however, was for Rahul Gandhi. He called him out for his immaturity and for demolishing the Congress's consultative mechanism with a remote control, not pulling any punches. Azad said that the presidential polls have been reduced to a farce, where the chosen one will be reduced to a puppet on strings. Now let's remember that this is a man who's been loyal to the Parivar and spent almost 50 years building the party from the ground. He shared close bonds with Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi and Sanjay Gandhi, a loyal soldier in all of their trials and tribulations. Today, when this pillar crumbles, will the mother-son duo introspect on what forced this lieutenant to desert the ship? Unfortunately, his resignation was met with conspicuous silence by the Parivar, while the Darbaris took turns ridiculing him and shielding Rahul. Listen in.
कई लोग देश के नौजवान मेरी तरह संजय गांधी के साथ नहीं थे, उनके विचारों का मेल नहीं खाता था, हम खिलाफ थे उनके। ठीक है, ये चलता रहता राजनीति के अंदर। आज राहुल गांधी आए हैं, राहुल गांधी जी अपने हिसाब से किस प्रकार मैं कांग्रेस को आगे ले जाऊं, उनकी अपनी सोच होगी। जो इन्होंने कहा आज, अभी तो मैं खुद सदमे में हूं। एक ऐसा 42 साल का जिसको सब कुछ मिला जिंदगी के अंदर, 42 साल ही बगैर पद के नहीं रहे हो व्यक्ति, आज वो ये मैसेज दे रहे हैं जैसे कि जो मेरी समझ के पढ़ रहे हैं।
We are where we are today thanks to leaders like Ghulam Nabi Azad. He needs to take responsibility of all the blunders that he committed. Today suddenly he becomes holier than thou. Today suddenly he finds everything that was wrong since 2010, 1998, 1999. Why didn't he speak then? Why is he speaking now? So this is the man whose remote control is with Mr. Narendra Modi. We all saw how Mr. Modi shed tears for the first and perhaps the last time in his life for Ghulam Nabi Azad. So we know what this relationship is.
Now this is the very psycho fancy of the coterie which has driven away the G23 from the party. Watch how those who were once pillars of the party revolted against the Parivar.
If you read the Ghulam Nabi Azad letter and the letter I wrote in 2015, you will get lot of similarity. Everybody knows that Rahul Gandhi is an immature, whimsical and unpredictable leader. As a result, what happened? The people who were loyal to the party or who are loyal to the party, they are deserting one by one.
This situation was entirely avoidable, considering the fact that there have been many serious discussions. The understanding was not honored.
The Indian National Congress decision-making body is now coterie heavy, cabal heavy, and not well-meaning leaders heavy. The well-meaning leaders, people who give their blood and sweat, selflessly work for the Congress party, are being in a very systematic and a sinister manner being elbowed out of the party.
In February 2021, the Rajya Sabha bid farewell to Ghulam Nabi Azad, who was then the leader of opposition. While not one word or even a curtsy tweet came in from the Gandhis, the Prime Minister bid him a teary-eyed tribute.
कश्मीर में जाने वाले टूरिस्ट में गुजरात बहुत बड़ा नंबर रहता है और टेररिस्टों ने पर हमला कर दिया, करीब 8 लोग शायद मारे गए। सबसे पहले गुलाम नबी जी का मुझे फोन आया, उनके आंसू रुक नहीं रहे थे। अपने परिवार के सदस्य की चिंता करें, वैसी चिंता
We have a guest joining us. Guru Prakash, national spokesperson of the BJP, is with us. Sandeep Ghosh, author, is also with us. Gokul Chandran, political analyst, is with us. But before I come across to you, gentlemen, I want to first and foremost go across to Ashwini Kumar, former union minister, who's joining us live at the moment. Ashwini Kumar, my first and foremost question to you. When you read the words that were used today by Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad when he leaves, and he's a very, very senior leader, perhaps one of the senior most leaders who in recent months has perhaps left the party, a former chief minister, someone who's been at the helm of affairs for about 4 decades as far as the Congress is concerned, when he today comes out and says that he has a problem with the functioning of the party, look at the response that's coming in from the Congress party. Are you surprised at all?
Well, I'm not surprised, because it has been a tradition that whoever makes even a consensus expression which is different from that of the establishment will be hounded out, and this has been one of the reasons for the decline of the Congress party. To have to suffer comments from people who are not even born, when people like Ghulam Nabi Azad and myself and some others gave their blood and sweat for the party, is doubly insulting and humiliating. I think the need of the hour for the Congress is to look inwards and see why those who have stood by through thick and thin are now being compelled to part company with it, rather than finding fault with those who are now leaving. What kind of a logic is this, that so-and-so has got so-and-so position from the party and therefore he has no right to differ from the way we are functioning now? Look, there is a level each one. You deal with certain situations, you stop short from taking major steps when you don't like certain things, but there comes a point in one's life which is the tipping point, and then you can't take it any longer, and then you said, fine, I have not been able to change things, let me go. Now in his parting shot, he has written a 5-page letter. I had written 5 lines, and I said it all in those 5 lines, and I said I don't find it possible now to work within the party consistent with my dignity. I have no difference of opinion with the ideology of the Congress party. I want to repeat it. Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad wrote a long letter only to express his deep anguish, and he has pointed out the factors that led him to take this decision.
Let me go
because
to those
being
factors,
an insider for such a long
if you don't mind, I would just like to interrupt you and go one by one to these factors. One of the things that he mentions, Mr. Ashwini Kumar, is that he says that unfortunately after entry of Shri Rahul Gandhi into politics, particularly after 13 January when he was appointed Vice President by you, the entire consultative mechanism which existed earlier was demolished by him. All senior and experienced leaders were sidelined. New coterie of inexperienced sycophants started running the affairs of the party. He also refers to the tearing up of the government audience in the full glare of the media, calling it a glaring example of immaturity, also saying this childish behavior completely subverted the authority of the Prime Minister and the Government of India. Now many would question that all this may be true, but why is Mr. Azad speaking up now when this incident happened a good 8 years ago?
Well, I've already told you that in my opening statement, if you care to listen to it. I said there comes a tipping point. His tipping point came now. There were a series of things that people were concerned about, but out of respect for Sonia ji, out of respect for the situation in which the party was, out of respect for several other factors, people kept quiet. That does not mean that they can't open up their mouth at any point of time. I did it 5 months ago, Mr. Azad has done now, some will do it afterwards, some have done before us. So it's a question of when a person takes the call, and that's a function of each person's judgment. So I don't think you have to make an issue out of that. Now as far as the tearing of the ordinance was concerned, quite clearly that sealed the fate of the Congress party, and that ordinance was torn when the Prime Minister of the country was out in America negotiating with the President of the United States on critical issues at that point of time. And then of course we know the decline of the party started in 2014 onwards. Who was at the helm of affairs at that time? We all know that.
Right.
And we know that although Srimati Sonia Gandhi, who is a very astute and a very experienced leader, who is the president of the party, and she has had rendered great service to the country and to the Congress party, but now we know that the imprint of her judgment is not felt on the critical decisions which have been taken by the party. We know that.
Right. Very, very importantly, you know, Mr. Ashwini Kumar, in the wake of all of these exits that we've seen, of over a dozen or so leaders of the past 3 years who've left, and significant names, including yourself, who've served at the highest levels of government. Now, Mr. Azad also makes a very important point. He says that, in fact, before starting a Bharat Jodo Yatra, the leadership could have undertaken a Congress Jodo exercise across the country. So why is it so difficult for the Congress leadership to... There are, of course, problems that have been pinpointed by Mr. Azad, but is this a conscious effort? Because the G23 has pointed these issues out several times. They've said so in public, they've said so in private. Some of the leaders have been accommodated in different roles. But why is it that the message that the G23 set out to actually send out, why has that not been heard? Why has the party not been able to incorporate that?
Well, let's forget about G23 for the moment. G23 has become a kind of a phrase that people use all the time, but there have been people who have been bringing it to the notice of the Honorable Congress President for a long time about what is the party and what needs to be done in their own respectful way. But the fact remains, and which is now obvious, that it has been decided at certain levels that the Congress of the future will be led by so and so, and if that decision has been taken, it is a logical sequitur that so and so leader or leaders will have people of their confidence around them. There's no problem even with that. After all, when generational change happens, there is a shift in the leadership structure. Nobody is quarreling with that. The younger people must come forward, and sooner or later the older people have to make way. But there is a way in democratic politics. The transition has to be gradual, it has to be respectful, and you cannot create a superstructure on an edifice whose foundation has been weakened by weakening those people who stood by the party through thick and thin. Right. You can't get one set of supporters in the party and lose veterans who have given their life, their blood and sweat to the party. What kind of a strengthening exercise is this? You are not sure about who you are bringing in, you are not sure how far you will be able to groom them, and those who know it all are being elbowed out and being diminished.
Absolutely, and I think the electoral results of the Congress party speak for themselves. Mr. Azad also refers to the insults in terms of the protests, etc., that have taken place, some of them even resorting to mild violence at different places, which clearly several of the Congress leaders were not happy with. But I'd like to thank you so much for joining us and sharing with us your views, Mr. Ashwini Kumar. Let's now go across to our other guests who are with us. Guru Prakash is the national spokesperson of the BJP. Guru Prakash, first and foremost, when you look at the statement coming in from senior leaders like Ashwini Kumar, there are serious questions. And these are very, very serious questions of the manner in which generational change has happened. Over here, you have seen generational change happen in other parties, including the BJP, but the manner in which it's happening in the Congress party, clearly, many are feeling slighted by their treatment from the hands of the leadership, and that's why you're seeing results such as this, is what Ashwini Kumar just told us. Your comments on that?
No, certainly, Madhav, we must understand that since 1980, only Sitaram Kesari, beyond the family, has been the Congress president. And the nation remembers how badly he was insulted. Look at the phrases used by senior leader of the Congress party, Ghulam Nabi Azad. Zero institutional integrity. Organizational election was a farce and a sham. Childish, immature Congress party, inexperienced sycophants. So we have to understand that this is the oldest party we're talking about. Okay. There is not an iota of internal democracy or collective decision making left with the Congress party.
Let me take that across. Let me take that across to Gokul Chandran. Gokul Chandran, Ghulam Nabi Azad refers to the protests that took place where his effigies were burnt. We have seen protests outside Kapil Sibal's house, and in fact the same coterie unleashed its gundas to physically attack the residence of former ministerial colleague Kapil Sibal, who incidentally was defending you and your kin in courts of law. Now this is absolutely bizarre. A person who's defending the Gandhi family in courts of law, their residence gets attacked allegedly by Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad, and that was widely reported. What's happening within the Congress party? Why is there so much of turmoil within, where even the seniors cannot be treated with respect? That seems to be one of the major points that Mr. Azad's making.
Yeah, good evening, Madhav. See, the problem with Mr. Gulab Nabi Azad's letter is, he was such a tall leader and with such a high stature. When he is leaving a party, he can leave a party. he must be having some differences within the party, within the ideology or anything, he can leave the party. But by leaving, such people should leave in grace. They should be leaving with some self-respect. They can go to any party or they can start a new party, no problem. But see the letter, the words chose by Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad while leaving the party. He's using words like puppet and he's talking about talking nonsense in short. See, there is no fact that one of the incorrect thing which Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad wrote in his letter, I will clarify.
Over a dozen and a half leaders who've left have all said the same thing about the problems with the party's leadership, inaccessibility, why they are so indifferent, why their own coterie tries and attacks the senior leaders. No, the point is there are generational changes that have happened in other political parties, Gokul Chandran. The only problem is why is this dirty linen coming out? If they were treated respectfully, clearly they wouldn't be speaking out like this.
See, when he was Rajya Sabha member, he didn't have any problem. He was happy with everything, this coterie, the sycophants, everything he was okay with. Till he was the Rajya Sabha member. Once he was not given another term in Rajya Sabha, now he realized that the party is in shambles, party is not doing good. Mr. Rahul Gandhi is not a good leader. Only after he was not given a Rajya Sabha seat, he should have, while as a Rajya Sabha member, he could have resigned as the MP and he could have told all these things. See, one incorrect thing, one thing I will tell to your viewers, he told that there is no democracy in the party. The elections happening are sham. There is
Sandeep Ghosh, this is opportunism. Without saying so, what Gokul Chandra is referring to is that this is opportunism. When he was in the Rajya Sabha, why didn't he bring out all these issues of things that have happened in the past? 1 second, your response, you've asked the question, now listen to the response from Sandeep Ghosh.
Madhav, that's a very unfair statement because people like Ghulam Nabi Azad have stayed to the party through thick and thin. People have narrated today, I was reading somewhere, that when Congress didn't have the money, people like him were, living on banana and milk, and he ruined his health. So they have gone through it in that sort of a manner all these years. So they have done that. To say, therefore, today they are revolting only for a Rajya Sabha seat is unfair. You are talking about generational shift. But this is not only restricted to generation. It's not the older people who are leaving. Look at the previous. Even yesterday, you had Javier Shargil who quit. He's not an old guard. Before that, whether you take Jitan Prasad, RPN Singh, even Jyotiraditya Scindia, these were part of Rahul Gandhi's own team. All of them have quit and with the same sort of grievance. And you see, I would differ from the point of view that I don't think Ghulam Nabi Azad, he may have spoken blunt truth, but he has not been impolite or it was not lack of
Well, there is of course a difference of perception, but the points that have been made not just by Ghulam Nabi Azad, but the others who have departed from the Congress in recent days and have made similar points about the inaccessibility of the leadership, of the fact that they don't listen. Those are some points that are repeatedly a common lead motive, whether or not they've joined other political parties. So is the party listening? Will there be some kind of change after this exit, or will things continue to be more of the same? That's a question that certainly is for the party to look at. We'll have to thank all of you for joining us. We were slipping into a very quick break for the moment.
मोदी को हटाना है। मैं इस मंच के माध्यम से देश के 130 करोड़ लोगों को अपील करता हूं कि इस राष्ट्र मिशन मेक इंडिया नंबर 1 इस राष्ट्र मिशन के साथ जुड़े। जिस दिन 130 करोड़ लोग एक साथ जुड़ गए, भारत को दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बनने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता। और हमारा किसी पार्टी से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। यह मिशन राष्ट्रीय मिशन है, यह देश को आगे ले जाने का मिशन है, यह किसी पार्टी का मिशन नहीं है। इसलिए मैं आह्वान करना चाहता हूं, सारे बीजेपी वाले भी साथ आओ, सारे कांग्रेस वाले भी साथ आओ, इस पार्टी वाले भी साथ आओ, उस पार्टी वाले भी साथ आओ। भारत आखिर पीछे क्यों रह गया? दोस्तों,
Oh, very good evening. Thanks for staying with us here on Times Now. Well, let's start with the murder mystery of Sonali Phogat and fresh twists and sensational claims that continue to surface in this very case. Now, Times Now has accessed 2 videos of the deceased. In one video, Sonali can be seen dancing with the accused, and the other CCTV footage is hours before her death, in which she is seen staggering to walk. Sonali can be seen accompanied by Sudhir Sangwan, who's helping her to walk, but later as they approach the steps, Sonali falls down on the ground. After her death, the deceased family alleged foul play and accused Sonali's manager Sudhir Sangwan and also the bodyguard Sukhwinder Singh for murdering Sonali. Speaking exclusively to Times Now, Sonali's family said that they got an SOS call from Sonali on the night of her murder and claimed to have been given MDMA by Sudhir Sangwan. She allegedly told her family members that her life was in danger. Listen in.
जिस दिन वो वहाँ पे गोवा में थे, उसने पहले अपनी सिस्टर के पास फ़ोन किया भी, यानी कि मेरे को खतरा है, मेरे खाने में कुछ मिलाया जा रहा है। फिर बाद में 10:30 बजे उसने अपनी मदर के मम्मी बोला मैं तो खतरे में हूँ और 2 दिन के बाद आने के बाद बताऊँगी, मैं तो गलत फंस गई यहाँ पे आके, मुझे नहीं आना चाहिए था। और मेरे को ऐसी वो खाने के अंदर दवाई की वो ड्रग्स दी गई है जो मेरे हाथ पैर काम नहीं कर रहे और सिर वगैरह चकरा रहा है मेरा, और बोला मैं बेहोशी छाने लग रही है मेरे को। फिर वो पीछे से आवाज़ आ रही थी, वो शायद कमरे में आ गए होंगे वो, फिर उसके डर से वो फ़ोन उन्होंने कट कर दिया।
नहीं, जिस तरह ये गोवा पुलिस प्रशासन हमारी सहायता कर रहा है तो फिलहाल तो हम संतुष्ट हैं।
तो आप अभी सीबीआई इंक्वायरी हो सकता है कि ना मांगे?
दोनों ही जी 50-50, अगर इंसाफ मिलता है तो फिर क्या जरूरत पड़ेगी जी।
As far as the investigations go, the police have arrested the 2 accused in the case and have said that they have confessed to spiking Sonali's drink, who later died under mysterious circumstances. Now, the incident of drugging happened at Curly's restaurant at Anjuna in North Goa, as per the accused's confession itself. The police officials also said there can be a possibility of an economic motive behind Phogat's death. But yes, the 2 accused have been arrested. Further interrogation is currently underway, and the police are expecting more details to come to light in the next 20 to 24 hours.
So, based on the confession that they had indeed administered one substance, and which was a kind of psychotropic substance, so it appears prima facie, which is again subject to investigation, that the quantity appeared to be more than the usual doses. So that might have led to the worsening of condition, and if he had been taken to the hospital there and then, probably he would have survived.
जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज कर्ली क्लब से लिए गए उनके आधार पर देखा गया कि एलिज्ड सुधीर सांगवान और उसका एसोसिएट सुखविंदर सिंह डिसीज्ड के साथ में क्लब में पार्टिंग कर रहे हैं और एक वीडियो से जाहिर होता है कि उसको एक सब्सटेंस फोर्सफुली विक्टिम को वन ऑफ द एक्यूज पिला रहा है। जब उसको इस तथ्य से कन्फ्रंट कराया गया तो सुखविंदर और सुधीर सांगवान ने पुलिस के सामने कन्फेस किया कि उन्होंने इंटेंशनली एक्यूज को लिक्विड में कोई ऑब्नॉक्सियस केमिकल मिला करके पिलाया।
Though the political blame game too has begun, the BJP has now demanded a CBI probe in the incident. Listen in.
देखिए, जो परिवार की मांग है वो बिल्कुल जायज मांग है। सोनाली जी एक बहुत पॉपुलर नेता थी इस इलाके में और उनके साथ उनकी हत्या हुई है या नेचुरल डेथ थी, ये इसका पता सच्चाई लोगों को लगनी चाहिए। तो परिवार की जो सीबीआई की मांग है, वो मांग को मैं पूर्ण रूप से जायज मानता हूं और दोबारा आपके माध्यम से सरकार से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि तुरंत प्रभाव से सीबीआई की इन्वेस्टिगेशन अनाउंस करें, उनके हाथ में केस दें ताकि सबूत मिटाने में जो अगर कोई षड्यंत्र है तो कामयाब ना हो।
Shifting focus, another centre versus Aam Aadmi Party flashpoint is brewing in the national capital. Amid the liquor gate heat, the Lieutenant Governor has now launched a fresh strike at the Kejriwal government. In a letter to Chief Secretary, V.K. Saxena has asked why there is a delay of 2.5 years on part of the Delhi Vigilance Department on the CVC report regarding the construction of classrooms in Delhi. This comes days after both Kejriwal and Sisodia, remember, waved the New York Times article claiming how the Delhi model is making waves across the globe. Now, the 2020 Chief Vigilance Commission report in a scathing way has highlighted the cost of construction of classrooms that escalated to 326 crore rupees, a big jump as compared to what was stated in the original tender. It stated that less number of classrooms were built, as claimed by the government, also underlined the quality issues in the execution of the work, and that construction in 5 schools which cost 42.5 crore rupees was never in the revamp plan. This has triggered a massive war of words. The centre and the BJP came with all guns blazing, going after Kejriwal and company. They said that Aam Aadmi Party in public says it wants to open schools but ends up opening liquor shops. Arvind Kejriwal too hit back, saying that his netas are targeted because it is contesting the Gujarat polls, which the BJP sees as a big threat.
एलजी साहब ने अब स्कूलों पे भी इंक्वायरी शुरू कर दी, तो कह रहे हैं भाई स्कूलों के बेसिकली तो रोकना है, स्कूल रुक जाएं, अस्पताल रुक जाएं, जितने अच्छे काम हो रहे हैं वो रुक जाएं। तो सब कह रहे हैं गुजरात की वजह से हो रहा है। गुजरात में जैसे जैसे हमारा ग्राफ बढ़ता जा रहा है, पागलपन छाया हुआ गुजरात में, लोग दुखी हो चुके हैं इन लोगों से। तो लोग तो यही कह रहे हैं जी दिसंबर में सरकार बनने के बाद गुजरात में इनके 27 सालों की आप इंक्वायरी कराओगे, तब तक ये इंक्वायरी करा रहे हैं दिल्ली के अंदर। अगर आज हम गुजरात चुनाव अनाउंस कर देना भाई गुजरात चुनाव हम नहीं लड़ेंगे, ये सारी इंक्वायरी बंद हो जाएगी, सारी ईडी बंद, सीबीआई बंद, सब खत्म। उसी की वजह से हो रहा है ये।
शराब स्कैम में आम आदमी पार्टी का चेहरा बेनकाब हुआ है, ऊपर से नीचे तक भ्रष्टाचार में डूबी हुई है। और मोनीश शराब स्कैम मिनिस्टर जो पाठशाला की बात तो करते हैं, खोलते नहीं, मधुशाला जगह जगह खोलने का काम करते हैं, जवाब कोई देते नहीं है। 5 दिन बीत गए, एक का भी जवाब नहीं दे पाए, क्योंकि घोटाले पर इनके पास जवाब कोई नहीं।
You heard the political reactions there, you heard both the sides there. Let's give you a blow-by-blow account of how the controversy unraveled. In 2019, BJP MLA Vijender Gupta complains to the CVC. His main allegation was that the cost for classroom construction was extended to 500 crore rupees without a tender. In February 2020, the Chief Vigilance Commission